Comerica Park, and I've always wondered what it'd be like to walk out of a Red Wing game or Pistons game, and in this case with the Tigers, and see the city alive at night. And it's a Friday night, and I think tonight, like, it all sets up. We had a guy calling earlier and say this is the anniversary of the final game at Tiger Stadium. Like, this, everything feels like destiny, voodoo, cosmic energy, whatever.
Magic.
But magic is a word that we should be using more. Phone calls to get to. You guys know what to do. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Both the Tigers and the Twins doing their part to get Detroit back into the postseason. Minnesota lost in 13 innings last night, so the magic number now officially 1. The Tigers will host the lowly White Sox for the final 3 games. The Twins will be at home against the playoff-bound Orioles. The Tigers do have a fan in Allen Park. Lions coach Dan Campbell seems pretty psyched to watch their neighbors make some noise, the same way that Detroit football has been as well. Yeah, also, another weapon is being elevated this week with Monday Night Football coming up. Veteran receiver Allen Robinson went from the practice squad to the 53-man roster, filling a spot left by Marcus Davenport and Derek Barnes, who went to the IR. And the Seahawks may also be getting stronger when they get to Ford Field. Former Spartan Kenneth Walker III returning to Seattle practice after missing 2 games with an oblique injury and could be on track to play in Detroit. And golf's President's Cup, very one-sided after one day. Team USA sweeping their Thursday matches versus the international team 5-0. The matches will be alternate shot this afternoon. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Great ticket text coming in. Name this movie. It feels like a movie. Discuss the inconceivable, our baseball team roaring all the way back, the roar of 24 into the postseason. John, I just looked up some ticket prices for the game tonight.
Oh, they skyrocketed?
Yeah. I mean, and someone who was looking at it a couple weeks ago, when the Lions played the same day, you could have done the double dip.
Sure.
Yeah. You could get into Comerica Park for $8 on that Sunday.
Oh, yeah. We looked earlier in the weekend. I think it was like $32, $33.
I want you to just take a look. This is just from one reputable ticket site. Those are all triple-digit numbers. Look at behind home plate going for nearly $1,000.
Oh, I know.
A seat.
It's remarkable what, I mean, the difference in the excitement around this team in just a week's time. Like, I think, and some of it is, I think that the magic number became 1. And so the way that things will go tonight, they start at 6:40, and I believe the Twins don't play until 8:10.
Right.
So if the magic number was 2, you won and the Twins lost, you wouldn't know until 11 o'clock.
Right.
Now the fact of the matter is you don't have to be scoreboard watching. And you want to be there for the moment.
I imagine the games will be packed all weekend because clearly if they don't clinch today, they could clinch Saturday.
Sure.
Or
Sunday.
We don't want it to go to that, but could. I wonder if it's changed anybody's weekend plans. Like Michigan and Michigan State both play home games on Saturday. And college football, you only get a handful of home games. And you tailgate all day, and it becomes kind of a religion. I wonder if the Tigers have altered people's plans. That's the true Tiger test, by the way. Taking away football from people and making them the story.
It doesn't have to take away the game in East Lansing because that's not till
a night game,
so you could do the ultimate sports day and go to Comerica, enjoy a Tigers win, then travel to East Lansing and watch the Buckeyes take on the Spartans. Like that would be awesome. You're going to have to decide, do you want to go to the Big House if you're a Michigan fan?
Right.
Or do you want to go to the Tigers game?
A game where they could clinch. Now, they may already have clinched, so maybe that plays into it. We'll get to the phones. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Ticket texter says, doing a good job, the 24 Tigers story. It opens with an interview with AJ Hinch 3 months ago.
Doing a good job. Yes.
Doing a good job. If you missed it, we talked to him about that yesterday. Ticket Texter says it's price gouging. The Tigers should be ashamed. No, that's the secondary market.
Secondary market, yeah.
That's us as fans being excited and the market reflecting that. The Tigers aren't suddenly jumping prices by 50 to 60 times.
500%.
Let's go to Randy in Chatham. You're on 97.1. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Great show, you guys. I love your show. I listen every morning. I'm a truck driver.
Thank you.
Thank
we
you.
were at the game yesterday. Great. Thank you. We were at the game yesterday. I have a package. I went to 10 games this year, and we went to 2 games outside our package. And these guys I said to my brother yesterday, we're sitting here watching the game, they refuse to lose. They just refuse to lose. They find some way to win. That game yesterday was so exciting, so much fun. It's so much fun at the ballpark. I'm a Tigers fan till death do us part. I'm 69 years old. I love them. I watch them. I listen when I can't watch them. I listen on my radio, and it's so much fun. I'm just so happy. Just best thing ever. I'm having a great summer. Thanks, guys.
Like people who are like really deep, they talk about like living in the moment, and they talk about the good old days are happening right now. We're going to reference this for the rest of our life. What's happening right now as sports fans? People are going to call into sports radio as long as you're alive.
Yeah, remember the 2024 season?
Hey, remember, don't count a team out. Remember what the Tigers did in 24. And I don't know that we're going to see it happen with any of the other teams in any of the other sports. This is truly special and truly unique. Like even 06, this is different than 06.
Well, it's different because of the 12 rookies. It's selling at the deadline and becoming better. Like that doesn't make any. There's nothing about this season that makes sense. The improbability of where they were at the beginning of August to where they are now at the end of September, it's very improbable. And I don't know, maybe that's the name. Season of improbability.
No, I liked what you said. You said undecided, because that is the story of this run. As much as Skubal's having a Cy Young season, he pitches one of every 5th day, and the other starters were undecided. It's Gator Montero, who's a rookie, and then undecided. And they did this, you can say smoke and mirrors, but they did it with group outings, as AJ put it, group efforts. And they did it with like Tyler Holton. Tyler Holton's having a hell of a season. He's the face of that bullpen. He's got like a 3 WAR. They can use him for 2 innings at a time if they need to. Hell, he may start the game today. Like that would be my best guess is he starts the game today. But we don't know. Even tonight, a game where they can clinch the playoffs, it's undecided. AJ knows, but nobody else does.
Undecided because you don't even know some of these names.
Right. The average Tigers fan, hell, even people who've been to a few games this season are going, who's Hannafy?
Oh, yeah. Who's Hannafy?
Who's Gunther? These real people?
Gunter.
We could have played a game, U.S. Senator or Tigers reliever, or, movie actor or Tigers reliever, and I don't think people would be able to guess.
Englert.
Right, yeah. At one point, there was Brian Sammons.
Right.
We had Walleye and Sammons this year. Could that be the name of the movie?
Yes. It's so ridiculous to think about where, again, I always go back to where was this team the day after the trade deadline and the conversations we were having. It was all about, they could possibly lose 90-plus games. And now they're sitting on it. They're not going to win 90 games, but they're going to be finishing, 8 games above 500, 9 games above 500, 11 games above 500, 12. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that, at 85 wins right now, they could be at 88, should be at 88 by the time that's ridiculous.
It doesn't make sense. We have Andy Dirks joining us this morning at 7:35. He's been on TV and radio during this entire run, and he's brought like a ton of fun and personality. He was giving away tickets on Twitter yesterday. Mm-hmm. He's doing like juggling videos in the press box. He's loose. Everybody's having a good time at the ballpark these days. We'll get Dirks' thoughts at 7:35. The movie ideas, the cast of this movie, the story of this season, like how do you sum it up? And I think the best part of it is like we don't know how it's going to end. Like this idea of the season really is just kind of getting started in a sense, right? When you get to the playoffs, it's a whole new season. And you tell me who's playing better baseball than these gritty Detroit Tigers.
And it's not only that, but it's just being able to celebrate so much here in Michigan in terms of sports. Like Friday night, I know you're going to the Wings game. We give you a hard time about that, but it's the start of the Wings season, and you could clinch a playoff spot at Comerica tonight. Tomorrow, you could pick any number of college football games to go to, especially if the Tigers clinch tonight. But then on Sunday, why not go down to Comerica? It should already be wrapped up just to simply celebrate this team.
To stand, salute, cheer.
To give the standing ovation. At the end of every concert, right? The artist goes away, and then they come back out for the encore. Sunday should be the encore performance of the regular season for this team, so you could be down there for that. Monday Night Football. And then I don't really expect a whole lot of people to hop in their cars and travel to Baltimore because it seems like Baltimore's the most likely outcome. But you could be in Baltimore or Houston. You get a chance to celebrate every single day sports in the state of Michigan.
So I've thought that the 06 Tigers were kind of a renaissance. Like for a generation, it like brought stuff back. You could argue this Tigers team is ushering in a citywide renaissance. They're not doing it by themselves, clearly. No. But, John, what you just described is a 5-day stretch of sports that this city has not seen in I don't know when, where you could go playoff-bound baseball, epic college football fall Saturdays, and more Tigers baseball, standalone Sunday because the Lions don't play because the universe has set this up so perfectly that Sunday is the Tigers' day and Monday is the Lions' day, and then it's the Tigers in the playoffs on Tuesday, Wednesday, and hopefully not Thursday because they take care of business, but even dragging all the way a full week from today where we have big, high-level, important sports in this city.
Yeah. We get nice things, don't we?
That's bad.
Hey, I got one more.
We've been patient long enough.
Teams that matter.
I got one more movie name idea. Seriously. The Venom on ticket text. We don't ask for like Javi to be included in this. And just so many people go after him ticket text. And I know part of this run has been with Javi not there. They did start it when he was still playing. But, man, the Venom towards Javi. So where's Harvey? That's the name of them.
Where's
he
Harvey?
Disappeared, and they started.
The record since he's gone, it's like 30-10.
No, he hasn't been gone that entire time.
No.
They're in a 30-11 stretch, but the record is less. He did not leave until
August 23rd was the first game without him. They've played about 30 games.
But this has been going on since August 10th.
Okay, so they're probably like 22-10, something like that. I mean, that's still pretty significant.
Yes. Basically, what they did is they got Sweeney. They threw him down in Toledo, see if he was ready to come up. They let Javi get his game in Chicago out of respect, and then see ya.
More phone calls and ticket texts, but I got to get this one in, John. Who could play A.J. Hinch? How about this new fella on the acting scene? Saw him in an Applebee's commercial the other day. Keep sending them in. It's 97.1. And tell you about getting off the sidelines. A lot going on right now. Get in the game with Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease that 2024 Equinox EV for just $268 per month. That's 0% down. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. I mean, $269, 2024 Equinox EV. But if you're looking for something else, that's great because they have shipments arriving daily. They're going to have what you're looking for. Score your best deal, MoranExpress.com, or stop by, test drive in person. They're on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Bars. That's a great line from Jason Benetti. For those that want the odds, 99.1% chance the Tigers make the playoffs. Unbelievable. The Twins' chances are 3.6. They had multiple chances and extras at home to walk it off. Just get the guy in from second. Choke. It's been a story of them, and it's also a story of us because the Tigers have won 9 of 10. The Tigers are winning their way into the playoffs. John, some ticket text, then we'll get back to the phones. 248-539-9797. 24 years old. I was at the game yesterday. When Jay Henn hit the sac fly and Foley got the final K, the stadium was louder than I've ever heard. That was a random weekday afternoon. This is something. Texter says, I still can't relax. Remember when the Lions had to win one of their next 3 or 4 to make the playoffs? It would be so Detroit to lose all 3 to the worst team in baseball. My brain can't comprehend that even as a possibility.
But
That for Brian Chapman.
Like, what would lead you to even reach that conclusion given what we've watched over the course of the last month and a half?
Haters gonna hate.
I know. But okay, flip side of this. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. Please. No, flip side.
Flip side, Johnny in West Virginia, hey, shout out Odyssey app, says if the Tigers sweep Chicago, which feels more likely, by the way.
Yep, check that box.
And the Twins sweep the Orioles, okay, bit of a long shot here, and the Royals lose one game, that scenario would lead Detroit to host the wild card playoff round. Wow. So again, the scenario, Tigers sweep, Twins sweep the O's, Royals lose one, the Tigers would tie Baltimore, have the tiebreaker, and host the first round.
Is that the end game?
Dr. Strange, all the scenarios, this was the one scenario that needs to happen the final weekend for this
town to
miraculous
host.
Oh, man.
I can't even imagine that. We come in Monday and we're getting ready for home games.
I mean, you want to make this weekend even better. Let's just carry the weekend all the way through next week. You got the Tigers, got college football. You got the encore performance on Sunday, Monday Night Football, leading into hosting playoff baseball on Tuesday. Like, no words. No words. I wouldn't even know what to do with myself.
Russ in Farmington, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, how does Tiger Cubs of 24 sound for your movie idea? Went to spring training this year and saw 9 games. They went 8-1. And if you know anything about spring training baseball, in the 5th inning, all the regulars head off to the locker room, and the rookie starts coming out. And they won all those games after the 5th inning.
Yeah, I mean,
they don't quit. They believe they're going to win even when they trail. They've been in so many of these close games lately, and it's magic. It's special. It's something, and I don't know why it's happening, and I really don't care at this point. I mean, just enjoy it and embrace it. Let's get to Mark in Gibraltar. You're on 97.1, Mark.
Good morning. Yeah, it's exciting times here in baseball world.
Yep.
Going to the game Sunday. I saw them beat Boston on Sunday, then Baltimore. Now I'm going to see them take the Sox. I'm hoping that they clinch as soon as possible, and they let Jackson Jobe start Sunday for a couple innings, and we get to see the product.
Yeah, I mean, it would set up well if they wanted to go that route, right? I mean, they don't want him to be a starter, but it'd only be a couple innings. Eventually a starter, but for this run, he's just going to be a bullpen guy. Try to knock these quickly. Nolan in Rochester, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. If you don't believe in magic, I think now is the time to definitely start. I was watching the Twins game last night, first time watching a Twins game, actually. Miami had no business winning that game. The Twins had every chance possible to win. They had bases loaded twice in extra innings. Derek Hill, I don't even know how he caught that ball in center field. When do you ever see a pop-up bunt to the first baseman then get doubled up at second base? I mean, everything lined up perfectly for the Miami Marlins. The Twins had so many opportunities, blew every single one. And not to mention, their stadium looked like the Oakland A's stadium of last year. Their fans aren't into it. Detroit wants it way more. I'm going to be at the stadium tonight and tomorrow, so I'm hoping they clinch one of those days. And I think they can go on an insane run in the playoffs here.
I love your odds. And
when you talk about magic, you need it on both sides. Like you needed the Tigers to do what they're doing, to give themselves a chance, but you also needed the Twins an epic demise.
I was kicking myself yesterday because I had a question I wish I would have asked AJ, and I didn't think of it till afterwards. I wanted to know if he could confirm that they don't have like a voodoo witch doctor in the clubhouse or something, but maybe we can get that from him later. Yep. Let's get to Heather in the news.
You guys, there is some controversy surrounding Shohei Ohtani's 50-50 ball. If you haven't heard about this yet, there's an 18-year-old fan who says he is the rightful owner of that ball, and he has filed a civil lawsuit seeking a temporary injunction to halt the auction, the sale of this ball. It does sound like everything is going to go still on schedule. Today is the opening day of that auction. You can go online and make a bid for this ball if you want to. Of course, we talked about how the starting bid is $500,000.
What's his case?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so this guy says he was there at the game celebrating his 18th birthday, and he was filming the game when that home run happened, right? So he's got it on camera. He says the ball was coming right towards him. He had the ball. He says he got it, but he names two other men in this lawsuit. And he says one of these men, a big, muscular, older man, trapped his arms in between his legs and then wrangled that ball out of his left hand. So he's saying, I caught the ball first, or got the ball, whether he caught it or was able to go grab it. He grabbed the ball first. It was his, and then this older man stole it away from him. So the rightful owner is the teen, is what he is saying.
Can
He's
he
saying
prove it? Is it on video?
Well, I'm hoping so. Otherwise, how can you, right? Like, he's got to have some proof because anybody could say this. Anyone, I mean, if you really wanted to file a lawsuit, you could say, no, that was my ball. I deserve part of this money. So it sounds like the guy's lawyer, this teen's lawyer, says the auction is going to go live today, but he says a judge has scheduled this full hearing for October 10th and that the ball cannot be sold before that date.
I'm watching the film right now of everybody, the mad dash for the ball, and
is it clear?
Well, no, it looks like
indisputable video evidence, John.
Chaos.
I mean, yeah, I think it's going to be a hard case.
Okay.
Probably. I agree.
His hand is between his legs.
Oh, you can see that?
Oh yeah, his hand is between his legs, and he has a good grip on.
Don't finish that sentence.
The baseball.
Yep. You guys, one of the most famous faces on NBC, Hoda Kotb, is leaving the Today Show early next year, just weeks after celebrating her 60th birthday. She broke down in tears as she announced live on air that she's going to be leaving. She said that turning 60 made her realize that it's time to move on. She has two really young kids at home and realized that, you know what, they deserve a lot more of her time than she's able to give them right now. Obviously a hard choice. She's been with NBC for 26 years. She's been on the Today Show for 17. Very, very long career, but she does want to make sure she can spend as many years as she can with her kids because she adopted them much later in life. So
good for her.
I get it. Yeah, it is good for her. She's had a very, very long and good career. So you guys, the Detroit judge who was suspended last month after he cuffed that teen for falling asleep in his courtroom is back on the bench, but he's been reassigned from the criminal division to traffic court. So Judge Kenneth King, he went viral. We all heard about it if you didn't see it. He berated this 15-year-old who'd fallen asleep in his courtroom. He ordered her to change into a jail jumpsuit. He threatened to have her put in jail, and then he had her handcuffed. And this teen was there because she was part of a field trip, right? Like she wasn't actually there in his courtroom for a hearing, an actual matter, right? It sounds like this Judge King, successfully completed training, and he says he is glad to be back.
That's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, Andy Dirks, TV and radio broadcaster for this run. He's having as much fun as anybody. It's 97.1. on radio, on TV. I heard he said just find a way to get me to the ballpark. He's Andy Dirks. You've been listening to him during this run. Andy, good morning.
What's going on, everybody?
We're doing great, and I can tell you're having a lot of fun during this run for the Tigers. What has you most excited when you show up to the ballpark?
Oh, man, there's so many things I can think of. Probably the biggest thing is you just know that it doesn't always happen, you know? So it's like, why not just enjoy it? Like, just enjoy the snot out of it while we got it in front of us, because nothing's promised in the future. And I think I kind of lived through my playing career, the playoffs, but when you're playing, it's a little different. You know, it's work. You're working, and this is like, I guess I am working, but I'm just trying to have as much fun watching these guys do their thing as possible.
From someone that has the knowledge that you have, the experience that you had, we're always trying to explain it. And there's nothing that we can find to explain how they've been able to come back and be in position to lock up postseason play. From your perspective, how do you explain it?
Yeah, I think everybody has a choice in anything they do, you know, how you're going to go about your business, what your day is going to look like. And these guys have all just made a choice that we're just going to get better and play as a unit and really compete. I mean, every at-bat, every pitch, these guys are just competing their tails off. They're not afraid of anybody, which is hard. That's hard. They're a bunch of rookies and younger guys. Like, they don't have a lot of fear. It's there, but they don't let it affect them. And then they just really believe that if they have a lead, that they'll keep it, and if they don't have a lead, they'll get it. And then, like, the odds on some of this stuff are just astronomically terrible, not in their favor. And here they come. Right. You know, the fire in the building, and they're on the 27th floor, and it's like, well, they find a way out every time. It's like watching an old action movie, you know, where the good guy wins. And I'm like, as long as the good guy wins, I'm on it.
Andy, you played in playoff games on playoff teams here in Detroit. Those were very different rosters. You mentioned it, rookies, 12 rookies on this team. In a weird way, has that helped them? Like, play so loose?
I think it makes it even more exciting for me personally, just because everybody loves the underdog. But yeah, I mean, this is a bunch of guys with not a ton of big league experience, really at all. I think one game when all these guys first came up, I can't remember who we were facing, but he had like 10 and a half years service time. And the entire Tigers starting lineup had like 8 years, or it was like 10 years, 20 days. And the starting pitcher had like, it was 10 years, 231 days. So one player had more service time than the entire Tiger squad, which is what it is. People say, well, they're just young and dumb and don't know any better. I think they do know better. They've been around sports their whole life. They've watched it. They just have a good comfortability factor with one another. They root for one another. There's no drama. Everything in that clubhouse is clicking right now.
Tarik Skubal, we've all been watching, and it's been so much fun to watch, and how consistent he has been the entire season. As a hitter, how much fear does he strike into opposing lineups?
I just think it's a guy you don't want to face. I mean, there's other guys you would rather face, you know. When you know that Skubal's going, he's going to be the best, and he's the best in the world right now at throwing a baseball, and he happens to throw it 98 miles an hour, and he's got a devastating changeup, a good slider, and he'll attack, and then he'll scream at you once he gets everybody out that he's done getting out. It's quite an experience, I'm sure, for these hitters, but no, he's an animal, man. That dude is on another level right now.
He's intimidating. Andy Dirks is joining us this morning, played for the Tigers, now part of the coverage both on radio and TV, chronicling this story. And this story has been awesome. They haven't clinched a playoff spot yet, could do it tonight. I know the players have to live in the moment, but we start to dream about the postseason. How does this team match up if and when they get there?
I don't think anybody wants to play him. I can tell you that. Not in a 3-game series, because you think about, okay, you run out Reese and Skubal and then do an opener and a Bolt guy. This team's just proven way too many times that they will win ball games late. They've played in a ton of one-run games. They've come up from behind, I think, in the 8th inning or later like 13 times. It's just, and these are against like back-end leverage arms. The guy, the comeback last night off that lefty's throwing 98. Like he's a dominant left-handed pitcher in the big leagues. They don't even care. They're like, I don't care. You might as well be Randy Johnson. Doesn't matter to me. We're going to get our hits. So who wants to play that team? No lead secure, and we have the best bullpen in the big leagues right now. It's like, I don't want to play that team.
One of the things I think they've done extremely well, and I'd love to hear your take on it, is base running. Taking the extra base when it's there, being able to get home when it's available, but just the awareness of these players, especially since we talked about 12 rookies. How important has the base running been in this run that they're having?
Their athleticism as a whole has been important, and I think these guys didn't understand when A.J. Hinch and Joey Cora said, oh, we're going to run the bases like madmen. They meant it. So they're in Seattle, and the story goes something like this. Guy doesn't go first to third. Next day they have a team meeting. Hey, we don't have as much power as these other teams. We don't have this. We don't have this. But what we do have is young legs. Let's use them. I don't think they said it exactly that way. That's probably how I would have said it. And from that point forward, it was like, if you get thrown out, we don't care. Like, management's not going to get mad at you if you get thrown out. Go. Press the envelope. Be aggressive. And now what you see is a team that's just become so default aggressive on the bases that it's just the norm. Like the ball and dirt read you saw Riley Green take yesterday. I mean, that's a huge play in the game. And can a guy get thrown out if he's doing that? Yeah. But does the defense have to do everything perfect? Yeah. So let's put a bunch of pressure on the defense and let them start peeing down their leg. That way we can score some runs. And that's kind of the offensive philosophy that's continued to trickle through this entire team. So now when you watch a game, they'll put tremendous pressure on a defense. They'll make the starting pitcher work, and the starting pitcher will be out there sweating just like buckets at times because they're fouling off so many pitches with 2 strikes. It's just that the nature of this team is just that, like, we don't give up. We compete every single at bat. We compete every pitch. That's a hard team to play against.
Tonight, the White Sox have saved Garrett Crochet. They clearly want to spoil this for the Tigers. The Tigers, of course, could give them their 121st loss in MLB record. The competitor in you, how do you feel about what the White Sox are doing and the what's at stake here tonight on both sides?
Oh, I don't know as far as, pitch and Crochet, but it's like, I don't think the Tigers care. And I'll tell you this, the White Sox are going to lose at least 121 games, if not 123 games, because the team that they're coming into right now, this ain't somebody that's just going to roll over and die for you, so that way you don't have to make history on the wrong side of it. It'll be I think tonight will be a good matchup. It'll be good for the Tigers to face a guy like that again, because they've faced a ton of great pitchers down the stretch here and beat a lot of them. But those are big time arms, and when you get the postseason, guess what you see?
Big time arms. Yep.
That's it, man. Like you don't go in the postseason and all of a sudden you're like, oh look, Joey Dado over here from AAA just got called up and he's got an ADRA in AAA. Let's have some fun today, boys. No, it's like here's a horse, here's a stud. You got to go out and beat those guys.
The best thing about sports is that whether you're going to a game, you get to suspend reality for 2.5 hours. You don't have to think about a lot of things that are going on in your life. A lot of us have suspended reality because they're doing the improbable. If you look into your crystal ball, how far does this go?
Oh man. Well, I would say the World Series that's the answer.
Yeah.
That's where they're wanting to go. But I think for all of us, what the team is doing right now is they're preparing for one game, and they're doing their best to prepare for that game and go out and play that game. I think as a base, what we should do is mark on our calendar what the next game is, take off work, whatever, tell our bosses, tell our spouses, tell our kids, like, sorry, I can't change your diaper today. The Tigers are on. And go out and just enjoy the moment, because we know as a city, like, you don't get this every single year. So let's just go out, enjoy it, root for our boys, and have some fun in each game. And hopefully it ends up that they get huge rings on their finger and we get to go do a parade. That would be awesome.
Love
parade
the
would be,
idea of it.
Yeah.
Andy Dirks, you've been listening to him on the radio. You've been watching him on TV. He's been giving away Tiger tickets on Twitter. I mean, Andy, we love.
I got some more coming up too. I got some more.
How can people get
more
them?
to give away? Well, it just depends because now I'm having people donating tickets for the giveaways, which is kind of cool. People that can't make games or whatever. So it's hopefully it's something that just continues.
So if someone's listening right now, going, well, hold on, these are expensive tickets for Friday night. Andy just said he's got some. Follow you on Twitter. I mean, how can they have a chance to win them?
On Twitter, what I'll do is I'll do like a contest, like I did best Jake Rogers quote yesterday, and then you drop in your quote, and then we go through and we just randomly pick somebody. Obviously your quote has to be good. You have to put a little thought into it or use whatever. And then I sent a guy yesterday tickets behind home plate in the parking pass. Another person had 3 tickets up in 115. A guy pulled his son out of school, which was sweet. I was like, yes, pull your son out of school, get him to the yard. That kid's going to have the best day of his life. Another guy had his mother. It was like his mother's birthday, who's been a Tigers fan since the Tigers fan since 1937. I've been a Tigers fan. I listen to every game on the radio. That lady, that you don't want to mess with.
Yep.
Yeah. He took her, so that was cool.
Andy, it's been great. We appreciate some of your time this morning. Continue to enjoy the run. We all are.
Thanks, man.
All right. Thanks, guys.
It's 97.1.
Hey, the NFL season is flying by. It's hard to believe we're in week 4 already, but you still have time to start the season with the big return on FanDuel. It's America's #1 sports book. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Check out some of the same game parlays. You can pick from some of them that are already there, or you can make your own SGP on this Monday night matchup. And that's obviously the Lions taking on the Seahawks. Go J-Mo anytime touchdown because he could do it on the ground or through the air. Montgomery over rushing yards. Goff over passing yards. Maybe throwing a Jahmyr Gibbs total yards. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season. And FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And now it's 1 after the Twins squandered chance after chance after chance against the Marlins.
You talk about all the magical things that have happened, the inexplicable. A bunt, caught, and then double up at second.
How about former Tiger Derek Hill making a spectacular catch in center?
I thought I heard that name right.
And it would have busted the game open, and it would have changed the game. And on the call, and that, Tom, that's what you're about to bring up, I'm sure, Rod Allen.
Yeah.
Because he's doing Marlins stuff.
So I was watching that last night live. That Derek Hill catch was unbelievable. It's crazy how many things out of their control. They can't control this.
No.
That are going their way. Baseball is a sport where you can really add these things up because you play every day. It's just there has to be something else to this besides them simply competing every day and playing hard. Like I would love AJ Hinch to explain the Derek Hill catch.
There's something going on here. It's magic. It's destiny. It's out of their hands, but now it's in their hands, and that's part of this. Is they just keep winning. They've won 9 of their last 10 games. Yeah. You heard Dickerson's call. He's done such a great job telling the story, and it's the passion of Vierling when he scores the go-ahead run in a comeback effort. It's Foley with not 1 but 2 punch-outs in the 9th inning, and how excited and passionate he is, and the fans have taken over. It's a weekday day game yesterday, and the fans are roaring, and everything has just aligned perfectly for this baseball team. And while we've talked about it like every day, I still don't feel like we can even do it justice, because this is something I don't think we will ever see again in our life.
Well, it's also, I mean, when you hear Andy Dirks talk about the tickets that he's given away, and he talks about a mom that got the tickets and pulled her 2 kids out of school. Like, I mean, hell yeah. Right? It's a moment that you get to share with mom or dad or whoever is taking you out of school. It's the greatest day ever as a kid. Oh, I don't have to go to school and I get to go to the ballpark. And it was the call that we got a couple of days ago where, a mom is watching the sports fandom of her kids grow, develop, blossom. And then you and I both shared the story. 84 Tigers, it was for me. All of a sudden, boom, I'm a sports fan. And I'm following along every single day. My dad was writing that there's 3 boys in our family, writing our name on the sports page. That's who got the paper first and got to keep the page or the sports page for the day.
06 for me, right? So I was 13. Prior to that, the Tigers weren't anything.
Yeah.
My grandpa would they had these little card stocks from the Free Press during that run, and I had a drawer full of all these different moments from the Tigers in that 06 run, and it makes you a fan for life. And what's happening right now is there are 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds who are turning into fans for life.
They're turning on, the sports station in the morning. They're listening to us. They're looking on their phones the first thing they wake up to see what the Twins did last night. Jack is actually looking up what the Twins did last night because he knows we talked about the magic number last night.
My kids went to bed when Marlins were still up 4-0. So, and then last night, I think me and you both tapped out after the
11th inning, yeah.
Yeah, about 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, I got to sleep.
Yeah.
And the very first thing I did when I went downstairs this morning was look at my phone to see, and I'm like, holy crap, 8-6.
Yeah.
And every one of these teams has...
In 13 innings.
Every one of these teams has stories. So, like 84, they win the whole thing, 35-5, and this young group that had come up together. It's been 40 years. You got another young group that's coming up together. They're going to finish the season, give or take, right around 33-10, something like that. It's crazy what's happening right now with these teams. Like 06 had Gum Time. This year has Williamsport. Like, there are those moments you reflect on. Louis in Oxford, you have one you want to look to. You're on 97.1.
I see you, Andy Dirks. I had to do my Rod Allen impression. Real quick, I want to see if I could parlay my comment into some tickets since Andy Dirks brought that up. If you go back to August 3rd and Jim Leland, he talked about the team in his mini press conference afterwards. He complimented how Hinch was handling the team, and he made a statement, and I quote, he said, "Don't be surprised, you may call me crazy, but these Tigers will make a run in September, and they'll have something to say at the end of it."
You're right. They honored Leland, and it's, again, one of those things was that early August. because we were out at Lions training camp. We had Leland on going into that weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's one of those things that just started to click for this baseball team. I remember he looked into the dugout and he said, he used some colorful language, the bleeping game, win the game.
Yeah.
And this team has done a lot of that. Just keep winning baseball games.
It's just, when it comes down to it, as a fan, it's just been fun.
John, this has been brought to our attention. Do you know the name of the Twins' losing pitcher last night, the guy credited with the loss? I have it right here.
No, go ahead. I don't know.
Scott Blewett. Destiny.
And he sure did.
Scott Blewett. Who did it? Scott Blewett. Twins blew it. Tigers can win tonight, secure a playoff spot. Your phone calls, your stories, next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. After an extra innings marathon last night, Minnesota, they did not win, and the Tigers are now one win or a Twins loss away from clinching a spot in the 2024 postseason. Detroit rallied to win 5 straight against the Rays and will now play 3 games at home against the White Sox through the weekend with the champagne ready to be popped in the clubhouse. Now, the Royals won their game yesterday, so Kansas City remains tied in the standings with the Tigers for seeding, but do hold the tiebreaker. Red Wings forward Andrew Kopp, he's from Ann Arbor and is enjoying the run of Detroit baseball while they prepare for their preseason. Yeah, speaking of, Lions coach Dan Campbell also exclaimed that he's fired up watching the Tigers make their run, impressed by their desire to get better every day and continue to work in order to improve. It sounds very much like Dan Campbell. In Allen Park, the Lions will not be letting All-Pro center Frank Ragnow play through his pectoral injury on Monday, even though he said that he was going to try to maybe gut it out. Sam Laporta missed Thursday practice with his ankle issue. However, Aleem McNeil and Brian Branch participated. Aleem claims he's definitely playing against the Seahawks. In the meantime, it was Cowboys 20, Giants 15 on Thursday Night Football to kick off Week 4. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
John Texter says what you said. He goes, my 11-year-old and my 8-year-old sons both, the first thing when I wake them up, before they even get out of bed, they ask me about the Tigers, the Twins, and the Royals.
Yeah. This is something that Tigers fans, the next generation of Detroit sports fans absolutely needed. What did they know up until about 2 years ago? It was a Lions, the same thing that we've always had, generational in terms of losing and how things could go wrong. The Pistons, the Wings, and I mean, great history, championship history, but the next generation of sports fans didn't know anything about it. You could have a 10-year-old kid that's never experienced what playoff scenarios are like.
Yeah, I mean, so he says an 11-year-old, some quick math, 11-year-old born in 2013, has never seen a Detroit championship, has never really seen Detroit playoff wins until the Lions just this last year. I mean, think about it.
That's my son, Sam. He's 11. And I tell people this. If you don't have Bally's, get it. If you have kids. And here's why. Because tonight could be really, really cool and special. If they win and the celebration, that's how you make your kid a fan. If you want your kid to get into baseball, if he's lukewarm on it or not getting into sports, when they see something like this going on, they want to be a part of it. And they're going to start talking about it with their kids or their friends at school and things like that, you know? And that's how, Jim, I mean, that's when you were younger with the Red Wings.
Yes. Well, yeah, it's winning hooks you in. I mean, to be born in 93, by the time you're really becoming a sports fan, I'm watching Steve Yzerman hoist the Stanley Cup not once, not twice, 3 different times in those young, impressionable ages. 06, I'm, preteen. your last chance to hook somebody in as a fan is that 06 Tigers team. It's gum time, it's Pudge, it's Maglio sends them to the World Series. It's my grandpa giving me the card stock from the free press. Like, those are the things that make you a fan for life, and it's free. The trial for Bally is a 7-day trial. You can sign up for the free trial today, watch for free this weekend, and expose your kid to the magic that is this Tigers baseball team. And I don't think there is a comparable. We'll take calls and ticket texts on it, John. I don't think there's a comparable to what we're watching. Even 06, they had vets. They were in it all summer. It was fun for a different way. The 84 Tigers, you can kind of see that train coming, and they started strong at 35-5. This is unlike anything we've seen. They were nearly dead. Their playoff percentage was a microscopic 0.2%. They were 8 games below 500. They sold at the deadline. They called up kids. They were waving, I'll use Rico's line, not the white flag, but the beige flag. I mean, it was all but giving up on the season, except the players didn't quit, except the manager worked overtime, except the season hasn't ended and the season has just begun because it's the postseason. Like, there's nothing like this that we've ever seen in Detroit sports. And I know you could bring up the Mets from 73, but there really isn't anything like this in all of sports.
And we always try and make comparisons. What is this like? And I think you've done a good job of laying it out. There's nothing like this. And we're trying to find out, okay, if they win these 3 games and they finish 33-11, how does that compare to 35-5? Again, it's incomparable because, one, this is the end of the season. That was the beginning of the season. The names that we know and love from that 84 team, I don't know that these names are going to – they're not going to resonate in the future because – half of the pitching staff, nobody even knows their names.
Right. I need those card stock to see who they look like and what their names are if I was a kid right now. I love this ticket texter. I'm an elementary physical education teacher, and I've had day games this week on a projector during class. My 4th, 5th, and 6th graders are pumped. According to them, quote, the Tigers are cooking.
That's so cool.
I love that ticket text.
That's so cool.
Let's get to Tim in Sterling Heights. Tim, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Back in the 60s, they really didn't have games on TV very often. So I remember with my little transistor radio on those hot summer days, listening to Ernie and Ray Lane, call the games. And now I don't have Bally's. So now I'm sitting there with my phone and the Odyssey app, listening to Dan call the games, and I feel like I'm absolutely transported back to, when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And the way Dan gets excited. I mean, Ernie Harwell is my favorite of all time, but Dan, oh, man, he's getting there because he just pumps you up with that emotion. You feel like you're there. Transported.
You certainly do.
He does such a great job, but you're right, the emotion I think he conveys better than anybody. We are spoiled to have Dan Dickerson on the radio. The soundtrack of so many summers. He's been around this team, he knows what this means, and he does such a great job in the moment conveying the emotion.
Yeah, I mean, if you're there, or if you watch the highlights and you see the scream by Tarek Skubal on the last out of the 7th inning, or last night with Jason Foley, the scream at the end, like there's a very visual component to that. If you're not watching it in the moment and you're listening to Dan describe it, I mean, you get every bit of it as you get it as best as you possibly can because of the emotion that he has and the fact that it's seamless.
The Tigers are going to the World Series. The Maglio call from 2006 will forever give me goosebumps, and I know a lot of people are the same way. It transports you to where you are. I'm sitting on the floor in my living room in Livonia, right? That moment, the Tigers are going to the World Series, and it's I don't know. We can gush about Dickerson for weeks. I want to get back to the calls. Nancy, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
I listen to you every morning.
Thank you.
Can you hear me better?
Yes, we got you. What's up?
Okay, good. Now, I run a nonprofit called Wish Upon a Team, and, we talk about how the Tigers are all-stars on the field, but off the field, they are all-stars. They have sent over 800 of my teens who are seriously ill and their families to games this summer. And they sent us tickets for tonight and Sunday's game, so we're going to be there.
That is awesome, and that's not something that I don't I don't think that was public. I
No.
mean, that's just something they were doing just because. They weren't doing it for any good
Right.
PR. They were doing it to make a difference. Nancy, that's awesome.
I know, and I have to tell you guys, I go back a long way. I'm going to probably show my age here, but in 1968, I went to St. Bede's school. I was in second grade, and Bill Freehand lived on the next street. So when the Tigers won the World Series, we had a parade from school and went by his house. And then in the 1984 World Series, I was at the final game at Tiger Stadium, and someone threw up sod up into the bleachers, and I actually have the sod planted at my house, and we still have it.
There's so many stories like that. I love hearing every single one of them.
Sports are great.
But my teens will be there tonight, and these are kids who are in the hospital most of the time, and they absolutely love the Tigers. They've loved the Tigers even before they made this run, and I'm so excited for them to have this opportunity with their families, not being in the hospital and having a family evening tonight. This team just teaches us all so much.
Nancy, it's well said.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
All right, have a great day.
You
Thanks
too.
for what you do.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for what you do. I mean,
Yeah.
we're just a couple guys yakking
Talking
in the morning.
sports.
I know,
Yeah.
right? She's actually working with people making a difference. Wow. I mean, let's get back to the phones.
Yeah.
Martin, you got a story. You're on 97.1. What's up, Martin?
Hey, good morning, fellas. For us, I'm from Canton. We relocated all over the country. The entire time, we're always following Tigers, Detroit sports. We're back in Michigan now, and got two girls, 9 and 11. And what do? We listen to Tiger sports. We go out, play catch, and it just means something more now, right? It talks about commitment, trusting the process. I mean, baseball's more than just a sport, and it's just awesome hearing these stories, and we're going to be a part of it tonight, so we're excited.
Great. Enjoy the evening.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. This is Destiny. Says, I don't ever think I've seen a bunt double play at second base in my lifetime. LFG, that's Mike at U of M.
Yeah.
Says, as a kid, my dad would let me watch the 84 Tigers with him. I was not a sports fan at the time, but I was sold for life. That's Derek in Brighton. People trying to come up with comparisons. I equate the Tigers to the 96 Masters. It's true that Normand collapsed, but Faldo played amazing golf down the stretch, put that pressure on him. Both things are true. The Twins have collapsed, but the Tigers have played amazing baseball.
One thing I wanted to say in comparison to that is both are true. Both are true here. The Twins collapsed. This isn't a Twins choke. We circled 87, 86, 88 wins.
As the target, yeah.
As the target. That's when we said fake contending 3 to 4 weeks ago. We just said you got to get to this win total no matter what, because that's what the history of the game says, is that you got to get upper 80 wins to make the playoffs. They've done it. They've earned it. It's not just the Twins gag.
Right.
You want some more like magic or destiny?
Sure.
Tonight, when the Tigers win, this is Tony in Oxford calling his shot. When the Tigers win, they can do something only the Mets did 50 plus years ago. And in doing so, the White Sox would break a Mets record as well. Fitting, they'd have 121 losses.
Mm-hmm.
You guys had Kirk Gibson call your show randomly earlier in the season, and he said to be patient. It makes him look like a mystic genius. Does Gibby have like fortune teller abilities?
Does he have connections that we don't know about?
Spiritually.
Yeah. Good.
He might. 248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says, Nate from a truck. My dad's a diehard baseball fan, diehard Tigers fan. Mom passed away in March. This is the happiest I've seen him in months. Gave him something.
It's Lions fans that have been waiting an entire lifetime, and they're 65, 70 years old, to see what happened last year and the hope that it has brought this year. Never thought that they would live to see moments like this. And from the depths of despair this year for the Tigers, it's bringing so much joy to sports fans to have something to cheer about, some pride in our teams. We always have pride in our teams, even if they're losing, but now to have it backed up by those on the field of play.
We have Brian Baldinger coming up next to talk a little football picks at 8:35. But don't worry, we won't get away from the Tigers for long. It's 97-1.
I've been talking for a while now about injury attorney David Femininio, and just listen to some of the results that David and his team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for a single client. You need an attorney that is going to fight relentlessly for you and one that is backed by a great team. You can call David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Baldy, always good to check in with you. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing great. Lions off of a win. Of course, there's some question now going into Monday night. Frank Ragnow will not play. Let's go to the trenches. How big a deal is that?
Well, it's a big deal. I mean, it's a Pro Bowl center, and I thought Frank was excellent last week. And so, you start getting into the depth. I mean, he's the leader up there. He's the veteran. Everything kind of starts with him. And so I don't know if they put Glasgow in at center right now and how they kind of adjust. I'm not really sure. John, you might know. But I think it's a big deal. They played without Frank before. He's had injuries last year. They overcame them. So that's what they got to do now, just like every other team.
Yeah, we kind of saw it not with Frank being down in the NFC Championship game, but, they were down a guard, and they put Awosika in there and really didn't notice that much of a drop-off. But anytime you lose a Pro Bowl center, it's going to be a big deal. The question I have for you, Baldy's on the other side of the ball. Defensively, What is different about this defense? Why are they better than they were last year?
Well, I think some of it, John, honestly. I mean, you played Bo Nix week 1. All right. You played a New England team week 2, I think. And I'm sorry, the Tampa team that, you know, they struggle with a little bit. And then I'm getting things all confused here. I was thinking about Seattle. But
you're all right. That's all right.
No, I mean, look, I think, you know, Arizona last week, they couldn't run the ball at all. And they've been running the ball really good. And that was really impressive. You know, some of it is Davenport's, you know, so big. I know he's banged up, but, you know, he's just a big, huge guy. And, you know, Hutch plays hard, and Branch is in his second year. And so you just look at some of the guys they have right there right now. And, you know, it's just a tough group to move inside right now. And so there's one takeaway I had last week. I know offensively they're struggling a little bit to put points up the way they were a year ago, but I think the run defense is much better with DJ Reader, you know, along with McNeil. I mean, those are just guys that are hard to move inside right now. They got so much more size up front.
Let's talk Seattle a little bit here. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, grocery store. Add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Seattle at 3-0. What kind of team is Detroit seeing this week?
Well, defensively, they've been really good. Now, like I was saying before, I mean, Bo Nix and, you know, some of the guys they faced that hadn't been, you know, frontline players. But Mike McDonald's got those guys playing hard. They don't make the same mistake twice, it doesn't seem. The secondary is elite right now with Woolen and, you know, Davenport and Julian Love. I mean, they're a good group right now. So I think that they're playing well. The ball isn't going over their head like it was a year ago. You look at this rookie Byron Murphy to go with Big Cat Williams inside. They're much better, I think, defensively, at least fundamentally. Right now they have two totally different linebackers in Baker and Dodson. They're playing well. And the one guy that keeps showing up is that Boye Mafe, who's a really good pass rusher right now. And I just think Geno Smith, you know, they've been getting big plays. They got another one from DK Metcalf last week. I don't think their offensive line is great by any stretch, but I think Geno is good in the pocket. He's got 3 really good targets to throw to, and they've won games without their best running back, Kenneth Walker, the last couple of weeks, but Charbonnet has been just fine. So they kind of cobble it together right now with some of the injuries they've had on offense, but Geno's been really good and really productive at the quarterback position.
And we know Seattle's given Detroit's fits in recent years. Brian Baldinger, we appreciate some of your time.
Thanks, Brian.
All right. Thanks, John. Take care, guys.
Heather in the news.
Yep. You guys, Helene made landfall in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. This was late Thursday night. It was the strongest hurricane on record to slam into Florida's Big Bend. It brought winds of up to 140 miles per hour, life-threatening storm surges. Excuse me. 1.2 million Florida residents.
It's a lot of water. The hurricane is a ton, yes.
Holy cow. 1.2 million Florida residents woke up in the dark, didn't have power. Almost 3 million customers across Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas don't have power, and that could last for weeks. So people could be without power for quite a long time. There have been 4 storm-related deaths so far. 6 states are under states of emergency. Helene has now been downgraded to a tropical storm, but still really powerful winds of up to 70 or a little bit more than that, 70 miles per hour, obviously moving through the southern U.S.
Yeah, if you look at the radar right now, it's wild.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of rain, and it's like it's parked itself.
Yep. The Michigan Court of Appeals has thrown out a manslaughter charge against this Detroit gas station clerk who locked himself and 4 other customers inside the business. This was before one of them opened fire, killing one of the other customers and injuring 2 others. So prosecutors have argued that the clerk's actions made him criminally responsible, but the appeals court said that the charge just doesn't fit. The clerk did not have a weapon himself, nor did he directly injure anyone, and the court says that it is not reasonably foreseeable that this man, or that he would have known that the suspect would have actually pulled a gun. This is going to be a great concert. Billy Joel is coming to Ford Field. He and Stevie Nicks will be in town on March 29th for their show that's billed as One Night, One Stage. This is going to be Billy Joel's first concert at Ford Field. Tickets go on sale at 9 a.m. on October 4th. That's through Ticketmaster. And the date is actually quite fitting. This March 29th. It's the 88th day of the year, and it's National Piano Day worldwide.
That'll be a great show.
Yeah.
Little fun fact. Oh my gosh, it'd be incredible. I'd love to go to that. I saw this. I was like, let's go. Let's get tickets. Should be fun. You guys, have you heard Diddy's lawyers use the Costco defense?
Yeah. What was this?
Yeah. So his lawyer is using this Costco defense to justify the crazy amount of baby oil that was seized from his home during that big raid. So his lawyer, there was more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil in Diddy's house, and his lawyer said he just likes to buy in bulk. That was his lawyer talking with TMZ. And now a spokesperson for Costco is speaking up saying, hold up, this is ridiculous. We're going to shut down this claim. We don't even sell baby oil at any of our stores in the U.S.
Yeah.
It wasn't Costco.
And for the guy at TMZ to have to explain why the baby oil might be used or what it might be used for.
And how about his lawyer? Oh, 1 bottle goes a long way. What are you, an orgy expert now? What are we doing?
Yeah.
No. Those experts are in Ann Arbor.
Oh, gosh, stop. So the top dating trends for 2025 are out. And if you're off the market, I guess you could call yourself lucky that you don't have to deal with all the yap trappers out there.
Wait, what?
Have you ever heard of a yap trapper? That's a new dating term. Apparently, that's when somebody just talks about themselves on a date and doesn't ask any questions.
Yeah.
Yep. There's some more terms that are questionable.
Okay.
Freak matching.
Oh, freak matching.
Yes. That's connecting with somebody over shared quirks or general weirdnesses. Grim keeping is bonding with somebody over your darker side or shared dislikes. And being smutton. That's when you fantasize about things from shows or movies happening in real life.
John, what's your favorite of that trio?
I don't know if I get the smutton one.
I don't really either.
But
well, I can see it because
is it like smitten with smut? Is that the thought there?
Yeah, I guess so. But like you kind of think like
what's the
things
freak
are
one
going
again?
to play out. Oh, they're freak matching.
Not to be confused with the freak off.
No,
the Diddy story. These are two very different things.
Yes.
Very different.
I like to separate from those stories.
Yes.
Yes, very different.
All right, that's Heather with the news. We got the picks coming up next where Heather continues to reign supreme. It's 97.1. And we talk about all these big games on a given weekend, and one of the best places to watch all the games, we tell you about Circa. We tell you about Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, with a viewing experience that's built for sports fans. A sports fan's paradise, as we went out and saw in late August. You can chill in one of the 6 pools, 3 different levels, always a perfect view of a massive 40-foot-tall, high-definition screen. Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch football, maybe some baseball, postseason action, swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and a nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot. That might be a cozy day bed. It could be a private cabana all to yourself. Grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. 365 days of sports. Poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, it's all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com.
Okay, here we go. Let's see what we got here. 92-44 FanDuel Jansen. NFL Week 5 is here, and you can start with a chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And if you're new to FanDuel, you can get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, absolutely guaranteed. All you got to do is place your first $5 bet and maybe put it on a same-game parlay, an SGP on Thursday Night Football. Start the week off right. Bucks and Falcons. Let's go with Baker Mayfield over passing yards, Drake London over receiving yards, and hell, let's throw in another Falcon, Bijan Robinson anytime touchdown. Whatever you want, build your own or choose from some that are already pre-built for you. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, and let's go with 92-42 Jansen, FanDuel. The NFL season is flying by, but you still have time to start the NFL season with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You can get started with $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, and it's guaranteed. All you got to do is place your first $5 bet. And since the Lions are off, let's take a division opponent and a friendly guy that we know. Let's go Packers and Rams. Let's go Matthew Stafford over passing yards. Let's go Jordan Love. Think he'll be back anytime touchdown. And let's just say, you can go anything you want. Cooper Kupp, if he's back, go over receiving yards. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And one more. 92-40 Jansen, FanDuel. Cap off the NFL Week 4 slate with a chance for a big dub on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You can get started with $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. That's Monday Night Football, and let's put together a same-game parlay for the Seahawks visiting our very own Detroit Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown, over receiving yards. Geno Smith. Let's go under passing yards. DK Metcalf, anytime touchdown. You could build your own or choose from some that are pre-built for you in in America's #1 sportsbook, and that is FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen. to make every moment more this NFL season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and that's All Day IPA, and here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer. It's easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether that's at home, at the tailgate, in the stadium. You can visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
No quitting this team. Gritty Tigers come back. Against a good bullpen, good reliever. Win the game, continue to win the game. Their win plus a Twins loss means the magic number's 1 today. A win, and they're in. We had a caller bring this up earlier, and we checked on it. Today is the 25th anniversary of the final game at Tiger Stadium. So a little more of that poetic justice, destiny.
Poetry.
We had a ticket texture. We'll get back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Couple ticket texts. The first one says, Heather broke Jansen. She's living rent-free in his head. What a meathead.
I've tried to go with reasonings as to why I would pick these teams. And then Heather picks Tennessee because she wants to go to Nashville. or because she likes them. So I thought, well, what the hell? I'm just going to throw caution to the wind. I'm going to pick a team just because I don't like the other team's coach.
Heather, are you paying attention to more of these games now that you're winning?
Oh, for sure. I mean, not really close attention, but I always want to know the score. I don't know how you guys do it because it's stressful. Like, if I was a gambler, I would be, like, hyperventilating all the time because it is so stressful now being more involved because, obviously, I want to win. Like, I play to win, so, like, I get stressed about it.
I play to win. Yes. I play to win.
John, have you ever had a moment where you thought, what have we done? Because Heather didn't pick games, last year, hasn't picked games before. What have we done? We've trash-talking Heather Park sitting in first place, looking down at everybody.
But here's a little behind the scenes as well. Last year, Heather and I did a little test run. And before she left, while she was pregnant and had Brooks, I had her fill out her, sheet of picks.
How was she doing?
She left, and even at that time, I would text her the picks, and she would send me hers. And then after she had Brooks, it was, like I wasn't going to bother her with just this nonsense.
Come on, Heather, we need a fake game pick.
So I went back and I looked at her picks and did some math on it, and she was right there. So last year I finished first, amongst the dudes, and Heather was second all the way through. And I don't remember exactly when it was that you left for.
Yeah, I don't either.
But it was more than half the season. And so she's right there. And she never told me her reasonings at that time.
Mm-mm.
It was just, okay, here's the picks. And I looked up, I'm like, okay, whatever. She's got her reasons. I had no idea it was because she liked Uga, the dog. That's why I'm picking Georgia. That's why she's picking Georgia over Alabama, because they have Uga.
But it's broken you because now you're picking.
She's 19-9.
Yeah.
Like, if she had put $5 on these games, like, she'd be dancing in the money.
Yep. Up 10 units. That's ridiculously unsustainable. We're going to catch her one of these weeks.
I don't think we should be talking about John and Heather exchanging picks over text.
Well,
these are happily married people. Greg.
Yeah. Well, I did say she sent me her picks. I wasn't sending her any.
Okay, picks. Some ticket texts on the Tigers.
Yeah, are we supposed to go to news now or what? I mean,
whenever it gets a little hot, you just where's that music?
Heather and news.
We'll get to Heather's news in the 9 o'clock hour. We have Cookie Jar on a Friday. That's at 9:35. Mike Valenti's Dog of the Week. We'll ask him about the Tigers as well. That's at 9:18. Some of your thoughts on the Tigers. Texter says, I bought tickets to tonight's game months ago.
Okay.
4 tickets, $40 each. Now our section is $250 a pop. Wow. Do I sell for $1,000?
No, go to the game.
Yeah, go to the. I mean, you do the math on that. He's going to be making $750, and I mean that could be close to a month's worth of groceries. Could be rent. Could be half a mortgage or a mortgage payment.
Car payment.
Yeah, could be a couple car payments.
But this is where I don't know his finances. I would go to the game. Now, if you need it, like you're working 2 jobs and it's a big chunk of money, it's the same thing I would say with gambling. We get guys that'll email our show and say, should I cash out? If it's a life-changing amount of money, do it. Otherwise, you made the bet to be right. You bought these tickets to go to a Friday night and a chance to see something special now. I wouldn't cash out on that.
No, and he's in it for $160. And I get the return, but the fact of the matter is, probably a family of 4. That memory that you're going to have, that family memory is worth way more than that $160. It's worth more than the $750 you'd make on it.
And we
$800.
And we had calls, and I loved hearing from people who talked about how they are getting their kids into baseball because of the Tigers. It was teachers, it was moms, it was dads. This is a chance, family of four, I'm assuming a couple kids that haven't seen a lot of baseball success, chance to hook them for life as a baseball fan. The celebration tonight. Tom was telling us, on a radio side, we're getting ready for, if they win tonight, extended coverage with Dan Dickerson, Daniela Bruce inside the clubhouse with the champagne bottles, like to be at the ballpark, to be in Detroit for that tonight.
The 24 Tigers are the gateway drug to ultimate fan sportsdom.
Maybe don't phrase it that way if we want parents to. No, I got you. And I think part of the story of this team is the fact that you haven't had a chance to be part of these moments until now. And now you do. You haven't had a chance to take the kids down to meaningful September baseball, and it doesn't get more meaningful than tonight. It's the White Sox who are going to throw their best pitcher. They want to stick it to Detroit. Well, Detroit can stick it right back and give them 121 losses, the most all time. They can cement the playoff spot, and then the weekend becomes a celebration. You show up for the encore. You show up Saturday and Sunday there's nothing else going on. The Lions don't play, and it ends up becoming a celebration all weekend.
Well, and how about this? It's not only the gateway to your sports fandom, it is all the people that went down, what was it, Tuesday, and they're like, oh, I had no idea this was cashless. They probably haven't been downtown in a while. All the people that went downtown for the draft that hadn't been downtown in years came away saying, I can't believe how great the city is. If you haven't been down to Ford Field or the LCA, this is your opportunity to go downtown to Detroit. You're going to be amazed at how awesome downtown Detroit is.
Sell the tickets and use the money to see the Lions or a Tigers playoff game is what the texter says. Well, first of all, the Tigers aren't guaranteed a home playoff game.
Right. They're gambling a little bit at that point.
Right. And I guess you're going to use it towards a trip to Baltimore.
Could be the second round.
Detroit in the second round would have home playoff games.
Yeah.
And there is still the long shot for people who don't know that Detroit could host the wild card playoff round, but it would involve sweeping the White Sox and the Twins sweeping the Orioles.
And Kansas City losing a game.
So I haven't double-checked this. Someone pointed out that we don't actually need Kansas City to lose because in a three-way tiebreaker, Detroit wins the three-way tiebreaker. I don't know that 100%.
I didn't explore the three-way. But if we win the three-way, I mean, no one loses, right?
You can do that in your own time, John. Tiger text, phone calls, and more. It's 97.1.
After yesterday's optimal results, the only way the Tigers would not make the postseason is if they were swept at home by the 120-loss White Sox and the limping Twins were to beat the Orioles in 3 straight as well, so not very likely. Detroit's playoff odds now a projected 99.3% by ESPN and Fangraphs. Manager A.J. Hinch continues to enjoy the ride. Yeah, seeding is still up for grabs, too. The Royals could be overtaken by the Tigers. KC finishes their schedule in Atlanta, who are still fighting for their own wildcard spot. Thursday Night Football, Dallas gets back to 500 with a road win over the Giants at MetLife Stadium, a final of 20-15, each team kicking 2 field goals in the final 30 minutes of the game. Very exciting. Meanwhile, the Lions are gearing up for prime time in 3 days. Aiden Hutchinson said they're going to have some urgency on defense after not having beaten Seattle in any of the past 3 years. Aleem McNeil says he's going to play. Dan Campbell squashed the idea of Frank Ragnow playing through his injury. And if you want to watch Michigan State take on Ohio State tomorrow night under the lights in East Lansing, the broadcast was announced to be a Peacock streaming exclusive, so watch out for that. Kickoff was moved from 7 to 7:30. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, open lines on the Tigers. They won. Twins lost. Magic numbers 1. Let's get to Chris in Clarkston. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good morning, Chris.
Great. Good morning.
Hey, I want to talk Lions and Tigers.
You came to the right place.
I want to talk about the Lions first. I was watching that Tampa game. You know, we couldn't really plug it in the end zone, and we got Gibbs running out of bounds, can't even take a hit. He's at the 5, and he can't shake off a safety for a touchdown. Come on, I thought this dude was supposed to be a beast. Give it to Montgomery, let him pound. I want to talk about Tigers. We got the Tigers on a run, right? Mm-hmm. Only thing that I got to say is I went to the game on Tuesday. I'm 40 years old. I had a 24-year-old to my left, bunch of guys rooting for Jackson Jobe to come in. And then behind me, I had an 80-year-old couple. So I love the everybody in Detroit. It's great. And I want to say, rounding third, McKinstry on Wednesday's game to take I forgot it was a tying or it was to take the lead. But that dude was on his horse, and he was making me laugh so bad watching this dude run to home rounding third. That was just great. And then I want to say, if anything is going to work, it's going to be Rodgers' mustache. That boy has got the best mustache in the biz. Go Tigers.
Yep.
Appreciate it, Chris. Let's go through that phone call.
There's a lot to unpack there.
The start Tigers, work backwards.
Okay.
First to third, taking the extra base, rounding guys in from third home. We had Andy Dirks on earlier in the show. If people missed it, Odyssey Rewind. He talked about how there was a meeting with this group about, hey, we don't have the power, but we got young legs and we're going to run. And the Tigers have been, and they showed a stat on the Comerica scoreboard, one of the best first to third teams in baseball since this run really started.
Some of it is smart base running, like Riley Green, and with the ball in the dirt.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it is just the aggressive mindset of, we've already seen it from Cora, the third base coach. Like if it's even going to be close, he's sending you.
And there's been a few this year that you go, why did he do that? But the thought is more often than not, you've actually added runs.
Yeah. Hey, coaching staff, management, no one's going to be mad at you. Let's take the extra base
and force them to make a throw. Put the pressure on the other side, which is what they've done so well. The Gibbs point, he may be surprised to know that Gibbs is averaging more yards per carry than David Montgomery.
Yeah.
And you want both these guys to keep each other fresh. I don't know why Gibbs is catching strays today.
Well, we could be disappointed that he went out of bounds instead of scoring a touchdown, but how many times are you disappointed when somebody gets knocked out of bounds at the 1 yard line instead of scoring a touchdown? Like it does happen. I'm
not going to get hung up on it either.
Me either.
Okay, let's get back to the phones. Jim, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good morning.
What a great day for Detroit Tigers fans. And I just wanted to point out one thing to you. Can you name the team that won a division for the first time on Comerica Park's field?
Go back.
You can't?
20 plus
Chicago
years.
White Sox in the year 2000. So how poetic it would be for us to throw it right back at them, because I know those fans that were there in 2000 had to sit there and watch the celebration on the field. So now we get to return it.
Well, we get to return the favor and hand them the worst season in baseball history.
So
just a little bit better, isn't it nice?
It's so nice because they want to save Crochet and they want to play spoiler. Detroit can hand them the worst season in the history of baseball on the very same day. And Detroit is going to send one of their guys to the bump today.
You know what? Yeah, well, I mean, one of the undecided.
Yeah, I didn't have the name for you because we actually don't know as of today. They're going to send one of their guys, and that's been the bit all along, right?
Yeah.
Is that undecided is one of the MVPs of this Tiger season. I don't know who's. Maybe it's Tyler Holton. I don't know, John. And I wonder, would you buy an undecided jersey?
Why not? I mean, especially if they're the MVP of the team. Don't you want the best player on the team? What?
Right. Like, Scuba only throws every fifth day. Undecided throws the other four.
So what's the number? Just a question mark or just a blank?
Is it the number of wins they finish the regular season with?
Well, it could be.
So
but then you have to wait.
Yeah, you couldn't buy it now.
Yeah, you want to buy this thing
now.
now.
You can't do a question mark, can you? They wouldn't sell that.
Just do
you custom make it.
Just blank.
No number.
No number.
Undecided with no number. Or number 0?
Sorry, but
hashtag
technically blank is retired.
Right, yeah.
With Ty Cobb.
Minor detail
you
there.
can't use it.
So what do we do? But I think it'd be hilarious if someone actually had an undecided jersey. Because it has been a story this season, right?
I meant to ask Andy Dirks that because at the end of the game, if you were listening on the radio to Dan and Andy, and they were going to give out the MVP of the game, they actually said, no, we're good. And they did this again. They used the word again. We're not going to hand out one single MVP because it's been a team effort. It's been that group effort. So they actually have given it to undecided.
I have an idea, and I can look this up here in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Is there ever a number that's not been worn? 0 through 99.
I can't imagine there's
or
been
double zero.
I think Greg's going to look at it. We did this when
they played baseball for 100 years.
When the pandemic started, we did the best number in Detroit sports, 0 through 100, because we had nothing to talk about, and you could actually search this kind of stuff. And
but hold on,
I'm
what
sure
you're
there's
saying,
a number that's never been used. I bet there's more than one.
Really?
Like 97 or something like that. Well, that'd be great for us. Could make undecided 97.1.
What do you guys think? What number would undecided be? This is a stupid question. Would you buy an undecided jersey? That's kind of a fun question. 248-539-9797. There's also a stupid question that Tom wanted to ask, and I guess we can throw it out here because we're going to run out of time. No, like you've pushed this in the show sheet for a few days. Like full transparency. Tom's like, we should ask the audience.
Is there any other kind?
We should ask the audience, guys, who would you rather play, the Astros or the Orioles? Because it all comes down to this week and this weekend. Who is going to call in and say they'd rather play the Houston Astros instead of the Baltimore Orioles? You'd rather play Baltimore, who you've beaten in 2 series this month. You'd rather face Baltimore, who doesn't have a pitching staff. The Astros have guys that have won the World Series, that have gone to the ALCS. They're a much better team. They've been much better in the second half of the season. Who is going to say that they'd rather face Houston than Baltimore?
I mean, I don't think it's a dumb question. I mean, it may be like severely one-sided, like you're suggesting. I mean, remember John, was it 2 weeks ago, was thinking the Orioles were the 27 Yankees.
What?
Your headphones working?
No. I'm looking up the jersey numbers. Stop bothering me.
You were very high on the Baltimore Orioles before the 2 series with the Tigers.
Yeah.
But you would agree with me, like this is a slam dunk answer.
I don't think anybody thought going into those 2 series that the Tigers were going to come out and win both series.
Right. But I'm saying, between the 2 choices that Gov wanted people to pick from, would you rather play the Orioles or the Astros? I'm not afraid of either in a 3-game series where Scooble throws game 1, but I'd rather face the Orioles, right?
Sure. I mean, given that choice.
Like, Tom, even you would say.
No, I say, I want nothing to do with Alvarez.
Yeah.
He might be the kryptonite of undecided.
Well, it could just be Houston in Houston. They don't lose it at home in the playoffs.
Well, exactly. And I've seen him hit so many moonshot playoff home runs there. I just envision that, and that'd be a horrible way to end this. But to Greg's point, with the Orioles being the 27 Yankees, this was when we couldn't get you reeled in like 7 days ago. You just didn't believe.
Well, because I didn't have the ability at that time to suspend reality. And now reality is that the magic number is 1. They control their own destiny. But I was looking at it logically. When we went back to, when you made the comment, 33-11.
All right, we found this. Let Jim set it up.
Oh, yeah. You went back and dug this up because in early September, right around Labor Day, we were talking about, are the Tigers actually in it or not? They were 5+ games back. What's real contention? Are they fake contending? And I think we all kind of settled on they're fake contending because it would take the unthinkable for them to get in. if they sweep this weekend, they hit that absurd mark that we discussed to start September.
That was 1 month ago today. It was August 27th. It was the show before the Angels series at home.
Wow.
This is nuts.
We do have someone that wants the Astros. John in Macomb, what's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good.
What's your thought?
Okay. Houston Astros, the debate on who you want the Tigers to play in the first. Oh, it's Houston all the way. Two reasons. One, I love to see Hinch back at his old ball, where he coached before. But second of all, when you beat a team like they did the Orioles, and then you got to play them again in the playoffs, I feel it wears down mentally that eventually that the Orioles, which are a great baseball team, it just seems like the Tigers have already done their job of beating the Orioles, and that it'll be fresh when they play the Houston Astros. And I feel Hinch has that upper hand on the Astros, knowing all the players. So I myself am hoping, and now I think they are for sure, unless something dramatic happens, they're going to play the Houston Astros.
Listen, there's a story either way. Like it's Hinch against his old team. It could also be the Orioles who didn't want to pony up to add one of the pitchers at the deadline, and now they come back to haunt them in the playoffs in Baltimore. Ticket Text is saying there is someone on the station who prefers Houston as well, and he's actually the guy joining us in studio next.
Really?
Apparently Mike Valenti would prefer the Houston Astros as well. We'll get some of his thoughts, his dog of the week, cookie jar at 9:35. It's 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and you should be banking with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, just like they did me, and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. They're also deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
We'll get to your dog of the week here in a second. Tigers have been the story of the day. Turn your microphone on and join us.
That's nice. Sorry. Hi, guys. How is
What's going
everybody?
on?
Nothing. Ready for hour 38 of Tiger Talk.
Yeah. I mean, who would have thought that we'd be talking Tigers
Who would have
in
thought
September?
that we'd be so sure they're getting in that it's not really – it's not even one of these hopeful things anymore. It's more like, can we just get this over with, do the champagne, and then
Well, at least they control their own destiny today. We don't have to wait until 11
No.
o'clock for the Twins to implode.
The Twins don't want to play baseball for money anymore.
You guys have had voodoo. We've talked destiny. How do you explain the Twins last night bunting into a double play in extra innings?
How do you explain Correa walking to first?
Just giving up on their season.
I don't know. How do you explain Baldelli getting out of bed in the morning? I have no idea.
Derek Hill, former Tiger, making a heroic play
Rod
in center
Allen
field.
on the call.
How do
Willie
you explain
Castro on the
this?
hit.
I wouldn't be surprised if I looked in the dugout and it was Jimmy Dugan as the manager and not AJ Hinch. It's just the movie. Where's Danny Glover?
Yeah.
Henry Rosengraten. Whatever.
It's the one thing I wish I would have asked AJ. Can you confirm or deny the use of voodoo during this run?
Or like the end of a Scooby-Doo ep where like AJ's going to unzip himself and out walks Wilford Brimley from the Natural. Like, I don't know. It's just I stopped trying to explain it 2 weeks ago.
Just enjoy it.
I just told no, people can't because they're miserable.
What do you mean?
Although you still have an element of people that are upset or they don't want bandwagon fans or like, well, you weren't nice to Scott Harris in May. And it's like, yeah, that's how life works, okay? When you're 12 games under and you're 10 games out and you trade your second best arm and you stretch out your best arm and you hand AJ Hinch a collection of undesirables from Toledo and they turn into Mariano Rivera. Yeah, I think it's okay to be like, yeah, this isn't good for me.
You didn't have to see a 51-year miracle coming to enjoy this.
No. Which is where I laugh because it's like, guys, if you think you get to gatekeep fandom, you're insane. That ballpark tonight is for everybody.
Maybe that's the name of the movie. Instead of Undecided, it's Undesirables.
Who are these guys?
The Undesirables.
I mean, hey, here's Bob Gunther with an 8 ERA at Toledo, and you're like, wait, this dude's unhittable? Bo Brisky used to be a fringy starter. Now this guy comes out of the pen firing.
Yeah.
He's like Jonathan Papelbon.
Yep. So Tom had this question in our prep all week. We finally just threw it out there. Who would you rather play? I said, it's a stupid question. Of course you'd rather play Baltimore, but then I find out that you have said you'd rather play Houston.
Yeah, I would.
Why?
Because
What am I missing? They have like the pedigree, the pitching.
They got healthy.
They got healthy. Exactly. I'm with John on this. And again, I'm not taking away it. Again, let's not get angry.
Yeah.
But they didn't have Westberg. They didn't have Urias. They didn't have Mountcastle. They didn't have Kierstead. Those are four big bats in that order.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I agree with you. Houston has pedigree, but like Verlander's been awful.
Mm-hmm.
Houston feels old to me. Baltimore is one of the only young, athletic. They can match your energy, right? They can match.
But what's their pitching? Like, you're going to roll Skubal game one.
And they're going to roll Burns.
And you take your chances with Skubal in that spot. And then you got.
Would you? You act like that's a huge advantage. That Corbin Burns hasn't shut you down?
You act like it's, again, not that we're going to yell today.
I'm
but
not
you act
yelling.
like the Cy Young Award winner. I'm not allowed to puff out my chest and say,
puff
W,
you can puff your
W.
chest. They're not throwing out some scumbag with a 7 ERA. Corbin Burns is legit.
Right.
So it minimizes some of the advantage.
Well, and when you pitch two pitchers, all right, and one of them's going to be the Cy Young, the other one's going to be next in voting. What is it that you look at? It's going to be the bats. And as special as this run has been, the bats have been opportunistic. They haven't been better.
Yeah, timely.
Right. And so you look at Baltimore and you say, okay, well, if they're getting 4 bats back.
Look, I think the focus is they can beat either team.
Correct.
My preference, I worry that Baltimore's got some of the juice that you have if they're healthy.
Mm-hmm.
That they're young and they're athletic and they're exciting and you're going to go to their place. And I don't believe in walkovers in the playoffs. I think the Tigers
Agreed.
can beat anyone who's left. But if you're asking, I'm also with you. I don't care.
Yeah.
However
In a
this shakes
3-game
out,
series.
don't tempt the sports gods by manipulating matchups. Just go play.
All right, who's your dog of the week?
I wanted to ask you, we had several here on the pod.
Yeah, I mean, I can dig up our
No,
sheet.
you're good. It's more, this one's gross, John, so I apologize. But what about Louisiana Lafayette getting 4.5 at Wake? Wake Forest is awful.
Yeah.
Hank Bachmeier is awful. Their defense is awful.
And you're spotting them 4?
You just give me the 4. I mean, Lafayette should have beat Tulane last week. Receiver QB mix up in the flat. That was a pick 6 before the half. They came out of the half, had a kickoff return against them. Other than that, I mean, they dominated Tulane. They had the ball with a chance to beat them at the end. I don't know. I that to me is the one. But we also liked Auburn. We also liked
I'm looking.
RP.
I finally made it all the way down to the bottom of our sheet with the picks. There's a million of these college picks.
We provided some content there. Got a little out of control.
That's all right.
I'd go Raging Cajuns
all right.
plus 4.5.
Cayenne Pepper, the mascot.
He's
there you
terrifying.
go.
Terrifying.
I didn't make that up. That's their real mascot.
You got to go look at that thing. No kid would ever be happy to take a picture next to that. Awful.
Listen to the full episode, cash the ticket. The NFL episode will be taping later today. Mike will go through the car wash. You got the Boomer Pod coming up.
Oh, yeah. And then this afternoon, we'll be ready to rock, and apparently we're going to do a bunch of Tigers. I thought the Lions would play a little more today. I'm very surprised.
We sprinkled in some rag now. I think there'll be more Monday.
Yeah, some of it's delayed just because they're not going to play till Monday night.
Yeah, but you're ready to – you think they're steamrolling Seattle?
I think they're going to win. I'm
no PTSD with Gino and what he does to us? Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in that. Okay. I really don't. And my question is obviously Frank being down. Now,
that's a problem.
It's a problem, but the benefit is that they're at home.
Yes.
Communication will be easier. Graham is experienced. He's no Frank.
No.
But I liked what Wasika did in the NFC Championship game.
You're on a run here. Like, Aiden's playing high-level football, but he's also facing backup tackles every week.
Yeah.
Like, this is fantastic. He'll have 30 sacks if this continues.
Well, yeah, he's doing what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, and again, by the way, why am I ever looking at a team allowing a tight end to block him one-on-one? Can you, as a former lineman, explain that scheme to me?
No.
Please?
No. You put a running back, you set him in the wing, or a wide receiver, or tight end at the line of scrimmage, and you say, okay, well, you're a little further away, so maybe you could be a speed bump. No.
But it's got to be two guys.
Well, yeah, it's got to be him and then your tackle.
I saw it last week with the Bears. I'm sure you did.
Oh, yeah.
How are you asking when you're down 5 in the second half, you got a rookie quarterback, and you've got Cole Kmet one up on Latu?
No, thanks.
What the hell are we doing? I'm sorry.
You're good. We got to get to Heather's news. Mike, get out of here.
Okay, bye, guys.
See ya. Heather, what's up?
You guys, this is such a tragic story. A 12-year-old boy died while he was attending an overnight field trip at the Howell Nature Center.
Oh.
Did you hear about this?
I didn't.
It's just absolutely unbelievable. It was kind of out of control. Happened on Thursday afternoon. The boy was struck in the head when a dead tree fell on him.
Oh.
So these kids were with chaperones, right? Like, people were there. They were learning how to make a fire out in the woods. They were kind of in like a remote area of the park when they heard that cracking sound, a tree makes right before it falls. And everybody except this boy was able to get out of the way. The tree fell, hit him right on the head. He was transferred to the hospital by helicopter to Mott's Children's Hospital in Ann Arbor, but unfortunately he passed away from his injuries.
It's so scary because, this is probably a 5th grade trip. Jack, when he was in elementary school, at his 5th grade trip, went to the Howell Nature Center for his overnight.
Did he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And you think about how random this is, but you just never know. It's so scary.
Yeah,
you could think of other things happening. Like maybe something happens while they were learning to build a fire, but I would never think of a tree fall. I know trees fall, right? Like, I know it happens, but like, I would never even think of that being something, hey, honey, look out for falling trees. Like, that's not something on my radar.
Feels like a
it's
fluke.
Just,
no.
Yeah, exactly. It's so sad. You guys, there was a Bigfoot sighting in northern Michigan on Wednesday night. Yeah, a lot of commotion going on in Cadillac after a pair of troopers spotted Bigfoot. And it wasn't just one of those, cutouts that you see like on the tree lines in the forest or, in farmlands. It was the real deal Bigfoot. And Michigan State Police Lieutenant Derek Carroll said Bigfoot was a lot smaller than they anticipated and spoke good English. So he does exist. He is out there somewhere. You might spot him in your local grocery store buying Halloween candy in the near future.
It's wild.
It's cute. Cute story. Yeah, very cute. Did you hear about Anchor Bay's high school football coach who's been placed on administrative leave amid this Title IX investigation? Yeah, so this coach is also the PE teacher at the school. Now, apparently, he was trying to enforce a dress code because there was a female student whose clothing was too revealing for gym class. That's kind of what's being circulated. However, the school district has yet to release any official information, so nobody really knows exactly why he's been placed on administrative leave. But the team, his players, his students are all kind of supporting him, taking his sides. I guess the football team, they all wore a shirt underneath their pads last week that says "Free G" on them to release the coach, get him back. So I don't really know exactly what's going on, but he's been on administrative leave, and he was fired from his job at Warren de La Salle in 2019 because his players were accused of hazing. So parents are kind of like, hey, we need to know what's going on.
Of course,
What's
you want more
happening,
details.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Cookie Jar, some Friday fun. 10 o'clock today, a very different version of Karsh and Anderson. It's 97.1. All right, it's the cookie jar. Some fun on a Friday, some rapid-fire questions. The first this weekend is Michigan, Minnesota. The Little Brown Jug. What's the best college football rivalry trophy?
It's interesting you asked this. Obviously, you mentioned the Little Brown Jug, and I'm not gonna say Little Brown Jug. I'm partial to the Commander-in-Chief trophy, and it's one that is shared between 3 schools: Army, Navy, Air Force. I think it is if you win both of those games, you obviously get to hold the Commander-in-Chief trophy. I think there's nothing that is even a close second to it.
Heather?
You guys, I have no idea. The Paul Bunyan axe is pretty cool.
Sure, it's a giant axe. Wisconsin and Minnesota. It stays in the Big Ten.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Floyd of Rosedale.
That's a pig.
Oh, yeah, it's a giant pig. Iowa, Minnesota. Who doesn't love a giant hog?
John, and you could combine that with the Iron Skillet with TCU SMU.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. But I actually agree with Heather. I like Paul Bunyan's axe because I've got memories of watching Darrell Bevel, Wisconsin quarterback, taking the axe and chopping down the goalposts with it.
Yep.
Tom, do you have no? He's waving you off. No favorite rivalry trophy. All right, for me, it is a Midwest rivalry. It goes back 117 years.
Wow.
In-state clash. Iconic. The battle for the Victory Cannon. Central Western.
Okay.
Next question.
Shocker.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's such a dismissive cool. True or false question. A Seahawk is a real bird.
Is a real bird?
A real bird.
Seahawk. True.
Heather?
Yes.
Greg?
I'm going to say true, that you could go into the Audubon Society and find something called Seahawk.
Tom?
I'm going to go true, too, but there's something way back in my brain that tells me that it's based off of some other bird, but it's not the actual...
Right, it's based off an osprey, but...
Yes, there is no such thing as an actual
See, I knew it.
Seahawk. False.
Trust my gut.
Yeah. Well, it's not
fake
necessarily...
mascot.
I actually knew that. That's pathetic.
But John is right. Osprey is what it is based off of.
Yeah, sometimes called a Seahawk.
Yes. Lions will play the Seahawks Monday night. Who should Michigan fans be rooting for this week? Ohio State or Michigan State?
This is a tough question to answer. But I've always held true to the fact that the game, which is Michigan and Ohio State, is better when both teams are undefeated. Now, the only way Michigan could do that is be undefeated in the Big Ten. A bit of a stretch for that to begin with. But I guess I would just be polling for Ohio State in this one.
So I'm not going to should anybody. You root for who you want to root for. But I will tell you that we get into this game, fourth quarter, nip and tuck game, only decided by a couple of points. My heart of hearts, I will be pulling for Michigan State. Going to pull for the underdog.
Okay.
Tom, you're a member of the Blue Wall. What do you think?
I'm not in the blue wall.
I know. Just give me a hard time.
Sometimes. Same thing as Greg, I think. I think I'd be pulling for State. I do. I think it's because I didn't go to Michigan and I'm a Walmart Wolverine. Yes. From Tecumseh. That I don't mind seeing State have some football success, just as long as Michigan beats them.
I think if you're a Michigan fan, you want Ohio State to be the best they can be for your matchup at the end of the year. So I think I'm with John. Yeah. You root for Ohio State.
Thanks, buddy.
Your favorite fall food, what is it?
This one, you're going to have to hang with me for just a second because I love campfires, and you can have them all summer long. Campfires in the summer are s'mores. Campfires at this time of year is a thing called a doughboy. You take the ironclad. Yeah. I'm a doughboy, so that's why it works. But you take an ironclad pan, the clamshell, like you're going to make a sandwich. You coat it with a little bit of butter. You put some croissant dough in there.
Okay.
And then you pick your fruit. I prefer raspberry preserves or raspberry pie filling. Some chunks of cream cheese. You put some more croissant dough down. You put the clamshell down. You put it in the fire. Flip it over a couple of times, and when it comes out, it is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Huh. I've never heard of that.
Now you have. Now you got to try it.
I would try it. Heather, what
Got a
about
fire
you?
pit in the backyard there in Royal Oak?
Not really. Heather, what's up?
It sounds really good. It sounds like too much work for me, I guess, but it sounds very good. I'm going to be super basic. Anything pumpkin flavored for the fall. I don't eat it otherwise, so
Sure.
a good old pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin pie is good any time of the year,
Yep,
but
it
yeah,
is.
It's fall, though. That's a fall food.
So when you do eat the doughboy, do you sound like him after?
Yeah. Why, do I giggle like that?
Yeah.
The JMO giggle? Yeah. No.
Guys, see, this is one of those things where I'm like, there's only one right answer here, even though this is a question and everybody has their opinion, but it's chili. Chili is the best
Interesting.
fall food.
So I have
chili
something.
goes up there.
I have something in the chili family. I went with a hearty beef stew.
Stroganoff?
Sure, but you get that beef broth, you get the potatoes with the chunks of beef in there and the carrots. That to me, stick to your ribs. That's fall food.
Sure.
Scarecrows are creepy, right?
Only if you're a bird.
No?
There's nothing that's creepy about a
You
scarecrow.
don't think scarecrows are creepy?
No, you obviously do.
They're kind of creepy.
Why? Who's scared of a scarecrow
I'm
unless
not
you're
scared. I said they're creepy. There's a difference. Greg, you seem to have a thought.
I mean, isn't that the idea?
Yeah, they're supposed
if
to be
you're a
creepy.
bird?
Yeah, they're called a scarecrow. So
Yeah, but they scare crows.
For crows.
Yeah. There's nothing creepy about a scarecrow. It's just a straw stuffed clothes. Not scary at all.
And the last one I have, it is apple picking season.
Oh, yeah.
The best apple of the bunch is
Honeycrisp. I don't think there's much debate about this. I think Honeycrisp are good year round, but especially this time of year, name speaks for itself. Greg?
I love the Honeycrisp apple as well. However, I don't know all my apple types, but I just know what type of apples they have at Kroger. Have you ever had the Cosmic Crisp from Kroger?
I just saw them at Costco. I didn't pick them up. What are they?
They're a little sweeter than the Honeycrisp,
Yeah.
and they're like a good middle. Like, I love that. Colin likes the Honeycrisp, but he's enjoying the Cosmic Crisp as well. So I'm going with that one.
Oh, it's definitely Honeycrisp. You get a very, right in the name, crisp, flavorful fruit 100% of the time.
Juicy every time.
I like Granny Smith.
A good second choice, but the number one choice has to be Honeycrisp.
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's really not much debate. I don't know that I can necessarily say I've had the Cosmic Crisp.
Give it a try.
Yeah. Okay.
It's good.
Is it
Very
new?
good.
I
I don't know. I've been buying it for a little while after I saw it at Kroger, and it's good. It's very good.
Okay.
Cosmic Crisp.
Can I throw one in here?
Yeah, sure.
In the cookie jar?
Yeah, go ahead. Reach in there, Tom.
When your team's in there and in the playoffs, what's the best playoffs? Is it playoff baseball?
So baseball, you have the edge of your seat, each pitch.
Tension.
There's a lot of tension in playoff
You got to get to
baseball.
OT or a clinching game in hockey to get that kind of tension.
In football, it's always a clinching game.
Yeah, I mean, in football, it's terminal. If you lose, you're
Well,
done.
right. No, but
but if you lose one in baseball, you still have in the first round 2 more opportunities.
No, I mean just in the moment though, in the game.
I don't think anything beats a game 7 in hockey.
Right. I agree.
Probably.
Maybe the new college football playoff will bring some.
Yeah, maybe.
Or 50-0 blowouts in the first round.
Yeah, more than likely.
That's the cookie jar. Stay tuned for a very different Karshan Anderson show at 10 o'clock. It's 97.1.
Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, you can join the YMCA with no contract and no joiner fees and for just $3 a day. Now, I'm loving all the YMCA has to offer, including access to indoor pools, Les Mills group fitness, hundreds of machines, discounts on personal training, which I'm taking full advantage of now, all with free child watch while you work out. And now you can go and try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find your Y today.
Bars by Jason Benetti. Said so well.
Yep. Spot on.
Let's get to the phones. Josh and Wyandotte. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I believe Jim Costa needs to personally apologize to Kirk Gibson for giving him a hard time after he was on your guys' show for saying that these young kids are worth sticking with. I haven't heard one thing since that.
Were we wrong at the time that this baseball team was playing poorly?
That's a very Valenti answer.
Josh, it's an honest answer. I have no issue giving Gibby his flowers because he was positive in the face of a team that was not very good. Let's not get it twisted, though. They were not very good.
He hasn't been listening much because we've actually poked fun of ourselves for
Sure.
this.
A lot.
And we've actually said, I think we might
owe him.
entertain calling him on Monday if they complete this.
No, I think we owe him that. Listen, he did
If
see through.
They're going to.
I know. I just have to.
Yeah, you have to do the proverbial if.
No, but I know there's a lot of gotchas, and I have no issue giving Gibby his flowers. But the gotchaing of anybody who was critical of this team, they were a bad baseball team. They were 8 games below 500 in August. It's a 50-year miracle. The idea that we should have been nicer when they were bad, should we have? I think we're nice to them when they're good. We say positive things when they win. The idea that we should be anything but honest, I kind of reject.
We were out of patience.
Sure.
Both can be true, just like I said about the Tigers and Twins earlier. The Twins have gagged, but the Tigers have surged. And you can say both are true, just like both are true throughout the season with the Tigers. I actually think the way we've talked about this team all season long has been in the moment.
Yes.
That's what we're supposed to do. And we've been extremely complimentary. I think a troll right now would still be bringing up Matt Chapman.
Right.
It's over. They probably would have been better. So what? You don't know if this would have happened if they had him.
Very different version of Karsh and Anderson, as neither Karsh nor Anderson walk into the studio.
Gov mentioned troll. There's Rieger.
Stoney and Rieger today.
I just got a new place under a bridge. It's very nice.
Shots fired before you even sit down.
They haven't even sat down yet.
What's up, boys?
So this is an odd pairing today.
Yeah, some strange things happen.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, we
had
told.
we had to work before sundown.
So they give you the midday. Yes. Yeah, you're after sun up, and you're going to be off before sundown.
Yes, so Gator and Doug today at 6. No, I'm kidding.
Yes.
So which one's Gator and which one's?
Oh, that's a great question.
Well, your hair's more like Doug's,
Yeah.
and my belly's more like Gator's, so it's pretty obvious.
This is going to be amazing.
Wow. Wait, so you have Lois the dog then?
Well, I
wear a bike helmet. Yeah. Let's try
dogs.
to do this in character.
Yes.
So
if you did 4 hours in character as Doug and Gator, I think it would be incredible radio.
So how many kids do I have? He's got 7?
No,
Doug has 3.
Oh, okay.
Doug has 3.
Okay. All boys?
No.
How long have you known Doug?
We don't talk personal. I know he's got the one kid, but he grew up pretty quickly.
2 boys and a girl.
Okay.
And the girl, she's a little off because she loves me.
Your guy's show today is perfect for Who Said It.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Yes.
So say some crazy stuff.
We will.
What are we eating?
Oh, yeah. We could do. Oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to predict the champ and shump from Monday.
Yes.
Oh,
That's what we're going to do.
All right.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yes. So who will Doug choose? And I have to do it in his voice. I'll choose Tarek Skubal.
No.
They shouldn't need him to pitch.
No.
You might need him on Sunday.
No.
Stop it.
Is this what you're going to be doing today?
No. I'm very excited.
Does fit.
You're trolling before it even happens.
No, I am Doug.
It's
I'm the furthest thing from a
pre-troll.
troll.
It's the pre-troll.
No, we're going to talk about Michigan, Minnesota. We're going to break that game down.
Sure you are.
I'm Doug.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about my drone.
Right. And I'm going to talk about playing guitar.
And your dog.
Yeah.
And your dog, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
And how much you hate kids.
And the Tigers minor league
love
system.
I know you love them.
That's true.
There you go.
Yes.
We got this
Max
covered.
Clark, by the way, is a tweeting machine.
I saw that.
I love it. He's a fan just like us.
I know.
Was he at the game tweeting?
I don't
Or
think
was
so.
it just from some undisclosed location?
Undisclosed location.
Yeah.
So you've got the jar of pretzels. You have. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah.
You have.
Ooh, yeah. What else? So who's
the
on
champ and
top?
shump predict. Oh,
You love
They
a
do that
list.
so
Who's
who
on
is
top?
on top?
The Tigers are on top.
We're going to figure that out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And we
I
got
thought it was
Tiger
just a
tickets to give
general
away,
question.
too.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
How about
that
we-
part's real.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Absolutely. I
Go.
think.
I want to know who's on Stoney's list.
Oh, yeah. Who do you
yeah.
hate? Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Who do you hate?
Oh, there's so many people yet lately.
Start with just one.
Lately.
Not lately. There really hasn't been lately.
You don't seem
Give us
like a
one.
man of hate.
This is where things get weird, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
That's
Yeah, like
No, no, I know you
Springsteen's
got-
fashion
you got
designer.
somebody.
You see what Bruce was wearing yesterday?
yeah. Don't go there. Yeah.
Is that your impersonation of Stoney?
Are you
Is your one
I can do
Stoney
one-
impersonating
I don't know.
Gator? Okay.
I can do one impersonation. It's Caputo. Because
Yeah.
we all can.
Yes, you can. That's right.
Baseball.
Well, that's good. Let's hear yours, John.
I
No, you have a Caputo. Don't lie.
I've never tried the Caputo.
Do it right now in front of me. This is exciting. Come on. First time.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mark Ryan wasn't the only one right about the Tigers.
That's good.
That's very good.
That's very good.
That's good. Yeah.
Nicely done.
You know, when I played high school football at the Wiley Groves, I mean, it was a real man's game back then.
Yeah, we didn't have face masks.
You know, I got to hit off Steve
Why I'm
Howe.
on radio,
okay?
yeah.
2485. Whoa, whoa.
We're just busting balls, you know.
Yeah, check out. You know, I wrote about it on 97.1 The Ticket podcast, okay? Website, sorry.
If you're doing Pat, do Mark Ryan, John.
Well, can you do
I
Mark
heard
Ryan?
Valenti do it.
No.
There is, I will not name names. There is a play-by-play man from Detroit, does a wonderful job that does an absolutely amazing Mark Ryan impersonation. I heard it the other day. Wojo and I heard it the other day. It is sensational.
Can I guess?
Wow.
I don't know if this man wants that information out
Oh,
there.
okay, then I should.
Yeah,
you
guess so.
got to have the right background music.
Like a church organ.
Have an amen.
That's on your board, I think. That's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. Anyway, we got Tiger baseball coming up.
Yes, we do have a question about the Tigers and the Lions.
A great question.
It's a would you rather.
Okay.
It's something we really don't want to discuss, but we might have to one of these days.
Stoney and I were brought in to talk about the uncomfortable, yes.
Exactly.
It's Carson Anderson, clearly. Next, it's 97.1.
Well, hi, everybody.
What's up?
Oh, my goodness. You're not Gator.
No.
I'm not Doug.
You're not.
But the Tigers are going to clinch a playoff spot today. Stoney, I got to tell you.
Oh, boy, you're going out on a limb, huh?
Oh, please. For the next 4 hours, I mean, we're going to bring in the Lions. Birchie's going to join us at 12:45 to talk about the Lions. But this is mainly about this improbable, insane, ridiculous run that the Tigers have found themselves on. They've won 30 of 41. Meanwhile, the Twins, they've won 12 of 36.
It's incredible. It really is incredible. And it's fun to watch. The team, the fans are having so much fun. We were down there yesterday. You know, in the press box, it's a little different, but I went down for the last out and the last half an inning, and people were just going nuts. You know, in the past, you know, they have a 1-run lead, and you'd sit there, oh, boy, I hope you. There was no doubt in my mind that Foley was just closing the door. None.
There was no doubt in my mind the Tigers were going to come back and win.
Well,
and the former Tiger, Tyler Alexander, was on the bump, and he was dominating.
Yes.
And next thing you know, it's almost like the voodoo that's been helping out the Tigers and totally screwing over the Twins. It took a little nap, maybe hit the casino, showed up to Comerica around 6 o'clock, or the sixth inning, rather, and they put 3 together. And then, of course, that great at-bat by Malloy. And anything A.J. Hinch does is not wrong. Like, you and I were questioning, why are you pinch hitting J-Hen in that situation with first and third and 1 out?
Right, I'm sitting there saying, I mean, I know Carpenter's not that great against lefties, but the guy could hit a sacrifice fly. I have confidence in that. And if he didn't, and then he might to take him out, you might need him later. But what the hell do I know? It's A.J. Hinch. Everything he's doing, every button that has been pushed, is working.
But then you add that to the fact that the Twins are in a free fall. Must-win game yesterday against the 100-loss Marlins. Rod Allen, by the way, on the color.
Yeah.
And, dude.
It was unbelievable. And I don't have the package. Well, my wife would agree with that.
Yeah, your wife has the package. That's
but I was watching it on MLB Network. They were showing a good part of the game and how it was ending, and then going to the Dodgers and the Padres, which pissed me off. I said, stay with this. And the Twins, first of all, it was 4-0 Miami, and then the Twins come back, and Miami's like throwing the game away. They're like errors, and then when it was
they are the worst team in the National League.
Yes. So, and you're watching, and they have one of their relievers in the extra innings, walks the first 2 guys up, and they get bases loaded, and Santana's up, who has a great eye. He walks all the time.
Can't do anything but walk.
Right. You figure he's going to walk, and that's how the game's going to end. No, he hits a fly ball that doesn't do anything. They had bunt double plays. Derek Hill, the former Tiger, makes it great. Everything that happened was happening in the Tigers' favor, and it kept going 10th inning, 11th, 12th. I said, oh, my God, just end this thing already.
13 innings, Twins lose. Carlos Correa, the last play of the game, it's a routine grounder to the pitcher. Pitcher has a bad throw to first base. If Correa, I don't know, actually runs it out, he's safe at first. They're not dead just yet. And, of course, he dogged it to first. It was despicable. However, it's how things have gone. So now Tigers will clinch today. All they got to do is win, or the Twins have to lose, and they'll clinch. And we know the White Sox want this game.
Oh, yeah. They don't want history.
They got 120 losses, ties the 62 Mets. One more loss makes 121. They'll be the worst team in the history of baseball. So it's a big game. And Grady Sizemore, remember him?
Yes.
Yeah, the former Indian. He had the greatest cheering section, by the way. Do you remember what it was called?
No.
He had all these women come to watch him in Cleveland. They were called Grady's Ladies.
Oh.
It was amazing. So cool.
He was a really good player.
He was a great player, but
and they're going with their best pitcher
Garrett
tonight.
Crochet.
Yeah.
Yes, who, by the way, can only throw 4 innings on a good day.
Yeah.
Because they decided to limit his innings after the trade deadline.
Actually, he decided because he didn't want to get traded because he didn't want to pitch in the playoffs.
Which is a guy you definitely want on your team, right? Typical, perfect Chicago White Sox. So I guess we're asking the question, A, we know what's going to happen tonight. At least we think it's going to happen. But how are you going to react? And more importantly,
where are you going to go watch the game? Are you staying at home? You going to the game? You're going to be downtown because you want to be there with all the excitement. You're going to be at a bar. And even if the Tigers would lose, you're going to hang out and watch, hopefully Minnesota loses.
Well, that would be weird, right? Because if the Tigers happen to lose, which I don't think they will, then they start at 6:40. The Twins and the Orioles start at 7:40. So you would have to wait. But here's the other storyline, too. There's a chance that the Tigers could still get home playoff games in the wild card. All that needs to happen is they need to sweep the White Sox. The Twins, who, by the way, are dead as a doornail, need to sweep the Orioles. And the Royals need to lose one game to the Braves, I believe, just to be safe. And the Tigers would have home playoff games starting on Tuesday next week. Would you put it past them?
No, but I'd put it past the Twins to sweep.
I mean, that's
the problem.
Although once they're eliminating,
yes,
Tigers' luck, they'll get red hot.
Right, and it's unbelievable. So look, as you know, I've been watching sports for a long frickin' time. My first major memories of baseball, besides going to games, was when I was 5 years old in 1964, and we had World Series tickets, the Phillies and the Cardinals. And for some reason, we weren't going. And I said, Dad, how come we're not going to the World Series? Because, you had no internet. I was 5 years old. I didn't follow every game. As well, they didn't get to the World Series. The Phillies were up 6.5 games with 10 to play. It's one of the all-time chokes of all time. This is, for the Tigers, the complete opposite. I know the 73 Mets were over 8.5 or whatever out in the same time period to come back and make the playoffs.
That might be a little more impressive because there was less playoff spots.
Well, actually, it's less impressive because the Mets had a pretty good team. A guy named Tom Seaver was on that team. They had good players.
Have you heard of Tarek Skubal? He's on this team.
Yeah, I understand that, but their basic roster was better than the Tigers.
I got you. But the crazy thing about this team is, and you might disagree, and I want to ask the question as well, in addition to where you're watching tonight, because they're going to clinch tonight, I think we're all pretty confident. But now that they're going to the postseason, it's a given. How far can they go in the second season? Because if you play at Baltimore, they're still dealing with some starting pitchers being out. Rodriguez isn't back.
Right.
I'm worried about Corbin Burns because he's dominated the Tigers twice now.
Right. The only time the Tigers have lost has been when Burns is pitches.
So I'd probably rather stay away from Baltimore. But then you look at Houston and you say to yourself, they don't lose in the postseason in that building.
Correct.
And they have so much experience with Altuve and Bregman and Tucker, and the list goes on. And Verlander might not even make the playoff roster. So with that being said, the way A.J. Hinch manages this team, the timely hitting, the great pitching, the unbelievable defense, there's no reason they couldn't make a run.
Yeah, they could. Nothing would surprise me. Look, if you'd asked me to pick that series, I would pick Houston to win, just based on overall talent and the experience that you mentioned. But hell, nothing this team has done would surprise me. 248-539-9797. That's the telephone number. The ticket text. We do have a pair of tickets to give away.
Sunday's game.
So
game. There's a chance it could last till Sunday.
Right. And you know what? Even if it doesn't, it's still going to be packed. There's still Fan Appreciation Day, I believe. There's still going to be a lot of fun at the ballpark. The Lions don't play till Monday night. So go out and have a good time. Win some tickets. 248-539-9797. I also want to get, Jeff, what are people feeling? People, this team has been, as we know, awful for 10 years. So if you're 20 years old now, okay? So you were 10 the last time the Tigers made the playoffs. And, who knows if your memory is that great, This is all new. Are you loving this? Did you swear off baseball and all of a sudden, you know what? 2 weeks ago, I started watching again.
There's something about baseball, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because it's every day, that I do think totally gets the city more than any other sport. Even the Lions, believe it or not. Even the Red Wings, the Pistons, right? I truly believe there's something about a so-called pennant race. It's every day. My mom is 82 years old. God bless her. Well, she stayed up to watch the Twins game yesterday.
Well, she's a huge baseball fan. I met Freda.
Yes, Freda is a big baseball fan. And by the way, Rod Allen was on the call doing the color.
We'll hear some of Rod.
He was very excited.
Yeah.
Very excited. But no, I do wonder. It's a great question. What are you feeling? How far can they go? It's all encompassing. Tigers. Yes. I mean, they're going to clinch today, something nobody ever thought was possible back on August 11th. They had a 0.02 chance to make the playoffs. Now they have a 97.1% chance.
Oh, they got up to 97.1?
I just made that stat up, but it's close.
Because Fangraphs should have us at 99% by now, right?
I would assume so.
Yes, 248-539-9797. It's the Karsh and Anderson show with the replacements. 97 won the ticket. first and second, and they bunt, which is okay. I understood why they were bunting. And he pops up the bunt, and they double play. Not even at first. He got doubled off at second.
Rocco Baldelli, the manager of the Twins, he's going to be whacked.
Oh, yes. I mean, a mutual friend of ours was texting me during that game and said they should fire Rocco now.
They probably should. I mean, at least maybe, listen, they're not out of it yet, but they're essentially out of it. 1 win by the Tigers, 1 loss by the Twins. Tigers going to the postseason, improbable. By the way, 11:30. 11:30, Stoney and I are giving out what Stoney deems as an impossible trivia question. Impossible to win Tiger tickets to Sunday's game.
Okay.
Impossible. Like, it's a great trivia question. You can't even look it up.
No, you can look it up.
It's going to be hard to look up.
Is it the one where we said in the...
We'll talk about it. 11:30, though. Be listening at 11:30. We'll give you the question. You call in. First person to call in with the correct answer will win Tiger tickets for Sunday. And don't forget, Tiger tickets still available at tigers.com. I was looking today, by the way. They could clinch today.
Mm-hmm.
The secondary market has them as cheap as $45 for standing room today.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Pretty good.
That's not bad.
It's very good.
To see history?
Yes. And I would assume.
And fireworks.
Well, how about both at the same time?
That would be nice.
I would assume, though, when they clinch, they'll do a little something with the crowd. Then they'll go in the
absolutely.
clubhouse, have a good time.
Yes.
Can all the Tigers drink? I'm not even sure the answer is yes.
I don't think Job is over 21. Yeah, the answer, I think, is yes.
Oh, good. Because you saw what the Orioles did with Jackson Holiday.
Yeah.
Yes, because he can't drink just yet.
Yeah. Well, they can just pretend they're all Miggy, remember? Miggy allegedly couldn't drink.
Oh, they had a special little spot for Miggy.
Yeah.
It was the alcohol-free zone.
Yes.
But 248-539-9797. How you feeling right now? What are the emotions going through your head? And also, how you watching tonight?
Right. I mean, I know I have plans with my wife and some friends. We're going to go have the dinner, and depending on the game, how the game goes, is whether we're going to go to a bar afterwards or not. Because I haven't been told whether that bar that we're going to afterwards has a television or not.
Well, better.
It better.
Absolutely.
It's kind of a tiki bar, I'm told.
I think people should find their way downtown, because even if you're not going to the game, it's going to be a hell of a scene. The Wings have a preseason game today. Detroit's going to be jam-packed. And I do believe, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I do believe everybody's invested in this. Like, from the typical casual sports fan to the diehard, I don't think anybody's thinking about Monday night, Lions Seahawks. I think it's all about this weekend and clinching and going to the postseason.
Is this, by the way, I'm trying to figure out a delicate way, an FCC way I can say this. Is this game Jason Benetti's blank dream? Because
yes.
He gets to announce the Tigers winning the division, or not winning the division, getting to the playoffs.
Getting to the postseason.
While the team that dissed him has the worst record in baseball history in the same game. I mean, he would not say it publicly, but he's got to be smiling.
Well, you heard what happened tomorrow. He was supposed to do a college football game. Mm-hmm. And the Tigers even said, maybe they said don't do it, or he didn't want to do it, but Kevin Kugler's going to do it instead.
Right.
But yeah, so he could be here this weekend. And I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, he left Chicago. He's from Chicago, born and bred.
Mm-hmm.
He comes to Detroit. First year they make this improbable run.
Yeah. Although he was a White Sox fan, I think. But still, yes. He had to rub it in a little bit, I'm sure.
Let's go to Jackson. You're on the ticket. What's up, Jackson?
Hey, Rieger, Sony, how's it going?
It's going good.
Hey, man.
I'm excited. I was up last night watching the Marlins and the Twins. That was some terrible baseball.
You know what, Jackson, it was worth it. It was one of the worst played baseball games, especially the extra innings, that I've ever seen in my life.
I couldn't believe that game was going on so long. It was ridiculous how just terrible that was. But as soon as that game ended, I bought tickets, and standing room only, but I'm going down there. I'm 21. It's been more than half my life since the Tigers have been in the postseason, and this is just a dream come true for me.
I can imagine, like the young people like you, Jackson, they've never really experienced this. So you were 10 in 2014 when they got swept by the Orioles.
Yes.
And that was the end of the run. They then sold off everybody in 10 years of dark days. Thanks for the call, Jackson. Enjoy yourself. That's the plan, by the way. You got to find your way downtown. Pack the streets. Let's go crazy. Like, honestly, because this feels like a World Series birth simply because of how it wasn't going to happen.
How improbable it was, and we can sit there and we will later, what is the biggest reason why this has happened? And we do have to factor in the Twins. Okay, it's it's not just as great as the Tigers are. If the Twins were like playing like a little below 500, we wouldn't even be in this situation.
No, the Twins have choked just as much as the Tigers have caught fire.
Yes, and it's amazing what the Tigers have done. And it's just incredible. And you watch that team play, and we're lucky enough to get into the clubhouse after the games. For me, occasionally I don't go all the time, but I was there 2 of the last 3 games, and they're excited, but they're so low key. They're basically egoless, at least publicly.
No, they are, because A.J. Hinch will take any of them and pinch hit for him. Like Kerry Carpenter, there's 3 guys in Major League Baseball, I told you this yesterday, that have the 3 best slugging percentages in Major League Baseball. Mm-hmm. One is Ohtani, one is Judge, and the third is Kerry Carpenter. One of those guys gets pinch hit for on a regular basis.
Yes.
The others would throw a freaking fit if they ever got pinch hit for, right? So the fact that you're pinch hitting for Kerry Carpenter, you're pinch hitting for Riley Green, the only guys that don't get pinch hit for are Parker Meadows, I feel, in center field because he's so important, and Trey Sweeney at shortstop because nobody else can play shortstop.
I know. And Jack Flaherty can't play shortstop.
Jack Flaherty can definitely not play shortstop.
I know.
No, you asked the question, like, why are they here? And I think the answer is multiple reasons. But one of the main reasons was Scott Harris, who, I'll admit it, I was really hard on. I bashed. I thought he was punting on the season. I was very mean to Scott Harris. With that being said, that trade of Flaherty to get Trey Sweeney and Lorenzo, but Trey Sweeney, who was thought to be a throw-in, dude is unreal. He's got like a 1.1 WAR, prorated out a season. It's like a 5 WAR. He's Matt Chapman at shortstop. He's a $30 million player. He is.
Based on WAR. He doesn't.
Based on WAR.
But he's still, he's hit a couple, he's like 2 home runs, I think.
Yeah.
He's been good. And it's interesting because most people, and I asked Scott Harris about that after the trading deadline. It wasn't my opinion because I have no idea who those minor leaguers were. But most in baseball thought that they should have done the deal that Houston and Toronto did.
Right, with Kikuchi.
Yes, exactly. And
who's been good for Houston, by the way.
Yes. So here's the question. But so if the Tigers made that trade, those guys might not, who they got, I don't think they even be in the major leagues, right?
I agree. So you're probably not going on this run. I do think, and maybe I'm full of it here, but and people don't want to say it because maybe it's mean, but getting Javi Baez the F out of there was massive. And a big reason that you got him out of there is because Scott Harris knew he needed a shortstop. Maybe just for the short term, to finish out the season. He didn't think they were going to go on this run. Nobody did.
No.
But you get a guy like Sweeney. He goes to AAA. You bring him up. You're not thinking he's going to be this. He can field. Isn't it great watching him field the ball and he throws the first and it's always a good throw?
Pretty much.
Like how many times did Javi put it in the dirt and Torque had to reach for it or it went by him or had to make a short hop play on it?
Well, let's be fair here, okay? The reason Javi's not here is because he had hip surgery.
No. The reason Javi's not here is because he's been an awful Tiger.
He wouldn't have his hip surgery. He wouldn't have.
Did he need hip surgery?
Yeah.
It was a scope. It was routine. Listen, I'm no doctor.
Okay.
What I do know is, I can tell you this, and you cannot dispute this. On August 22nd, that was Javi's last game.
Oh, I know.
They lost 10-2.
Right.
Since August 22nd, they're 25-8 without Javi Baez. There is something to that. You can't.
No, I'm not going to deny.
otherwise.
I'm not going to deny that, but I don't think. I never thought that this was a made-up injury or anything. Am I being Mr. Naive here?
Okay, so he left for a long time with the back issue. Remember, he was on the IL for a very long time. He did come back. He played a little better for a little.
Right.
Remember, he hit 3 games in a row with the home run?
Yeah.
Okay. Then he went back to being Javi.
Right, I understand that.
And they told him, Sweeney's going to take a lot of your time. And then they got rid of him after that Chicago game. So I think, maybe I'm wrong, I think he probably could have played through the season if he wanted to, if they would have let him, but why would you let him? That's a big part of the success,
okay.
I think.
Whatever. I never thought that they would just make up or make an injury more than it really was.
I'm sure he's hurting a little bit. I mean, he's I saw him playing 18 the other day. 248-539-9797.
He's the only person that can swing and miss at a golf ball.
Oh, I can do that too. Yeah. It's been a while though. What's the biggest reason the Tigers are where they are? I think the Baez thing is a big reason. And how you watching tonight? You watching on TV? You headed downtown? You going to the game? You going to a bar? I mean, what's the emotions going on right now? 97 on the ticket. All right, 1 hour from now, a very difficult trivia question. For Tiger tickets for Sunday's game, they could clinch on Sunday. Hopefully they clinch before. Listen for your chance at 11:30 for this trivia question. Be the first one to call in with the answer. You'll win a pair of tickets to see the Tigers on September 29th take on the pathetic, brutal, worst in the game White Sox. Tickets are still available at tigers.com. So 11:30, Stoney and I have been going over this trivia question. We've been perfecting this trivia question. It's very difficult. And the mind of you is it's an interesting place. Yeah. You remember stuff that the average human being does not.
Right. And I didn't remember all of this that we're going to give.
I mean, it was aided by some websites.
Yes, exactly.
But what's the biggest reason Detroit's here? 248-539-9797. And how you taking in tonight?
Yeah. I mean, you got to. It's a Friday night. And I'm sure they're. Now, if the Lakers, your alma mater, had a home a home game tonight, which we don't.
I would blow that off.
Well, I wouldn't blow it off. I would sit there and like last week, I have my phone. I give scores at like every stoppage of play. Of updates. When they were
really?
In Kansas. Who were they playing last weekend? Were they in Kansas
Baltimore.
City? Baltimore.
Yeah, they lost that game 7-1.
Yeah, I was giving scores like every time out.
So when did you know? When did you know this was going to happen? Like, when did you start thinking about it? Like, how many games back? I remember them being 4.5 games back, and I took Olive to a game on a Sunday. And believe it or not, my mother's temple was going. It was like a Jewish Sunday at the temple. They got these tiger hats with the Old English D on one side and the Star of David on the other side. I'll get you one. You'd look good in it. But anyway, her temple went, and I took Olive to the game to hang out with my mom and brother. And I remember thinking, if they win today and the Twins lose, they can cut it to 4.5. And this was about a month ago. You cut it to 4.5, it's real. When you got like 28 games to play.
I think for me, it was the Colorado series. And I went to the one game where Scooble pitched that they lost.
On a Thursday.
But yeah, right before then, I said, you know what? They have a chance. But I still didn't. But then maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention. But I said, but they still have 6 with Baltimore. They got to go to Kansas City, who's owned them for 3
before they lost Vinny Pasquantino.
Yeah, and they win 4 out of 6. Against the Orioles, and they sweep Kansas City on the road.
They've won 9 of 10.
Yeah.
They come back in damn near every game. It's insane. I think it got real for everybody just last weekend.
Yeah.
When the Lions beat Arizona, the Tigers beat Baltimore, Parker Meadows makes that unbelievable catch to stop it from being a 5-3 game. Remember, Tigers led 3-0, Baltimore came back, and then I think it was Santander hits that long shot. Parker climbs the wall, brings it back. Would have been 5-3. Tigers win, and then the Twins get swept in a double dip to the Red Sox.
Right. And then, how about Saturday? Within a minute, Michigan comes back and beats USC, and then the Tigers, Sweeney makes that play. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Yeah. Foley blows the lead. Tigers up by 2. Baltimore ties it. They put guys on second and third, nobody out. They bring in Brisky, and he gets out of it, and Sweeney makes the catch of the freaking year at shortstop.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
I know.
And now everybody's hooked. So how you celebrating? What's the biggest reason? 248-539-9797. How about Sal in Canton? You're on the ticket. What's up, Sal?
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good, thank you.
Good.
All right. I'm stuck. I'm in the middle of a bittersweet situation here. It seems like ever since that Bally's thing, whenever I watch the Tigers, they would lose. And then when I, listen to them on the radio, they would lose. So, I don't know what to do. Maybe you guys can help me out. How do I go about watching them or even listening to them?
Whoa, so you don't have Bally's?
No, I don't have Bally's, but my dad, he has Bally's. I normally go over there and watch.
So you can watch if you want. You got to watch. Sal, it's not you. You got to watch. And here's what you would do. Watch tonight. If they don't clinch tonight, and you're thinking to yourself, maybe I am a jinx, a curse, then don't watch tomorrow. Because they still got 2 more tries. And by the way, even if the Tigers get swept by the White Sox, the Twins have to sweep the Orioles for the Tigers not to go to the postseason.
Okay. And you know what? I thought about this a few minutes ago. Maybe I can watch them like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning on the replay. You think that might work?
Yeah.
Sal, it's not you. It's not you, my friend. I live in Canton. Come on over, watch with me. It's not you.
Oh, sounds good. I'll take your advice.
Thanks, Sal. Enjoy. Now, if he watches tonight and the Tigers get their butts kicked, don't watch tomorrow.
No.
248-539-9797.
You got some bad mojo there.
I'm just saying, the fact that it's not just they get opportunistic things happening to them, it's they've somehow jinxed or cursed the Twins. Like we were talking about this yesterday, Wojo and I were, and I mean this respectfully. I mean this as the biggest compliment you could ever say. But is AJ cheating again? because it's been unbelievable.
Well, he has the cheat code. That's
You can't say
different.
that now. I don't think you can say cheat
No,
code.
I know. Yeah, it's true. I wasn't meaning it. Yeah,
I
but
know. I'm messing around with you.
it's amazing. You could have this discussion about right now. I mean, I don't think he's going to win Manager of the Year, but you could certainly make the argument because of what happened. Do you give somebody the Manager of the Year for the last
40 games
for a month?
I think you do.
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a hard time believing that vote or the manager of the Royals was
Right.
Yeah.
But the Royals have kind of taken on water.
I know.
And you're right. Vote for the Guardians. They lost their best pitcher.
Yeah.
They've been very impressive, but AJ's got to be in the running.
Oh,
And
absolutely. He's in the running.
furthermore, I don't know who else should get. This team had a 0.02% chance to make the postseason.
Right.
And now they're going to make the playoffs. It's like nothing anybody's ever seen. You know, there's a reason when you ask people, like, what would you compare this to? That nobody really has a good answer because it's been done once, the 72 Mets.
There's nothing. We're trying to think maybe in other sports, you know, even locally or nationally. And the only thing I could think of as far as unpredictable that you would never thought about was like Michigan when Frieder left in 89 and they go and win the title. But they had a lot of talent on that team.
Right. They had Glenn Rice,
yeah, but
Ramil Robinson.
and they always screwed up in the tournament. Michigan State one year went to the Final Four as an 11 seed.
Right.
But that's really, you know, you get maybe the Lions, okay, in 2022 when they started 1-6 and ended up 9-8. They didn't make the playoffs because the refs hosed the Rams.
The Rams and the Seahawks.
Seattle won the game, but yeah. That's the only thing locally I can even think of, right?
The first thing that popped in my head, and again, it's college basketball, so that sort of stuff is supposed to happen.
Right.
But I remember when Michigan had the plane crash, and then in their practice jerseys, they win the Big Ten tournament. Like, nobody thought that was going to happen.
That's
Derek
true.
Walton was their point guard.
Yeah.
But other than that, this has never been done before.
No.
It's crazy. And the most crazy thing about it, at least to me, they have one starting pitcher.
Yeah.
Casey Mize, I don't think, we were talking about it yesterday.
Casey Mize may not be on that roster.
Okay. Right. Who's their starting pitchers? They don't, like, Hydro Montero's not a starter anymore. He's a guy that can give you 3 innings. Reese Olson's a dude that's not really stretched out, not really a starter anymore. He can give you 3 innings. You have one starter and a bunch of dudes coming out of the pen. And Stoney here.
A bunch of dudes who sucked in Toledo,
Yes.
some of them. That, to me, is the most amazing thing.
Okay, so I have this in front of me, and we'll get the calls. 248-539-9797. A lot of people want to talk. How you feeling right now? How you watching? The biggest reason the Tigers are where they are. But I wrote this down, all right? Are you familiar with these guys? Sean Gunther.
Yeah.
Okay. Sean Gunther, 3.31 ERA in Toledo. He's got a 1 ERA in Detroit. All right? What about Brennan Hanafy? He had a 5.17 ERA in Toledo. Guess what his ERA is now?
1.86.
2.05. Ty Madden, 7.97 ERA in Toledo. Gets the call up. What's his ERA now?
2.50.
2.61. And then I got one more for you. The incomparable Brant Herter, 5.80 in Toledo. 5.80. 2.61 in Detroit.
You know,
Fetter's a witch. He makes everybody. Somebody says Fetter made.
Yeah, I like that.
I stole that from somewhere.
You know what that's comparable to? If like Bryce Young got traded to the Lions, and, you know, and Goff got hurt, and the next thing you know, Bryce Young is doing unbelievable because of Ben Johnson.
Right, he wins like Offensive Player of the Year.
Yes, which brings us to a question.
Oh, you want to do this now?
Well, it's
Throw it out there?
we can just throw it out there.
I like it.
Maybe because it ties into what we were saying.
It's a great question. You want to do that next?
Let's do it next.
Question next. We'll get to your calls. Talking Tigers, 11:30. A Stony trivia question that makes you think. You can't look it up. And you can win tickets to Sunday's Tiger game, 11:30. First one to call in with the answer, 11:30. Win the tickets. 97 win the ticket.
248-539-9797. We have a pair of tickets to see the Tigers take on the White Sox. Final home game of the season. That would be Sunday.
Kids run the bases for free, Stoney.
Yes, and I'm sure they give out jerseys and all that kind of stuff. A lot of great stuff on Fan Appreciation Day. The game, I believe, is sellout or very close. So this could be your only chance to get the tickets. Now, I'm going to give out a trivia question at 11:30.
It's an amazing trivia question.
Thank you.
Stoney has spent hours on this trivia question. It's amazing.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, it's
I
a
know.
great trivia
It
question.
is a pretty good question.
Yes. All right. You want to go back to the phones?
Yeah, and then I'll ask the other question.
Oh, that's right. All right. Let's take a call. Then Stoney has another. This man's full of questions today.
Yes, I'm the Riddler.
Let's go to Gary on a cell here on the ticket. What's up, Gary?
Hey, Rieger, how you doing, buddy?
Gary, good.
What I have to ask you, not Mike, it's you, Rieger.
Hit me.
You were on a campaign to trade Scooble before the trade deadline.
Absolutely.
Every 10 minutes, you were saying, trade Scooble, trade Scooble.
Yeah.
Well, do you regret doing that now? And isn't it nice that they didn't listen to you?
Well, I don't think they're listening to me anyway. But no, I don't regret it because at the time, Gary, I didn't think this was going to happen. And at the time, it made perfect sense considering what you could get for Scooble, at least what we thought you could get for Scooble, and how that could help the Tigers rebuild. Because at the time, they didn't have a core. They had Riley Green, they had Colt Keith, they had Tarek Scooble. I mean, that essentially was their team. So, no, I don't regret it at all, but I like the way it turned out. Gary, let me take it a step further, though. I actually would love it if Scooble went against Corbin Burns in game 1 against the Orioles, and you beat the Orioles, and then Scooble says, suck it. You see what you could have had if you actually wanted to win the World Series?
The Orioles, yeah.
That would be great. I don't regret it, though.
Well, okay, I got to tell you something. To me, Scooble is a generational pitcher. They like Verlander. They only come once every 10 years, once every 15 years. A pitcher like of that quality. You do not let someone go when you have them under contract that long.
Well, you better re-sign him then.
You'll have to re-sign him, though. And here's the other thing, Gary. And I was one of those, if the Orioles would have given him Holiday, then I would have done it too. But nobody said you got to trade him for nothing. No, if you got a great deal. And here's the other thing. To call him a generational pitcher right now is way premature. He's had 1.5 great seasons.
But, Gary, the other thing, and Stoney's right, and listen, this is going to sound negative.
Stoney's usually right.
But hold on, like this might sound like I'm nitpicking, but all right, he's going to win the Triple Crown.
Yes.
Something that has not done before since Verlander. But today's pitchers, if you get 6 innings, it's considered a good outing. Tarek Scooble 3 times this year has eclipsed 100 pitches. Now, he's really good, but he's not Verlander in his prime. He's nowhere near Verlander in his prime. You know, he cannot throw 130 pitches. Now, I'm sure he would want to, but they won't let him. So while he's an amazing pitcher, I don't think he's generational yet.
Okay. Well, time will tell, I guess, guys.
Absolutely.
Great show, and thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, Gary. Good call. I get it. There's a lot of gotcha going on.
Oh, of course.
There's a lot of people that want to tell you how you're able to celebrate, or they want to police your fandom, Stoney.
I know. I can't.
What's up with that?
I know. Oh, look, we've all done that.
Not me. I would never do such a thing.
We all had our rules about wearing jerseys and things like that at games. And, some people like them, some people don't. My rules for jerseys, especially hockey ones and football, you can wear a jersey if the person's older than you.
Oh, man, you can't wear many.
No, exactly.
Like, you can wear Gordy.
Yeah, exactly.
What's Bobby Orr doing these days?
But that's just me,
Do you have your Terry Sawchuk jersey?
No, I don't. I don't. But I got that Del Vecchio on it.
You can wear that.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Here's the thing I think, and we'll get back to the calls, and you got a great question, but the only fandom I police is if you're one of these guys, like a Hatchet or a Rico or like my brother, who grew up lifelong Detroiters and then just bail and end up being a huge fan of another team like the Niners, the Steelers, or the Broncos. I just think that's weak. I mean, you got a team right here. I get it. The Lions haven't been great, but they're like, hey, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. I'm jumping ship. I'm going to pick a team that was winning at the time, and I'm going to cheer for them. I don't like that. That's the only fan behavior that I'm totally against.
I have. What about rooting for one team in football, one in basketball?
Actually, I hate that too.
It's bad, but
you
it's
got
not,
a ban. Yeah, that's bad.
But I don't hate the other team, though. That's the difference. You know.
Yeah, I wish you would, though.
I know.
Yeah, you are the rare breed. You root for Izzo.
Yes,
and
exactly.
you root for Michigan football.
Right. But when Michigan plays basketball, like I love the Fab Five, but if they played Michigan State, whatever. Okay, and I've gotten to the point now is I don't care what you think of me as far as that goes. That's just the way I enjoy the sports. Anyway, 248-539-9797. All right.
Go
I got
for
a question. We brought up the fact that what Chris Fetter has done is maybe equivalent of like Bryce Young went to the Lions and all of a sudden Ben Johnson turned him into a great quarterback.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Fetter is a witch.
Yeah.
I mean that very politely and respectfully.
All right. Death not an option, whatever term you want to use, okay?
Yeah.
You can only have one in this town. Chris Fetter or Ben Johnson.
Wait, so the other one leaves?
The other one leaves. Like
wow.
One leaves to become a manager or a head coach. Ben Johnson obviously has had opportunities and he's turned them down. We believe.
I'm sure Fetter has had opportunities too.
We have no idea.
You got to choose one. I don't want to choose one.
Well, okay. So you've been working with Wojo too long. At least me, labeled as Mr. Fence Sitter.
I mean, I know the answer.
To me, look, let's look at the job. What Ben Johnson has done is, I think, more difficult because it's game planning, it's play calling, it's things that are happening. However, the quality of the athlete that Ben Johnson has been working with, as opposed to the quality of the non-Scooble athlete that Chris Fetter has worked with, is considerably different. Personally, and I may be a victim of the recency bias, I'm keeping Fetter. Because what he has done is just ridiculous. And everybody thought he was a really good pitching coach. Okay, whatever. But the stats that you threw out about the guys from Toledo who were not very good.
The Brant Herders of the world, and the Brennan Hanafis.
Yes. What he's done with them is just unfreaking believable.
All right, so this question, very negative, very trolly by you. Very proud of you.
It's not negative.
It's very negative.
How is it negative?
You want to lose a very nice contributing member of Detroit sports.
Well,
you got to lose one of them, but you get to keep the other. But I agree with you. There is no question. It's Fetter.
Oh, damn, I wish we didn't agree.
No, it's not that we're just in baseball season and the Tigers are going on this run. Like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Dan Campbell, who has made all the right moves so far. And by the way, Ben Johnson is a Patricia hire.
That's true.
Nicely done, Matt.
By the way, and Bill Belichick, he gave Patricia, credit for creating the offensive line. No, what you give Patricia credit for is probably hiring Hank Fraley as the O-line coach and hiring Ben Johnson.
But he hired Ben Johnson as like a quality control
right,
coach.
Exactly.
But I would say there's no question because what Fetter has done here, you're absolutely right. Usually in any sport, if you stink in the minors, you're not going to be any good at the next level. But here in Detroit, you got a bunch of guys that stunk in the minors, and we just gave you the numbers, and now they're lights out the best bullpen in baseball.
Look at
and
what,
it's not just him. It's everybody he works with.
Flaherty.
Except for Kenta Maeda.
Flaherty.
Yes. No. Absolutely. What about Lorenzen last year?
Yes.
He traded.
These guys want to come here and get better, even if it's for 1 year, so they can go make more money somewhere else.
Right, but I trust Dan Campbell to hire another guy that could take over the offensive line and take over the offense, rather, and have success because he's made every good decision from this point on. I mean, he fired Anthony Lynn. He brings in Ben Johnson. He got rid of who's the
Aubrey Pleasance.
Aubrey Pleasance. I mean, it's all worked out for Campbell. I trust him. But it's a great question, though. So you got to lose one.
Right. You don't want to lose. Look, you don't want to lose any of them.
One's getting shipped out of town. Ben Johnson.
He's not getting shipped. They're leaving on their own.
He's shipped. You put him in a box. You're shipping him out of town.
See, that's where you're putting the more of a negative spin on it.
You started it. Ben Johnson or Chris Fetter. One's got to go, but the other gets to stay. Who are you choosing? By the way, I got this very mean ticket text.
Oh, boy.
From David Hatchet Hall, who I love, by the way.
Yeah.
Remember I said I didn't like the fact that he's a lifelong Detroiter. He's a religious man.
Yeah.
He's a pastor in a church in Detroit.
He roots for all the other Detroit teams.
So I said,
And he's a Michigan fan.
I don't like that fan behavior, going to be a Steelers fan or Rico going to be a Niners fan. He just texts me, screw you. I became a fan of the Steelers in 1997. What were they winning then? I'll wait. So there you go.
That's a good point. The Lions were actually good that year.
That's true. They made the playoffs, and then Matt Russell couldn't recover a fumble in Tampa.
Which makes it even more
weirder,
actually.
Yeah, actually. So it's even worse fan behavior. I mean, David, if you're going to leave the Lions, at least choose a team that wins, right? Come on, Hatchet. All right, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. I love you, David. One leaves town. Stoney's very negative. He's shipping one out of town.
I'm not negative.
Ben Johnson or Chris Fetter? Who would you keep? Who goes bye-bye? And then your general thoughts about the Tigers. 97 the ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. There will be a lot of Detroit fans downtown tonight, a 7 o'clock Red Wings preseason game, and the potential playoff clincher for the Tigers at 6:40. All they have to do is win, and they're in. Their opponent for 3 days, one of the worst MLB teams ever, the 120-loss White Sox, who did just sweep the Angels and are desperate not to make history, but analyst Andy Dirks is not worried about them. Yeah, talented lefty Garrett Crochet is who Dirks was talking about there. Actually sounds kind of Jeff Riegerish to assume that they're not going to sweep and have the
I'm very
Twins
uncomfortable with that kind of talk.
You're used to it. What are you talking about? No opener assigned yet for the Tigers. The first pitch will be at 6:40 p.m. As for the Twins, who could also seal Detroit's berth with a loss, they face the Orioles at home. As for the Red Wings, it'll be a rematch against the Blackhawks tonight at LCA. The plan is in the crease for Alex Lyon to start and Cam Talbot to take over for the third period. High school pigskin week 5, couple of ranked matchups include CC versus De La Salle, also Rochester Adams taking on Lake Orion. Still a couple of question marks for the Lions as Monday night approaches. Sam Laporta still has yet to practice with his ankle injury. Also, they're hoping to get Alex Anzalone and Brian Branch back from concussion protocol. The team coordinators will talk today in Allen Park. Elsewhere in the NFC North, Jordan Love may return under center for the Packers this weekend. They're calling him a game-time decision to come back from his MCL injury. This week is a big one for them. They take on undefeated Minnesota at Lambeau. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 2 coming up in 27 minutes, Stoney.
What time are we doing now? Would you eat that?
Would you eat that? And who's on top? Doug and Scott back on Monday. But do we get to come back if the Tigers sweep? Tigers might want us back.
They might.
Right? If they sweep and the Orioles get swept and the Tigers get home playoff games on Tuesday, then I think we got to come back.
Sure. That'd be great.
You don't seem convinced.
No.
All right, 248-539-9797. Stoney asked a great question. You got to get rid of one of them. He's very negative. Ben Johnson or
negative.
Chris Fetter. Who would you get rid of, meaning you get to keep the other one? And then just as far as your Tigers' overall reactions, how you feel about this team, where you're watching tonight, and how far can this team go in the postseason? Kind of a 3-pack of Tigers questions.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Both you and I agree. We would, if you had to keep one, only one, it's Fetter.
Absolutely. My worry is that the White Sox and Grady Sizemore, is Grady Sizemore going to be the longtime skipper, I would assume, in Chicago?
I have no idea. You have no idea what Reinsdorf is thinking.
That's
and by
the
way, if the Tigers win a World Series, Jerry Reinsdorf deserves a ring for hiring Tony La Russa instead of
AJ Hinch. Absolutely. And by the way, good for AJ actually getting to use his baseball savantism. Well, honestly, he's able to actually have competent people that play for him, because most of his time in Detroit, the team he had stinks.
I know.
But I wonder, and then we'll go to the phones. This is not negative, I swear. But if you're the White Sox, let's just say, don't you write a blank check to Chris Fetter? You steal him away from a division rival, give him the skipper job in Chicago. I have no idea if he wants to be a skipper, no idea. But wouldn't you do everything in your power to steal that guy?
As long as you don't have to call him skipper. He's too young to be a skipper, isn't he? Chris
Manager.
Fetter? Yeah. I would think I'm sure he would get some interest and should. But just because you're a good pitching coach doesn't mean you're going to be a good manager. And just like you're a great offensive or defensive coordinator in football, as we've seen here in this town and all across the NFL, does not mean you're going to be a great head coach.
If I'm the Dodgers, I'm hiring Chris Fetter and making him the highest paid pitching coach in the history of the world. Aren't you? If you're the Red Sox,
you're going to attempt
If you're the Yankees, Chris, what's it going to take? How much money? There's no salary cap.
No.
How much money? You want $10 million? We got $10 million. We get 3 million fans a year. Nobody cares. Here you go. That's what I would do. I mean, that dude is. Look at the people he's got better.
You're right.
Brant Herter, come on down. Hey, Mike Stone, we need you to pitch the 6th inning. All right, Chris, what should I do? Do this, this, and this. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, go throw that Ephus pitch.
Absolutely. That's about all I can throw.
Let's go to Nate in White Lake. You're on the ticket. What's up, Nate?
Hey, good morning. I keep Chris Fetter, but that's not why I called. So last weekend, after the Tigers beat the Orioles, I bought tickets for Sunday because I thought it'd be a big game. And my dad's got a birthday dinner with my grandparents on Friday. He's got the state game on Saturday, and then he's going to the Lions game on Monday. So I picked Sunday, but I stayed up last night, and after the Marlins won, I bought tickets, and I said, hey, you got to ditch them. We're going to the game. This could be big. So that's our plans for the Tiger game tonight.
Did you think the Marlins Twins game was one of the worst baseball games you ever saw?
I listened to it, and it was devastating. I couldn't believe they kept going. I just wanted it to end so I could go to bed.
I know.
Just buy the tickets.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
Yes. But, hey, at least you got to hear a little bit of Rod Allen.
Yeah. He was pumped. So thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. You know, in Minnesota, they're calling it the tragic number.
Oh.
You like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no magic. It's just tragic.
No, the magic is down south in Detroit.
What do you think Minnesota Talk Radio is like right now? You think they just care about the Vikings?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
like, how's Sam Darnold?
Let me tell you something. If the Twins, who would you rather have? The Twins win 3 or the Gophers going into Ann Arbor and win the little brown jug?
That's obvious. Get the jug. Actually, no, probably the Twins.
Yeah, probably the Twins.
Although the attendance there is stunk. Now, I get it. It's a school day and everything. Like, I don't know, but, like, you look at the Tigers on Wednesday, they had 32,000 people there.
Right, I know.
I'm just saying, we care more.
We do. It means more.
Let's go to David on a cell. You're on the ticket.
What's up, David? We're the SEC of the
Good morning, guys.
That's right. What's up, man?
Hey, Jeff, I promised no Godfather waltz today.
Oh, yes. That was you yesterday.
I'd keep Fetter because he's insurance in case Hinge goes to L.A. or New York or whatever. But what I was calling about was everyone's talking about how this started and where, like, getting rid of Baez for the year or the trade deadline, all the moves Harris made from the beginning when he kept Hinch. But I hate to admit it, but it goes back to Chris Ilitch, in my opinion, hiring Harris in the first place. And then he gets even more credit, either if he's in Harris's ear or if he gave him the keys and walked away. Either way, he looks good. It's his move bringing Harris here. That's how I see it anyway.
Well, let's not give Scott Harris Executive of the Year yet. He's made a few good moves. I think probably the biggest move he's made was getting Tyler Holton last year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's been, and Sweeney. But look, there's been some things that we don't like about what Scott Harris didn't do, not so much what he did do. They really didn't seem to want to make this team much better for this year. And that's where his criticism goes, But yes, he's recovered nice.
David, I give Harris credit for being urgent enough to bring up. Go on.
Yeah, I trace it back to Ilitch. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
and I'm not a fan of Chris Ilitch, but it was his. And it's a combination of things, obviously. But he's the owner, and it's like we do at the Lions. The Fords are the owners, so we always. That's how I see it.
Okay.
I think Chris Ilitch might have hired a really good guy.
Yeah.
We don't know quite yet. However, I mean, I give Harris credit for a couple things. You mentioned the trading Jack Flaherty. After the Erod debacle last year,
right?
This was a great trade. And you asked him at the Scott Harris press conference, he got a little miffed at you.
Yeah.
You said, like, hey, there's a lot of baseball people say you didn't get fair market value for Jack Flaherty.
Right.
He got very pissed.
Yes.
And he's proven to have been right.
Exactly.
So I like the fact how they develop people. It does seem like a mantra throughout the organization that the whole dominate the strike zone is a real thing. Like, look at the at-bats by Wenzel Perez. Even Spencer Torkelson. Now, he's not clutch, and I don't want him as my first baseman. Every time I say that, he goes yards, so he's going to hit a homer today. But he works counts. They all work counts. So I think the organization is in a much better place. I'll give him credit.
Oh, yes. There's no doubt about it. Hey, look, most of the players are guys that Avila got.
Yes.
But the guys who've helped really turn it around the last month are guys that I think Harris acquired for depth in the minors. All those guys that we mentioned.
Well, you mentioned Tyler Holton. They got rid of Andrew Chafin the first time.
Yes.
And then Arizona said, see ya, Tyler. And then Scott picked up Tyler, and now he's one of the best bullpen arms in baseball.
I know.
So I would agree. Now, I think, tell me this is a good idea or not, I think the Tigers should bring Al Avila out to throw out the first pitch of a playoff game. Like, think about the team, though. Riley Green, Avila guy. Parker Meadows, Avila guy. Kerry Carpenter, Avila guy. Jake Rogers, Verlander trade, Avila guy. Tarek Skubal, Avila guy.
I think what they should
Who
do
am I
is,
missing?
Oh, they won't be playing Houston at home, so that goes
Colt
away.
Keith, Avila guy.
If Houston gets eliminated, let's say the Tigers beat them or some. The next round is Verlander throughout the first pitch.
No. You got to do better than that. Here's my dream. Tell me if this is good.
Dan Campbell?
No, Scherzer's going to be eliminated, obviously.
Yes.
I want 5 consecutive first pitches for Game 1 of the World Series. It's going to be Verlander, Anibal Sanchez, Max Scherzer, David Price, and Rick Porcello. I want the 5 guys that couldn't win a World Series here to throw out the first pitch of Game 1 of the World Series. And it would be Game 3. Game 3 of the World Series in Detroit. What do you think?
That'd be cool.
Could you imagine?
The first game, I think it'll be Miggy, probably. We'll throw out one of them.
Well, yeah, I would assume so.
I don't know. He might be too busy with all his duties that he does for the Tigers down in Florida.
He seems pretty busy. Would you bring him back? Can you? You can get him on the playoff roster.
Oh.
Could you? Could you imagine? Scott Harris brings Miguel Cabrera back. Yeah, he's been working in the cages, guys.
Oh, Lord.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Tiger tickets, giving them away in about 17 minutes. 97 won the ticket.
All right, here we go. DTE Energy, number 1. Beware of the energy vampire.
All right, 97 won the ticket. 11:18 coming up in 12 minutes. Stoney's Impossible Tigers trivia question. To win Tiger tickets for Sunday's game, all you have to do is hear the question, 11:30. Call in 248-539-9797. First one with the answer will win 2 Tiger tickets to Sunday's game against the White Sox on Fan Appreciation Day. Tickets, some of them, still available at Tigers.com. I just saw this tweet that the whole weekend's pretty much sold out, as you would assume. So it's going to be mad downtown, and I would assume they clinch today. So how you feeling about it? 248-539-9797. Here's the other thing, and I've been struggling with this. I wanted to ask you, because I went around the locker room yesterday, and I asked Hinch and some of the players. I said, hey, is this magic? I actually asked, I said voodoo too. I went to Justin Henry Malloy, and I'm like, do you, this is probably a bad idea. Did you hear this?
You told me.
Yeah, it's a bad idea on my part, but I'm like, you can't deny there's something special going on here. And I said, there's got to be some kind of magic or voodoo. And he looked at me. He's like, well, I believe in Christ, so I don't believe in voodoo. And I'm like, okay, fair. Let's just stick with magic. However, if you say this is magic, is that disrespectful to the run they've gone on? So, Stoney, I ask you, it's been 41 games. They've won 30 of them. Is it magic, like this magical, cute little miraculous run? Or, dare I say, are they a really good effing baseball team? 41 games, big sample size.
They're a scrappy, really good baseball team.
So no magic.
There's no magic. Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, the whole thing is magical, and whatever word you want to use, improbable. Yes,
they've had a lot of fortunate breaks.
Had absolutely. The other team in Minnesota, S in the bed and all that. Yes, absolutely. But you got to. It's not just that. While those things occur, the Tigers are playing really good, sound baseball. Defensively, they're so much better out of nowhere, whether it's Meadows with the great catches, Sweeney with the great catches, even the routine plays they're making. They're just doing the right things. When they're aggressive on the base paths, they're the right moves, not the wrong moves that were earlier in the season. So they are a good baseball team. Are they a great baseball team? No. Do they have flaws? Yeah, they got major flaws, and they've been able to somehow overcome them. So the fact that Minnesota has S the bed and Kansas City hasn't played great, yeah, that part is kind of magical, helping the Tigers, but they're a good baseball team. Now, we'll get into this when the season's over, but you want to make sure that this isn't just some flash in the pan. You want to make sure you build on this, augment it, getting a little better, and spending a little money, and then the next wave, the Clarks and McGonagalls and those guys come up, and you might have something. Because you cannot go into next year with the same team.
No, I agree with you. But I think they're a really good team, too.
Yes.
Like, the pitching has been lights out. I truly believe the way they do things with this bullpen day and an opener, and you exploit the matchups like AJ does so well, I think you're going to have a chance in any game. I looked this up the other day, too. Yesterday I was doing a show. This team does not get blown out either. So to think that they're going to take on the Orioles or that they're going to take on the Astros and that they're going to get their doors blown off, I don't believe that's going to happen. They're going to be in games, which gives them a chance. But I think they're a really good baseball team.
Yeah.
That plays great defense. And they got a shot. I got some ticket text for you. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, this one says, never again will listen to Jeff. He's pathetic. Oh, we're off to a good start.
Come on. We're in for Doug and Gator for one day.
Oh, my God. Guys, you have to ignore their AAA pitching stats. They use the minors to work on developing specific pitches, and staffs think that they need to be effective in the majors. Several of these call-ups have said that's why their numbers aren't so great down there.
Okay. But Federer
doesn't change the fact.
No, but I still give that credit to Federer. Because he probably told them this is what you have to do. Or if not, whoever the pitching coaches in Toledo are. I don't know.
How about this one? Dream off season for the Tigers would be for Harris to bring back both Verlander and Scherzer. I disagree. But
I don't think they want to be teammates again either.
Probably not. They tried that in New York. It didn't work out so well.
No.
That would round out the rotation. Fetter would turn them back into Cy Young candidates. Both those dudes are 40.
No. I could see one of them. I could see Verlander coming out of the pen like Smoltz did. I could see that.
How about this one, Rieger? The problem with saying they're Avila guys is that under his tenure, the Tigers couldn't develop diddly poo. He drafted good players before, but they never developed. The development came after Avila left. I agree. Yeah. Listen, I'm not giving Al credit. No. I was more joking than anything. Right. Yeah. Al was a horrible GM that was able to draft good players because he was a scout at heart. There's no question. That was his talent. He just couldn't do anything else. Couldn't trade. Paid way too many guys, way too much money.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I got one more for you, if I can. It says the following. The perfect week. Tigers win 3. Baltimore loses 3. Tigers get home games. Michigan keeps winning, I think. And the Lions destroy the Sea Chickens. Buckeyes, he says, jail sex the Spartans. So there you go. Perfect weekend for that individual.
Let me ask you this question, Jim, Mr. Rieger.
Yeah.
As a Michigan football fan, as I am, granted, it would be a huge deal. You rooting for the Spartans or the Buckeyes tomorrow?
Spartans.
Good. I am too.
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to be honest. Aiden Childs kind of stinks, but he's so damn electric. He is... I could
I don't
watch
think he
him.
stinks. I just think he's inexperienced. He makes mistakes.
He makes very bad decisions. He doesn't take care of the football. He throws way too many picks. But through it all, you see that he's got unbelievable ability. I think he's going to be really good. And why wouldn't you want Michigan State to take down Ohio State?
Exactly.
Unless you're one of these people that, I want Ohio State to be undefeated when they play Michigan.
Oh, I hate
Michigan could beat them.
I want Ohio State to lose every freaking game they play.
Absolutely. 100%. Let me ask you this. Michigan, Minnesota. All right. I will give you the Tigers getting the 1 seed in the wild card, meaning home playoff games. But that means Michigan loses to Minnesota or the Lions lose to Seattle. Either one. Would you do it? But the Tigers get home playoff games.
No.
Okay. Lions, Seattle, they would start 2-2. But the Tigers get 3 home playoff games.
No.
I would. Heartbeat. Absolutely.
No, because I think the Tigers can, if they're going to win, they're going to win on the road. It doesn't make a difference to me.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up next, Stoney and his impossible trivia question for Tiger tickets to Sunday's game. Damn near sellout.
And after that, we're going to do one little non-sports thing that is driving me crazy in my neighborhood.
Oh. This is what you do in retirement.
Yeah.
You allow your neighbors to trigger you.
Yes.
Oh, I can't wait. 97 won the ticket. All right, the time is now. Stoney with his Impossible Tigers trivia question to win tickets for Sunday. You're going to ask the question, be the first to call in with the answer at 248-539-9797, and you will win Tiger tickets for Sunday's game, which could be a clinching game. Probably not, though.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Hopefully not.
The last time the Detroit Tigers were in the playoffs was in 2014. They took on the Baltimore Orioles, and they were swept in 3 games. The first game was a blowout. It was 12-3. Second game was a 7-6 game. And then game 3 was 2-1. Nelson Cruz hit 2 home runs in that game.
Damn it.
All right. Here's the question. In the last Detroit Tigers playoff game, their opponent, the Baltimore Orioles, had 3 players who at one time, either before or after, played for the Detroit Tigers. Who were those 3 players? You have to get all 3. Not who was on the roster, but who played in that last game.
What a great question.
3 former Tigers played for the Orioles in that game. Now, they might have been former Tigers afterwards. They could have played afterwards.
At some point, they played for the Tigers. Now, what we're going to do is we're blocking out Baseball Reference, the website, throughout Metro Detroit.
Oh, shh.
So you're not allowed to look it up. Don't look it up. That's a great question.
Yeah. I was going to ask who was the starting pitchers in that game, but
I know David Price.
Yes. Bud Norris was the starter for the Orioles.
Oh, okay. He played on a bunch of teams, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a very painful game.
Yeah.
A very painful series, and then it all went to hell from there.
Yeah. I mean, in 15 they made a run, right? Is that
16.
16 they went to Atlanta and they
had the
sweep, basically, the Braves.
They had the sweep, and I think they lost 2 or 3. I remember the last game was the same day the Lions lost to the Bears. It was a very bloody Sunday.
Ooh.
Yeah, like Dansby Swanson was playing shortstop for the Braves, and he turned this ridiculous double play when the Tigers had bases loaded.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number, right, to give us the question.
All you got to do is call in. Call in right now, 248-539-9797, and talk to Kenny Cott.
Yes.
And you'll be good to go.
Yeah.
My goodness. Look at all the people calling in immediately.
You need all 3.
You need all 3.
And don't yell at Kenny if he says, no, that's wrong.
Yes, it's a great question.
Yes.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
And you win Tiger tickets for Sunday on September 29th. Mm-hmm. Tickets are still available at tigers.com, but not a whole hell of a lot of them. So there you go. All right, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number.
All right. In my neighborhood, I got a little non-sports for a few minutes here, if that's okay. I thought this was a sports station.
No, but the lines are packed with people trying to answer your question.
I know. So anyway,
cheating people.
One of our neighbors who I love dearly, they're a great family.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if they want me to mention their name, but the wife has been mentioned on this show because she makes great brookies.
No.
And
brownie cookies.
Yes, and Valenti made fun of her. And she's also, her and her friend, and I'm not allowed to give the date, but we'll be on Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, wow.
Coming up.
Well, look at you hobnobbing with the celebs.
Yeah. Anyway, so you know those lawn signs that you put up for graduation and things like that? And her son graduated from West Bloomfield High School in, May.
So last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah.
What an achievement. I did too.
Yeah.
It's probably more of an achievement for me than him.
Right.
Yeah.
The sign is still up. He is in his first semester at Michigan State University. Why is the sign up?
Okay. You do realize what's going on here.
What?
A 10 years ago old Stoney would not care about this.
Sure I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
Really?
Oh, yes.
See, I do this too.
It's more, I'm actually kind of more okay with it than I would. I just think that's absurd.
How big's the sign?
That's a typical lawn sign, It's
And you drive by the house every day and you see the lawn sign.
Mm-hmm.
And you're always like, the dude's at Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever approach the topic.
Yes, I did. I approached it with her the other day. I told
what
her,
did they say?
I said, she goes, I say it all the time, and I always say, it's garbage day.
Makes her feel
I'll
good.
leave it up, whatever. And then she goes, I'm going to take it down. I said, don't take it down until after Friday, because I'm going to mention it on the radio. And I think they're listening on the way.
Well, first of all, congratulations.
Yes.
What an achievement.
Yes.
Second of all, take down the sign.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, but I do this too. I will run around my neighborhood. I've never cared about this stuff ever, but I'll like go for a little run and I'll look at people's lawns and I'll say to myself, I'm like, dude, can we mow the lawn? like honestly, maybe I'll knock and say like, I'll mow the lawn for you. And I feel like a schmuck thinking it.
Do you have an association in your subdivision?
No, but I
we
mean,
kind of do. And boys, people sometimes walk around and like give people letters, mow your lawn.
See, I would never do that, but I kind of want them to mow their lawn.
Yeah.
I don't know why I care. Like
I
I
know.
shouldn't care. Like you shouldn't care.
I shouldn't care. Here's the other thing with lawn signs. And it has nothing to do with whatever candidate you're rooting for, voting for, no matter what office. It could be president, it could be senator, it could be school board. If I was president of the United States, boy, this country would be in bad shape. Anyway, I'd ban political lawn signs. I don't want to know who you're voting for.
Oh, you don't like driving past a church and seeing all of Trump or all of Harris signs?
No.
And they're over and over and over and over. They're the same sign. There's 50 of them.
I don't care. You're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change your mind if I put it on my lawn. They just look awful, too. They're not, no.
Okay, they must work, though, because there must be...
You know where they work? They work...
When you don't know who to vote for.
Right. That's what they...
And that's how they're going to get you.
Right.
So, obviously, the presidential ones probably don't work.
Right.
But every other one, like the 53rd Circuit Judge, Bob Doleman, you're in there, you got to vote for somebody. Go Bob a vote.
I like this sign. Okay.
Yes.
So maybe in the common area, but not on... I think it makes your house look cheap.
Well, if
Or
you
know what I'm saying.
If you, as a homeowner, decide to put up the sign, that's your business.
I know it's your business.
I got 3 houses down the road from me that wave the Trump flag.
Okay.
That's their thing. I don't care. Do your thing. But when you drive past the temple or a church or just a vacant lot,
right,
and it's nothing but tall, overgrown grass,
right,
and all political signs, it's ridiculous. I would agree. But obviously they work.
Yeah.
Why don't you one day, I would actually take video of this. We could put it on the ticket website.
Be taking a sign down?
Why don't you take them all down?
No. You never,
that's your right.
No, because you mean on somebody's lawn?
Yeah. Not on somebody's lawn, but on the public areas.
You know why I wouldn't? Because there's enough wackos in this world that somebody would maybe take a shot at me.
Yeah, you might be right.
If that's what you want. You secretly want me dead.
Oh, boy. The ticket tax is very political.
Well, don't go there political, because I'm not. It's for both. It shouldn't. How can something like that be political?
Yeah, people want to get political. Here's a couple quick ticket texts. Stony in full get off my lawn mode triggered by the Trump signs.
No, it's not the Trump signs.
I know. Love watching Stoney turn into Larry David in real time, Josh and Canton.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great show. I miss it already. Rieger graduated from West Bloomfield last year. No. Stoney's neighbor's kid did. I graduated in 94. I know it's hard to believe I graduated at all. And then I got one more for you. Did Rieger just look at his watch when Stoney said the sign is still up? LOL. Jeff, it's September. I mean...
Oh, we're on Twitch? Is that how somebody saw you?
Oh, they're watching us.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I assume the correct answer is gotten. I saw Kenny walk back to promotions. So I do believe somebody got the winning question. I will make sure of it at the break.
Okay.
We'll give you the answer, but you can stop calling.
Yes.
Because we have an answer. And we'll give that to you next. Plus, I have a Lions question for Stoney.
Okay.
Something that's been on my mind that I wonder if other Detroiters think. And just overall, talking Tiger baseball, because they could clinch tonight. In fact, I think they will clinch tonight. 97 won the ticket. All right, the tickets have been given away. Stoney, you got to give out the answer, but we have good news. We have fantastic news because we've just been told we have 3 more pairs of tickets to give away, which means 3 more impossible Stoney trivia questions.
Ooh.
The next one will be at 12:17.
Okay.
12:17, about a half hour from now, your chance to win Tiger tickets. Stoney, what was the answer to the first question?
The question was the last time the Tigers played a playoff game was 2014. And it was Sunday, October 5th at Comerica Park. Among the Baltimore Orioles that played, 3 of them, either before or after, wore the Old English D. They played for the Tigers. Name the 3. And the 3 were, one of them was, I thought, the easiest one was Delman Young.
Who won the ALCS MVP in 2012 for the Tigers.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan Scope.
Yeah, Scopey. Mm-hmm. Scopey. That was a bad contract.
And pitcher Andrew Miller.
Oh, in the Miggy trade.
Mm-hmm.
Who, by the way, Miller came up in 2006, kind of like Jackson Jobe just came up.
Yeah.
They brought him up for the run. It's a good question. All right, 12:17, Stoney's next impossible question. Now, I was told by Kenny Codd, who's answering the phones, that the first caller got it.
The first one who called in, or just the first random one?
The first one he went to. Okay. So I'm going to need the next question to be a little more difficult. And a question that cannot be searched on Google.
Well, that's impossible. That's impossible.
Do better. 12:17, the next question. All right, listen, the Tigers are still out there if you want to hit on it. Backbone of the program, they could clinch today. We'll get back into more Tigers right around in the 12 o'clock hour. I got to bring something up, though.
And if you want to comment on the sign.
Yes.
And by the way, I just got a text from my neighbor. The sign is down.
Oh, so she waited for you to talk about it, then she yanked it down.
Mm-hmm. Way to go.
Aren't you going to miss it?
No.
Driving by the house today?
No.
It would have been better if you pulled it down. All right, so I came across this stat because the Lions have not been talked about, I feel, at all this week. Like, we know Frank Ragnow's not going to play, which is a loss, without a doubt.
Yeah.
They're going to take on Seattle. Seattle's 3-0. They got a good defense. They haven't played anybody, though. So it's a massive game Monday Night Football before the Tigers play in the postseason on Tuesday.
By the way, Birchie will be calling us at 12:45 to discuss said Lions Seahawks game. Yes, no doubt about it. And also the new edition of the Detroit Football Network podcast with myself, Birchie, and Justin Rogers dropped late last night. So you want to check it out, Odyssey.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Love it.
Mm-hmm.
I got to listen. All right, so Lions and Seahawks on Monday. And we can get back to the Tigers, but I got to ask you this, Stoney, and anybody that wants to comment, 248-539-9797. So before the Arizona game, I read this insane stat about Jared Goff and the fact that this season, Goff in a clean pocket has been bad, like flat out bad. His PFF score went from 99.4 last year to 49 this year, meaning even when he was getting protected, he wasn't making throws. He wasn't moving the ball. The offense was stalling. Then you look at the fact that the Lions in 3 consecutive games, it took them overtime to get 26 against the Rams. They got 16 against the Bucks, and they only got 20 against Arizona, despite the offense in the first half looking amazing. Jared Goff joined this very show, Carson Anderson, and said, we got to be better offensively. We can't keep being held to 20 points. Got to get to 30 points. And then I went on Pro Football Focus, and I came across this. Let me read this to you, and you tell me if you're concerned in the least. Jared Goff in attempts, he's 106. You don't want him throwing too much. His 6th worst game as a Lion just happens to coincide with the 6 most pass attempts he's had. And he threw like 55 times against the Bucks. All right? So he's 6 in attempts. Not good. Passing yards, he's 9th, 722.
All right.
That's okay. Passing touchdowns, he's tied for 16th at 3.
Yeah, the red zone has not been good.
Interceptions, he's tied for 3rd overall, 4. Overall, We talked about the offensive line. We talked about Ben Johnson. Is Goff a problem? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, because the clean pocket thing startled me because we know against pressure, Goff is Goff. Like any quarterback, most quarterbacks other than like Patrick Mahomes, if you get pressure in your face, odds are your stats and your scores go down. And usually the outcome is not favorable. But when he's got the best offensive line in football. I get it. They're banged up. I get it. Ragnow's hurt. Sewell's dealing with the ankle. He's got a ton of weapons. I understand he's still looking for his third receiver. He's got a great running back duo in Demo and Gibbs. Is Goff an issue moving forward? Because my last thing, let's not forget when he did sign the big extension in L.A., it took a year, and then McVay wanted him gone. So I'm curious.
Well,
it's 3 games.
I know. It's 3 games. Is he a problem? No. Is he playing as well as you'd like him to play? No. But I don't think even with those stats, I don't think all of that is his fault. There's a lot of times he has been forced to try to thread balls in really short windows because the defense has been doing a really nice job of, covering guys.
And they take away the center of the field, so he's forced to make throws he's not comfortable with.
Right. These teams are playing these 2 safety looks and 3 safety, all around the league right now. Passing numbers in general, I think, are down pretty much around the league. Now, he's had a few, that one pass that was just over the reach of J-Mo down the sidelines last week. I saw somebody had a clip of it. If he had his feet planted properly, he probably would have put more into the ball and it wouldn't have sailed out. Whatever. Is he playing great? No. Is he a problem? I don't think it's a problem right now. I think the offense itself, the passing game itself, is somewhat of a problem, but it's not all him.
I don't think it's all him. The offense, I knew was going to take some time to get going. Lions didn't have a preseason. And in practice and training camp, it's not like how it used to be. It's going to take a little bit of time to get going. And the offensive line will get better, and Ben Johnson will get better. My thing with Goff, though, is right contract. He led you to the NFC title game. He's your quarterback, no question. But over the first 3 games, and I'm going to say over the first, 5 of 6 halves, he hasn't looked great.
No, he's been
But at times he's been worse than
Yeah.
And I get it, man. I get it. The 2-minute warning helped him out, or else it might have been a pick 6 in Arizona. I just think he looks so much different. Thus, the offense looks different. Now, to be fair, in the first half against Arizona, he was 12 for 12. Threw a couple touchdowns.
Right.
And that's how things we think are supposed to look. But 5 of the 6 halves, not all that impressive.
No.
It makes me a little nervous.
And he's playing against a team who's got a really good defense.
Sure.
Now they're missing their two of their studs up front, which indicates to me the Lions are going to try to be run heavy. They should. And is it his fault that they're throwing the ball 55 times a game against Tampa? That's not his fault.
No.
I mean, that's absurd.
Now, you get what Ben Johnson was trying to do because Tampa was missing a bunch of dudes in the secondary, so you obviously have Goff lofted up. Right. But when Vita Vea went out, you should have just ran the ball down Tampa's throat.
Look, here's the other thing, and, not an excuse, but his tight end, his all-pro tight end.
Yeah, hasn't been around.
Hasn't been playing that much, and who knows what's going to happen on Monday night. We'll wait for the injury report out of practice today. Because he's had limited practice. I think he walked around or ran yesterday a little bit, but there's no guarantee Laporta's going to play on
Yeah, I don't think he will. I would assume they sit him out on Monday and then give him the bye, and then hopefully he's back against Dallas.
Yeah.
So 248-539-9797. I gave you the stats. Hasn't been good with a clean pocket, even when he's protected 4. Hasn't been all that impressive. Is he, in your mind, just a little bit of an issue? Do you worry at all? Because the thoughts have creeped into my mind. I'll be honest with you. We'll get back into the Tigers in the 12 o'clock hour. 12:17, the next chance to win Tiger tickets. Stoney with his Impossible Tigers trivia. 97 win the ticket. All right, Jared Goff, is he a problem? Get back into the Tigers momentarily. 12-17, your chance to win more Tiger tickets with Stoney's Impossible Tigers Trivia. This one's difficult. And we have 3 more pairs to give away in the course of the next 2 hours. This is exciting.
Should we do a Lions question for Tiger tickets later in the show?
It's your trivia, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. I like it. I liked your first question.
Okay.
Your second one's even better, I feel.
I think the second one's easier, but much easier.
Well, right at 1:30 for the last one, we'll make it the toughest one.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll think of something.
The 1935 Tigers team that won the World Series, name 3 of the 5 starting pitchers. Go. Yeah. All right, let's go to Martin. You're on the ticket. What's up, Martin? How are you, bud?
I'm great, thank you. Injuries are part of it, and they're interesting to talk about, but it's always just got to be next man up and how's your depth. There's only one person on the Lions who we can't afford to get hurt, okay? And that kind of answers the Jared Goff question, all right? He's our quarterback. And so I try not to dwell on that. The big reason for my call is, and I just see it, the Lions are a good team. It is hard to win games in the NFL.
I know.
It is hard.
Especially
You're looking at the game.
This year, Martin, this year the NFL looks drunk. And when you talk about quarterback play, there's been a lot of quarterbacks who are in the same situation as Jared Goff. I'm not giving him an excuse.
No, I agree.
But the quarterback play, they're running the ball, it seems, a bit more in the NFL this season. It's defenses have caught up to a lot of things. It's Mel Kiper says they should change the rules and get rid of the team shouldn't be allowed to play like the 2 safety look or whatever the hell he was talking about.
You know what, guys, though? To me, and maybe Josh Allen, but besides Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes, there are no great quarterbacks in this league right now.
Yeah, and one of those QBs is 1 and 2.
I understand. Yeah, you're right. So, it is hard, and the Lions are going to have a tougher schedule. And, yep, they've run into some injuries. I'm kind of glad they got the bye coming as soon as it is. But they're just going to have to grit it out and muscle it up. And if that's the case, I'm going to take my chances with them.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay with him. Jeff is right. He has not played well. There's no doubt about that. But I don't think it's a problem.
The defense has been outstanding. They hold teams to 20 or under in the first 3 games. The secondary has gone against really good receivers and has come out on top. All in all, life is good. The Goff stats just kind of were eye-popping to me, especially the clean pocket ones. Because when you're getting protected, you should be able to shred a team. And he did last year. He just hasn't done that this year. So it just a little shocking. That's why I bring it up.
I know. Quarterbacks like anything else. Some of it's cyclical, especially in a long 17-week season. Usually you'd expect them to get off to a better start.
Yes. But they win on Monday, and they're 3-1, and life is good going into the bye.
Well, which I said that they needed to be. Now, maybe they don't, but that they needed to be 3-1 going into the bye, because I thought that was part of their easier part of the schedule on paper was the first 4 games to a certain extent. Because later on they got to play, Green Bay twice. They got to play Houston.
They got to go to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Their first 2 games back are at Dallas and at Minnesota.
Right.
So it's going to get more tough. So if you want to hit on it, 248-539-9797. However, the big issue of the day is, of course, the Tigers. Mm-hmm. And they have a chance to clinch today. And I'm just curious what people are thinking. What are the emotions like? Where are you watching tonight? You're going to head downtown. You go into a bar. You're watching from the confines of your beautiful house. How you taking this one in? Because odds are, I could be wrong, and you heard Andy Dirks on one of the updates, odds are they do it tonight, either by beating Crochet and the White Sox, or the Twins just lose again, and the Tigers would just have to wait an hour to celebrate.
Yeah.
That's fair game, right? You celebrate even if the Twins lose, but you lose?
Yes. By the way, here's another... It is crazy. A guy who follows and tweets out about the Tigers, who lives in the United Kingdom. Have you ever?
Oh yeah, Jed, I believe his name is.
He tweeted out.
He's very good.
Yeah. How about this? Torkelson had to be sent down. Meadows had to be sent down. Maeda had to be moved to the pen. Mize got hurt. Carpenter got hurt. Perez got hurt.
Green.
Olsen got hurt. Faedo got hurt. Baez, the worst hitter in baseball. Flaherty traded away. Magic number is 1. And you mentioned Riley Green got hurt for a while, too.
Yeah, Green missed a lot of games.
Yeah.
It's insane. Like, can anybody come up with some kind of like contextual comparison to this happening anywhere else? I just don't think it exists.
No.
And I wasn't around. I mean, I wasn't born when the 73 Mets were making their run. Similar. This has only been done one time in the history of baseball. Now, I do think a lot of it is the Mets, or the Twins rather, have stunk.
Yes.
And I looked this up the other day, too. Like, baseball as a whole, Tigers are doing this in maybe the worst offensive year in the history of baseball. Nobody hits. Right. They got like 9 dudes that hit over 300. Like, nobody hits at all, which is great for the Tigers because they got a bunch of dudes that can shut you down.
Which is what the crazy thing is, which makes, I mean, it's a topic for another day, which makes what Judge and Ohtani are doing so remarkable.
Yes.
Because nobody can hit because the pitching is so good.
They're the only 2 guys. Mm-hmm. That's it.
Yeah.
And Santander from the Orioles, I think he's got 48 jacks or 45 jacks.
He's a free agent.
He is. 248-539-9797. I'm curious how people feel. Like, tonight's going to be a party, right?
I hope so. I mean, it would be awesome if they won, but it'll be a party. People are going to be downtown anyway if they're going to be watching the game there, obviously, or somewhere else. I'm looking at that Mets team, 73.
Yeah.
Now, the greatest baseball player, one of the greatest baseball players of all time, was on that team, but he was not what he was. That was Willie Mays. He wasn't even a starter. But, I mean, they didn't have a great team either. I mean, most people don't remember any of these names, so I won't, John Milner, Rusty Staub.
Oh, I remember Rusty Staub.
Wow, that could have been a question I could have used. Cleon Jones, Bud Harrelson. But their pitchers were, Seaver, Matlack, Jerry Koosman, Tug McGraw. I mean,
I've heard of Tug and, of course, Tom Seaver. Mm-hmm. But the fact that they probably did it was tougher because there was less playoff spots. They had to win the division. Right. Now you got that third wild card spot. But it doesn't take away from this accomplishment simply because the Tigers have won 31 or make that 30 of their last 41 games. Meanwhile, the Twins, in their last 36 games, they've won 12 of them. Yeah. They're 12-24. So the fact that this is happening to begin with is insane. But now I think the next question is, like, how far can they go? Because I think if you play Houston or you play Baltimore, whichever one, and you still got the outside chance of getting home games here against, the Royals. But if you play one of those 2 games I think you win both series. I do. I think the timely hitting's impressive. I think the pitching is lights out. You get Skubal in one of those games, and the defense, nobody talks about it. They're the best in defensive runs saved throughout this course.
That's the organization.
Yeah.
That's what they've stressed when Scott Harris got here. What was the first few things he talked about?
Yeah, they want to be athletic. They want to dominate the strike zone. They want to be younger. Yeah. They've done all those things.
Now, they still strike out too much, but you can't get everything right away, right? I'm looking at the Mets in August 29th. They were August 27th, they were 59-70. They were 11 games under 500.
Tigers at one point were 10.
Yeah.
Very similar.
Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's ridiculous. And I don't know what the Cardinals did because that's who they overpassed if they went in the complete tank, but I can check that later. But, yeah, there's nothing like this. And it's, you know what, Riggs, I'm going to ask something else. I mean, it's cliche. It's been done before, but I don't care. And if you want to take Skubal out of the equation, that's okay. But Metro Detroit, who's your Tiger?
There's so many to choose from.
Who's your favorite Tiger?
I mean, the obvious answer is Parker Meadows. Who's the most important Tiger? Forget who's your Tiger, who you like the most.
Yeah.
Who is the biggest reason they're here? Skubal, right?
Yeah.
But Parker Meadows.
So let's take Skubal out of the equation.
Okay. So you got to choose somebody else. Yeah. Riley Green's an all-star, great defensively, comes up with clutch hits. Parker Meadows, I think it's Meadows. I mean, he offensively, fantastic. Defensively, better than fantastic. Outstanding. I mean, if it wasn't for Meadows in Baltimore, if it wasn't for Meadows in Seattle, if it wasn't for Meadows in San Diego with the Grand Slam.
Even, I believe, before he got hurt when he came back in Cincinnati, he was pretty good, at least for one of those games that did they sweep the Reds that series?
They did.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's the series that Scooble thinks back to.
Yeah.
Because he was asked the other day, like, when did you think this was actually going to happen? And he said, something sticks out to me about that Cincinnati series. Now, by the way, that was all the way back in the start of July.
Yeah. It was July 4th weekend, or
Yes,
was it right before?
it was.
Yeah.
It was July 4th weekend because on July 4th, Kenta Maeda got lit up like a pinball machine. He gave up 9 runs. And I remember thinking to myself, oh my God, this team is awful. And after they swept the Reds, they were still under 500, but they were getting hot. But who has been the most impressive? Who's been the biggest reason? You want to say AJ? Because I believe that too.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Let's just do the play.
You want to do players?
Player. Who's your Tiger and who's the most important?
It's got to be, it's got to be
And
Parker.
we're taking Scooble out of the equation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trey Sweeney's pretty good too, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that you get a guy in a trade that's supposed to be a throw-in, and he's your starting shortstop, and he's playing great on both sides of the ball. 248-539-9797. Coming up, next segment, Stoney has his Impossible Tigers trivia. We'll take your calls as well. 97.1 The Ticket.
248-539-9797. Stoney and Rieger in for Doug and Gator, the Carson Anderson program. They will be back on Monday.
Stoney?
Yes, sir.
We got people that want to talk, but we also have your impossible Tigers trivia question to win Tiger tickets to Sunday's game. What do you want to do first?
Let's give the question out.
All right.
And I will preface this by saying I don't think it's impossible.
All right.
I thought the other question was harder.
And if you don't win this one, we're giving away 2 more pair. Right?
Yes.
All right, here we go. This is exciting.
The last time the Detroit Tigers played in a playoff game was against the Baltimore Orioles. Okay? In that game, only 2 players who played in that game are still playing Major League Baseball.
Not just Tigers.
Yes, in that game. I have to double yes, in that game.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm almost 100%.
All right,
positive.
there's only 2 guys from that game that are still in the league. Name those 2 guys.
Yes.
And you get 2 Tiger tickets for Sunday's game. And if you want to buy tickets, some are still available. Go to tigers.com. But they're selling out quickly. It's going to be a party down at the corner, or I guess the ballpark. Fair?
Fair.
All right. 248-539-9797. Call in for your chance to win. Talk to Kenny Cott and get it done.
Like I said, I don't think it's that difficult.
I think I know it.
Yeah.
But I remember that game too, unfortunately. Very sad. Johnny in Ann Arbor, you're on the ticket. What's up, Johnny? How are you, bud?
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
We got you, my friend. What's going on?
Hey, this actually isn't my original observation. I heard Valenti mention this in an interview after one of our recent wins. But how often do you see – the reason you don't see runs like this happen that often is because in baseball, it's a team sport, but there are so many players that are all critical to your team's success. You have 9 different hitters. You have a different pitcher every day, and it's really not just one pitcher pitching that day. And then your hitters are also playing defense. So you might have a couple guys do well on offense, botch a few plays on defense. You might have your starting pitcher do really well and your bullpen do poorly. It really just takes, honestly, it can take just one guy having a bad day for you to lose the game. There's so many moving pieces. It's not like football and hockey where a lot of it boils down to a few critical key players. So the reason that this run has been doing so well is because someone always steps up, whether it's like our 9 hitter. We always have a couple of hitters that show up every day. And then our pitchers always show up. And then
hey, Johnny,
when the ball gets put...
Johnny, I agree with you, but I truly believe, and I heard Scott Harris talking about this the other day on a podcast, the Cody Stavenhagen podcast, and he made a point. He's like, listen, when you bring a prospect up, and if it's a veteran clubhouse, usually that prospect sits by himself. He does everything by himself. He has no idea what to do. It's his first time in the bigs, right? And he's got to perform. All eyes are on him. But what they did was bring all these kids up. It's now their team, and they all relate to each other. So I do think that plays a part of it. The other thing, nobody wants to hear this part, but they've also whopped up on a couple awful baseball teams.
Correct.
But they also took a series from the Yankees, and they took a series from the Red Sox, and they took 4 or 6 from the Baltimore Orioles. But more than anything, and I didn't mean to cut you off, Johnny, it's the pen. It's these witches that they're throwing out on the mound that they have a guy for every situation, and AJ can exploit every matchup. Like, you're right, it's a total team effort, but I'd say the pitching is amazing. That's why I give them a chance to win the whole damn thing.
I mean, yeah, anything could happen after the trade deadline. There's always one team that catches fire. A couple of years ago it was the Mariners.
Yep.
I believe
Phillies.
Last year was the Orioles.
Diamondbacks last year.
Yeah, Diamondbacks as well. Nobody saw them in the World Series, and it was a lot of players I hadn't even heard of that were up there. But I was really happy for them. So, no, of course we can. We're the hottest team in baseball since, August. As long as this keeps up, yeah, anything's possible. And I agree with you. We've had an easier back half of our schedule, And then the teams that are harder, like a lot of those teams have been struggling going into the series with us. I'll still take the wins, and I'm not going to discredit my team.
But Johnny,
But I do agree.
Johnny, you're right, and I appreciate the call, my friend. But like, all you have to do is look at the Twins. Look at the Twins. They were playing the worst team in the National League in must-win games. Last weekend, they were playing the Red Sox, who were already eliminated, didn't care about playing baseball, and they've lost 4 of those 6 games, 4 of those 5 games. I mean, think about that. So the Twins had an easier schedule the last 2 series.
Right. We always sit there, well, we still have the White Sox, those 3 games, put them on the board. But now the White Sox, have won, 3 in a row, 4 in a row, whatever it is. Yeah, 3 in a row. And, they don't want to get that loss 121. So this series is not going to be as easy as we thought.
Right. I mean,
but
it's
the fact
still
we
gonna be a
only
win.
need one game, we only need to win one game.
Or the Twins need to lose one.
Yeah, so, I mean.
I just got this ticket text. What do you think about that? Jeff, is it time we start calling AJ Clinch?
Clinch?
Clinch.
Yeah.
Clinch the playoffs.
I get it.
Oh, you get it? I like it.
No. I don't
That's
like
fantastic.
It. I don't like it.
No?
No.
Wojo and I yesterday were trying to come up with like a slogan for the team. What about the henchman?
That I like.
What about that?
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good.
Right?
The henchman. Yes.
Yeah. Make it happen. You got pull down there.
You have more pull than I have.
Get it on a T-shirt or something.
The henchman.
I was thinking about the celebration tonight.
Yeah.
And hopefully they don't have to wait an hour to celebrate, so they just win, which I think they will. But it's going to be bizarre to see these guys go crazy because they've all been next game up. We prepare for this game. It's all about getting one win. It's going to be wild to see them go insane and finally get to talk about going to the postseason.
Right. Hopefully, AJ is not going to say, listen, guys, if we win tonight, or whatever, let's say they're up like 4 runs going in the 9th inning is, look, no celebrations, just let's be cool. No.
Go insane.
Exactly.
Oh, there's no way.
Exactly.
Dude, if I was those players and AJ Clinch told me AJ Clinch told his henchman, AJ Clinch told his henchman.
His henchman. I love the henchmen are
the
great.
Henchman. Yeah. That's fantastic, right?
Yes, yeah.
So if he told the henchman.
Brought to you by Fetter Made Potato Chips.
There you go. If you're telling the henchman not to celebrate, hell no. I would probably lose every game in the postseason on purpose. I mean, come on. Go crazy. Let's go to Greg in Westland. You're on the ticket. What's up, Greg? How are you, bud?
I'm okay. How about you guys?
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Mine is about, well, good luck to the Tigers, but I'm a football fan. But I was just thinking about the statistics you gave about Jared Goff, and I'm just wondering, can we blame this? Jared Goff has limitations, and I don't know why they don't set up plays for him. The Lions, they got a good running game, but they need to do some different offense because, of course, the defense is good. Defense sometimes even wins games, but when they have a problem in the third quarter all the time. But they got so many great players. I know some of them are hurt, but they have great players on there. I don't know why they don't set them up. It looks like Jared Goff only goes for the guy that he's supposed to, because I've seen him. They've had guys wide open, so he is at fault. But they need to set up plays that he can handle, and they're not doing that. I thought they were going to do. They don't do screens, bubble screens. They don't. It's a lot of plays that they can run, and why not put 2 running backs in there? Why not put both Montgomery and Gibbs in there? Let's make the defense.
That point I agree with. I love to see those guys play together at the same time. Just like for Michigan, I'd like to see Edwards and Mullings play at the same time occasionally. But as far as the short plays and things like that, most of their passes are short.
The majority are under 20 yards,
yes.
under 10 yards.
Yeah, they don't throw bombs or anything like that.
Now, Greg, if it was up to me, I mean, what I want to see is I feel he's still not on the same page as J-Mo. I still think there's some, I don't know what it is, some miscommunication. You saw that in the Arizona game. I feel J-Mo was open and Goff couldn't hit him. And I think he needs to find a serviceable, trustworthy third receiver. But overall, I mean, I think the majority of these issues are fixable.
Am I still on?
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. I know. I hear what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying. Though he was, it's just so Ben Johnson has run out of plays, and with all that he did last year, I don't know why there's not a situation where, players should be said, okay, this player can only do so much. You got Gibbs who's faster. You got Montgomery who can bull his way through. So Jared Goff has limitations. You got to give him a limitation play, and you got to make quick throws. They never have something where he just steps back a little bit and throw. So I just wonder why they don't utilize as many of their great players as they should use them. They just spread it out. They want the running game, and that's fine. That's fine. The running game is great. But sometimes you can go to the well too much, and it's going to dry.
Well,
so
I think it's just the opposite.
Thanks,
yeah,
Greg.
I think it's just the opposite. I think, like in the Tampa game, they threw the ball too much.
I got this ticket text. It says the following. You were calling for Hinch's head 3 months ago.
You were?
Where would they be if that were to happen? Just busting your balls, Rieger. That's Rich and LOL. I don't know if I called for his head, but I did question a couple of the moves when they were losing.
That's what baseball's all about.
I think that's what you do. Did you see Jim Costa? Jim Costa 3 months ago asked AJ if he's doing a good enough job. And then props to Costa. Yesterday or 2 days ago in the morning show, he brought the question back up, and AJ laughed at him.
Yeah.
It was funny. It was good radio. Like, dude, you make your opinions in the moment.
Right.
And then the opinions change when the team changes. Here's the other thing. Like, was I wrong about the Tigers? Oh, yeah. Was I mean to Scott Harris? Yeah, I was. Yeah. Do I owe them an apology? I mean, if you want me to. What good does it do?
No. You don't owe as long as you don't take personal attacks on people,
right.
You don't owe apologies.
But I just do find it funny, the majority of people that are like, well, it's not the majority of people. Well, what was up with that opinion? You wanted Skubal traded. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Opinions aren't always correct. And sometimes, like when it comes to managers and coaches, sometimes their decisions that work, I still wouldn't do again. Like some plays in football or, going forward and things like that. Sometimes, in my opinion, they make wrong decisions that work.
Absolutely.
And sometimes they make right decisions that don't work.
Somebody texted in, y'all still blame J-Mo. I wasn't blaming J-Mo. I was actually blaming Goff, to tell you the truth. Yeah. I think it's on Goff to get on the right page. I think J-Mo's been very impressive. 248-539-9797. All right, we have a winner for the Tiger tickets. We'll reveal the answers to Stoney's Tiger Impossible Trivia. We'll give away more tickets at 1 o'clock. And we'll continue to take your calls about the Tigers and their ability to clinch today. Stoney asked, who's your Tiger? And I asked a similar question. Who's most responsible for this run? 97 won the ticket. All right, Stoney. I'm not quite sure that your Impossible Tigers trivia was that difficult.
I didn't think it was that difficult.
We had another winner.
Oh, good.
Go ahead. What was the question? What was the answer? We'll give the next tickets away at 1 o'clock. Will Birchfield will join us at 1 o'clock, too.
All right. The last time the Tigers played at a playoff game was October 5th, 2014. In that game, not the roster, in that game, there are, name the players who are still playing Major League Baseball who are in that game.
2 players.
There's 2 players, and they both played for the Tigers. And one is your favorite player in Major League Baseball, Nick Castellanos, and the other is somebody that your co-host and others wanted to be on the Detroit Tigers, and he's a member of the possibly playoff-bound New York Mets.
That's right.
J.D. Martinez.
There we go.
Yes. How about those Mets with J.D. Martinez and Jose Iglesias?
That's right. He's a singer now, too.
I know.
Like, they allow him to sing his solo album or his solo song, I guess, after a game on a Friday night. It was pretty sweet. Have you thought about, though, the parallels of the Tigers? And we're asking you, who's most to blame for this success?
Well, not blame.
Who gets the credit, I guess? My bad.
Yeah.
Phrased it wrong. Who gets the credit for this success? And then Stoney asked you who your Tiger is. But have you thought about, just for a second, if they play the Baltimore Orioles, you play the Orioles, and you get Skubal versus Corbin Burns in game 1, and then you get to show the Orioles who they could have had. Okay? That's pretty great, right? If you play the Houston Astros, AJ Clinch goes back to Houston, no garbage cans this time, and they get a chance to knock out the Astros, and we don't know if Justin Verlander is going to be on the playoff roster. All right, take it a step further, all right? If you then play the Cleveland Guardians in the ALDS divisional team that you had success against, in fact, you won 3 of 4 during a 4-game series not too long ago, or you can play the Yankees. But then in the World Series, you could get the Phillies, Castellanos, and Dombrowski.
Oh, Stoney, who are you going to root for?
Who are you going to root for?
Tigers.
Oh, good. You could get the Dodgers. You go against Jack Flaherty. Or, my personal favorite, I hope this happens, and this would be amazing, the Padres. 40 years later, 40 years to the date, Padres, Tigers, and Tigers could beat them again for the World Series.
Doug Karsh's other team.
Who's he going to root for?
He'll root for the Tigers, I believe.
Are you sure?
No, but I'm pretty sure.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I would hope so. 248-539-9797. By the way, sometime in the 1 o'clock hour, an homage to the Minnesota Twins and how pathetic they are.
Yes.
Yes. Let's go to Brian in Harrison Township. You're on the ticket. What's up, Brian?
Not too much, Stoney and Rager. Just wanted to let you guys know that Torque is still my Tiger. I've never given up on him. I sit out in left field, and I always get excited because a Torque bomb could happen at any moment. But I think Bo Brisky has done more to help this run because he starts, he relieves, he closes, he comes in and throws gas at 100 miles an hour, and he should deserve some props.
He should. There's no doubt about it.
Plus, he works through that thing that he's dealing with. He's got some, it's not an illness, but it's a condition where he has to warm up even longer. His muscles are always stiff. Like, he's been really impressive. And he was great in that Baltimore game just last week because if it's not for Bo Brisky, you're not in the postseason potentially. Thank you, Brian.
Yes.
I thought he had more to say. I got a couple ticket texts for you.
Mm-hmm.
People just cannot get off the opinions people have had in the past. Like, again, I do find it a little funny, and I had some opinions myself, but I find it funny that if you doubted or you were negative or you wondered why things weren't working out, then people want to throw those back in your face, which is totally fair. All right, so this one. Tell me what you think. To me, if you're wrong most of the time on a sport, you need to apologize. Spelled wrong, by the way. Or just shut the hell up. Why I only speak on the sport I have a good idea on. All right?
Well, I mean, our job is to give opinions. Our job isn't to just, go to phone calls and just talk.
I would say the job is more to hopefully entertain somebody.
Yes, exactly. But part of our job is to give opinions. And like anything else in life, opinions are like a-holes.
Yeah.
Everyone has one.
That's right.
And sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong.
And nobody ever says, like, good job on being right, though.
Yeah,
You ever notice that?
exactly. It's like, and I'm guilty of this like anybody else. We focus on the negative. Look at one of the greatest things that Scott Van Pelt does. It's a segment called Bad Beats.
Bets. Or bad beats, rather, yeah.
You realize that for every bad beat, there's another person who actually won because of it. They don't call them good beats.
That's a good point.
Or
They
good,
don't call them fortunate.
Yes, exactly. But it's the same thing. And it's because we're in a society that, and like I said, I'm guilty. We focus on the negative.
Not me, Stoney. I'm very positive. Very positive. I don't try to do any gotchas.
Right.
How about this ticket text? I got another one. You don't remember your Hinch topic? Of course you don't. The topic was, why is no one calling out AJ Hinch? And you said Hinch was responsible for poor play this year. It was obviously an overreaction. And I know you guys are just the town criers of sports, and overreacting is, it got cut off. Your industry. So there you go.
I think it's people too, because you listen to people who call up, you listen to people who ticket text. They have segments called Overreaction Monday during football season. Of course you overreact because you live in the moment.
You react to what's in front of your face at the time.
Yes. You don't sit there and say, oh, I'm not going to be mad at that because like in a year that player is going to be good. Yeah, it's human nature.
Then one more for you. So on point, Mr. Negative Rieger with the Freudian slip. Who's to blame for the Tiger success versus who deserves credit? I got one more for you. Caputo sure likes to pat himself on the back when he's right, and when he's wrong, no, he wasn't. Doesn't say anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it was up to him, Charlie Batch was a better quarterback than Peyton Manning. So that
did he say that?
Pretty much.
Well, I mean, in the moment, I understand
people
it.
make mistakes.
Pretty good at Eastern Michigan.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Who is most deserving of credit from this Tiger team making a run? And I would love to know, how far can this team go? I mean, it's not too early to talk about that. Plus, they're going to clinch more than likely tonight. This has been the most magical run in Detroit sports. Is this crazy to say? Have you enjoyed this more than some seasons that even ended in a championship? Like, for instance, when the Wings repeated in 98 after winning the Cup in 97. That was amazing. They did it for Vladdy. But leading up to the season, the playoffs, it was fun. I don't think it was this fun. It's teams like this that are always more fun because you don't expect it. I mean, remember the Wings? It used to be always like, hey, wake me up in April when the postseason starts.
True. I get that. You can never, you couldn't get calls talking about regular season
Nobody
Wings
cares.
games until the
Yes.
playoffs. I get all that. But this year's Wings team, if you want to throw that in, people were getting into it because you thought they might make the play. When you haven't done something in a long time, that's where it gets exciting. When the possibility exists.
This is forever, though.
I mean,
this will always be cited.
I know this is going to be foreign to many people, but maybe in the next, I wouldn't expect it to be this year, but like 3 or 4 years down the road, hopefully, if the Pistons actually make a legitimate playoff push and, they're a good young team, hopefully someday, people will be into it.
I was into the 28-game losing skid. But I'm just negative.
Exactly.
I'm just negative. All right, 248-539-9797. More Tiger tickets in about 15 minutes. The Sunday's game. We'll take your calls, read your texts.
You know what else I want to ask a question? I'm going to Ann Arbor tomorrow because I'm a Michigan season ticket holder.
Yeah. And as you should.
Yeah, okay. I wanted them to win the game. I couldn't give one rat's ass about the little brown jug. Does that make me a bad person?
No, I don't think anybody cares.
Okay.
Do they?
Well.
Is there one Michigan fan that says, we got the jug, baby? Nobody drinks out of that thing, right?
I don't know.
It looks pretty decrepit.
I mean, I know John cares, but he played there. It's
fair.
different. Yeah.
All right. 97 won the ticket. All right, 12 minutes from now, we give away more Tiger tickets. We have 2 more pair to give away. Is that right?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, and we're doing Stoney's Impossible Tigers Trivia, which has not been so impossible so far.
No, it's not supposed to be impossible.
Yes. Is this one going to be tougher?
I don't know. I haven't done it yet. So we'll see.
I got a couple quick ticket texts. We can go back to the phones.
Mm-hmm.
The Tigers run is extra special because it was unexpected.
Mm-hmm.
It's like winning a lotto or going out on a first date and the girls grab your, you know what. That's from Don. I mean, that is special.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go on a date, little action happens.
Yeah.
You don't expect it.
Right.
I like it. How about this one? I have tickets for Saturday. Will I get new tickets or money reimbursed? How will the games get rescheduled? What's he talking about?
No idea. You mean if he doesn't want to, if they win tonight, he doesn't want to go tomorrow?
Yeah, no, you go.
Sorry, we're refunding your tickets because the game has no significance?
Yeah, do they refund your tickets if you see a bad movie?
No.
Like, hey, excuse me, I was you know what? I went the other day, I was at a casino, and I lost about $600, and I go up to the clerk. I'm like, hey, what's your refund policy? And they said, none.
It sounds like the movie Lost in America. Did you ever see that movie? Albert Brooks?
Years ago, I feel.
Oh, my God.
And then we're having a great discussion. Everybody's weighing in about all us negative a-holes on the ticket and about the stuff we said when the Tigers, I don't know, weren't very good. And again, if I need to issue an apology, then just tell me who I'm supposed to write a letter to.
You don't have to apologize. You know, it's okay to play scoreboard and admit you're wrong. That's not an apology. I mean, I was visiting my mom over the summer, and Castellanos got hot again.
Yeah, because he's been really good in the second half.
Right, but the first half he was awful.
Right.
And one of the talk show hosts on our sister station, WIP, was saying that I need to apologize to Nick Castellanos.
Oh, he should. Nick's a great guy.
And his co-host, former Eagle Hugh Douglas. You don't have to apologize for anybody. You're making your opinion. He wasn't playing well, because he said he stunk and all that. Well, whatever. You don't have to apologize. Unless you take personal attacks on somebody.
Yeah, if I'm talking about Scott Harris's family,
yes,
then yes, I probably get fired, and you apologize for crying out loud. But I'll just tell you this, and I don't know why we have to talk about it on a day that they can clinch. The things I don't understand, and I do kind of feel this is a topic in itself. What is the most annoying fan behavior things? Because I will tell you for one, I mean, I told you I'm annoyed when people are lifelong Detroiters and then all of a sudden they're like, hey, I'm a Broncos fan because they like John Elway and they quit on the Lions. That annoys me. But the biggest thing that annoys me from other fans is this kind of crap. The fandom gatekeeper. You didn't believe, so I'm a better fan than you. You weren't around in 2003 when they lost 119 games. So I'm a better fan than you. I must have missed the part where, they give you like a fan card, kind of like a Jersey Mike's card, and you go on in and you get it punched. Oh, you went to so many games? You're a better fan. No. It's ridiculous. But all that's come out, and not all, but a lot of what's come out is that.
Yeah. Look. When the Tigers in 2003, when they were the worst team in American League history up until this year, right? And then in 2006, you had the same thing. Oh, where were you? I was there and all this. Nobody cares.
Yeah, but that means you were kind of stupid. Let's be honest. You were kind of stupid. If you went in 2003, what does that mean? That means you spent your money on a product that was subpar.
Right.
So what does that get you?
Yeah.
I mean, you went to the game. I guess there were shorter lines.
Right.
There was this story that came out on Wednesday that Tony Paul and Johnny Kane were talking about, that people would go to the beer vendors on Wednesday's game. They had 32,000 fans there. Did you hear this?
No.
And a lot of people were just floored that Comerica is cash free.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Right?
Yeah.
They
hadn't been there in so long.
They're like, I can't use cash. And this beer vendor's like, welcome back. So, a lot of people are coming back, and here's the dirty little secret. Today's going to be sold out. Tomorrow's going to be sold out. Sunday's going to be sold out. You should come. you should support them because they're giving you a good product now when before they weren't.
Right. That's what it bothers the hell out of me when people this city's not a good sports town because of nobody shows up to see the team play. When the team blows, why should people spend their money on them?
No, don't watch. Check out. I mean, dude, when you care more than the team, that's a problem. And a lot of the times when the team stinks, you feel like you care more than the team.
Right. You really don't, but they do care even though they suck.
The most annoying fan aspect, is it the gatekeeper?
I think it's the one it's kind of the same thing that people would accuse you of being a bandwagon fan.
Yeah.
I don't jump on board. Who cares? How does it affect you?
It's weird. I don't get it because I guess, and everything's got to be a urinating match. So I guess when you're talking about fans, you got to talk about like, I'm a bigger fan than you. Hey, in 2003, did you see Roger Clemens? He was going for his 300th win. Yeah. Tigers beat him in 19 innings. Did you stay the whole game? No.
It's like it's the same thing in music. I don't go to people and say, well, I saw Bruce in 76. You didn't. Well, the person, I wasn't alive then either, Right. It's okay. Everybody can enjoy the same things. This is so freaking enjoyable. There's nothing to argue about.
Well, that's the thing. I've heard tales of 68, and I was alive. I was only 9 in 84.
I played hooky from school to watch it on TV.
Which one?
68, because I hated, even though I was living in Philly, I hated the Cardinals. Hated them. And the World Series used to be on.
Was that a black and white TV?
In the day. No, it was color.
Oh, look, color TV in 68?
Yes. And
wow.
I put my thermometer, I told my mother I wasn't feeling well. So she gives me the thermometer and put it in my, under my tongue. She walks out of the room. I put it under a light. And she goes, Don't try to fool me. There's no way it's 105. But she let me stay home.
Where'd you take it to the hospital? Oh, that's amazing. 248-539-9797. All right. 1 o'clock, more Tiger tickets. Stoney's Impossible Tigers trivia. We'll give you another question, another chance to win Sunday game tickets. And in the 12 o'clock or the 1 o'clock hour, we got some Tiger questions, talk a little Lions football. And we got to hit on Michigan and Michigan State, not to mention, did you happen to see what went down in Minnesota yesterday? We have actual audio.
Birchie's going to be calling it.
Oh, that's right. Birchie at 1 o'clock as well. Jam-packed hour, 97 won the ticket. All right, we got Will Birchfield that's going to join us from Allen Park, talk a little Lions and Tigers, maybe a little Michigan and Michigan State too. The impossible Stonies Tigers trivia for Tigers game on Sunday. Let's push it back to 117. You good with that? Yeah. All right.
But Birchie has precedent.
Yeah, let's go to Birchie first. Will Birchfield down in Allen Park. What's up, buddy?
How we doing, fellas?
Good. How are you? You ready?
I'm doing great. This is a great rendition of the Carson Anderson show.
I know. Would you eat it?
It depends what it is, pal.
I know. We'll just leave it at that.
How about a rally goose?
Who's on top? All right. Birchie, before we get to the Lions, and you're calling from Allen Park, you ready to party tonight in downtown?
Hey, man, I think that's the way it's looking. We were just talking in the media room here. I think it's going to be a late night in downtown Detroit. We can pretty much bank on the Twins losing. That's a given. The Twins are like that South Park episode where all the Little League teams intentionally lose to save their summer vacation, except they just want to watch the Vikings play football, I guess. And if the Tigers win tonight, I'd be shocked if we're not celebrating the first playoff berth in 10 years, deep into the Detroit night.
All right, so Birchie, I know you're a baseball guy. I also know you like the Yankees. Can the Tigers beat your Yankees? Like, who
they
can
beat
the
them
Tigers
just fine last time.
I
They
would
beat them
agree.
just fine last time they played them, and they beat them on national TV, and they beat them here in Detroit. I thought they did a great job that series of holding down Soto and Judge, besides Judge's one homer on that Friday night. But yeah, they can absolutely beat them. I don't think the Yankees are some kind of a behemoth. Like, they have two of the best hitters in baseball and one of the best pitchers, and that's mostly it. If the Tigers wind up facing them, there's no reason they can't take them out. And look, they have a long history of doing that this century.
They do. Plus, I mean, there's no team in the American League that really scares you. Don't get me wrong. Winning in Houston would be extremely difficult. Winning at Baltimore, going against Corbin Burns, that'd be tough. But there's no team in the American League that makes me think like, oh, no way. AJ Clinch can't handle him. The Hinchman, we're calling him.
I like that name.
Speaking of Houston, Rieger, you'll like this. I reached out to our old buddy Chandler Rome, who is Astros beat writer for the Athletic, formerly at the Houston Chronicle, to ask him if he expects Justin Verlander to be on the Astros postseason roster. He said he'd be shocked if JV is on the roster for the ALDS, but the ALCS might be a different story. And so I asked him, are you guaranteeing a Skubal Verlander showdown in Game 3 of the ALCS in Detroit? And I'm still awaiting a reply. So I'll get back to you on that as soon as I have it.
Birchie, real quick before we get to the Lions, wouldn't you imagine, like, I want to see when they tell Justin Verlander you're not going to be on the ALDS or even the wild card roster. He probably would kill somebody, I got to believe.
Not somebody, everyone. Everyone is dead if you tell JV he's not on the postseason roster. He actually was asked that. I saw it today. I think he was asked last night how he'd react to that, and he was pretty diplomatic. He said that, a lot of guys have pitched well, and I've been hurt for most of this year, but it's not my decision, which is a polite way of saying, don't you dare leave me off that playoff roster.
His last 5 games, he stunk, so...
It will be interesting. All right, at Allen Park, any noticeables not practiced today besides the ones we heard from yesterday?
Well, so Ragnow and Melifon will both miss practice. No surprises there. I think those guys will take basically the 2 full weeks of rest. For Iffy, it's obviously been more like 2 months now, but they'll try and get those guys back up after the bye. The big news is that Laporta was back at practice today. He had missed practice yesterday. So was Dan Skipper after missing, but it was good to see Laporta out there. He seemed to be moving around fine and in the limited drills and warm-ups that we saw. So you can expect 87 to be back on the field on Monday night, I would say.
That's good news. And obviously, Glasgow takes over at center. Do we know if who's gonna take over for his guard position?
Yeah, I would guess it's Awosika Coyote, and remember he started a game at guard for this team in the playoffs last year in the NFC Championship, and I believe against the Bucks as well. He played in place of Jonah Jackson, who had been injured in the Rams game. So there's some experience there for him, and I think they obviously feel pretty good about Glasgow being at center. Ben Johnson was saying today the reason that he and offensive line coach Hank Fraley pounded the table, he said, for the team to extend, re-sign Glasgow this offseason was because of that center versatility. Obviously, he's proven at guard, but this is a guy who's made, I think, 38 starts in his career at center, and he knows this offense just about as well as Frank Ragnow. So I think they feel okay in the interior, but obviously Awosika is going to be attacked and probably isolated as much as possible by that Mike McDonald defense.
Hey, Birchie, speaking of the defense and speaking of the Seahawks, they're 3-0. The defense has been good. They've held teams to 20, 20, and 3 points. But then you look at who they've played. Broncos, Bo Nix, rookie year, first game. The Patriots and the Tua-less Dolphins. So are the Seahawks legitimately scary, or have they just played nobody?
Well, I think there are elements that are fake and real about their number one ranked pass defense. I think what's fake is the fact that they've allowed the fewest yards because of those arms you just mentioned. Now, what's real is the pressure that they've been bringing up front. And if you go back and watch some of their game against the Dolphins, basically every time the camera panned back to Tim Boyle after a pass, he was lying on his back staring up at the heavens after getting drilled again by that Seahawks front. They're I believe, second in the league in pressure rate and total quarterback pressures, and they're doing that without blitzing much at all. This is just a unit that's winning frequently one-on-one up front, and we'll see what they look like next Monday. A lot of guys among that front have been either limited or held out of practice this week in Seattle, but Mofe is a legitimate game wrecker when he's out there, and they have other guys around him. Leonard Williams is a force on the interior, so it's going to be really important for this offensive line to protect Jared Goff. I still think that the game plan begins with the run. Run the ball when you can, protect when you have to.
The biggest thing I think the Lions have to deal with defensively is the triplets, for lack of a better term, because Lockett, Metcalf, and Smith and Jigba are just terrific as a tandem, aren't they? Or as a trifecta, whatever word you want to use.
And as you told me yesterday, Stoney, 3 is more than 2. And the Lions have seen some darn good duos this year, but this is as good as it gets when you're talking about a receiving trio. And the Lions, and we talked about this on our podcast, by the way, a little shameless self-promotion here.
Detroit Football Network podcast. Yes.
With Justin Rogers and Stoney. Latest episode dropped last night. We interviewed Parker Hesse, tight end fullback extraordinaire. But I think the Lions, for the first time this year, are going to have to play a good bit of nickel defense on Monday. And they've played the 4th fewest snaps of nickel defense in the NFL this season. But that's really the only way to defend a team that is going to play in a ton of 11 personnel and to account for DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. This feels like a pretty big game for Amik Robertson. He's played more like 40% of the snaps. I think we'll see a lot more of him on Monday night. And the Lions coaches keep raving about the job that he has done so far, especially in coverage. So whether it's Lockett or Smith and Jigba, I think he'll be put to the test the most he has so far in his young Lions career.
Yes. Birchie, Reeves had some interesting stats about Jared Goff. I'm wondering if he's a problem right now. Do you think he's a problem, or it's just you look around the league, the quarterback play has been not what it has been for a lot of quarterbacks if you're not named, and even Mahomes hasn't been great, but you know what I mean? Is it Goff, or is it just the offense itself?
Yeah, the number one stat, by the way, that was just shocking was his inability in a clean pocket in pretty much, I'd say, 5 of the 6 halves that he's played so far.
Yeah, no, I've seen that too. I think defenses have done a good job of dropping linebackers into coverage and basically muddying the field that Goff has seen, especially when it comes into the intermediate and some of those deeper shots. Like, he has really excelled at hitting guys like St. Brown and Laporta over the middle on some of those slants and daggers and in routes. And I think defenses have tried to just muddy the waters for him as much as possible. And the pick he threw last week was a good example of that. They They dropped Gardeck, their linebacker, in coverage, and he undercut that route to Laporta at the last second, and Goff just didn't quite see it. So I think he'll adjust just fine. I mean, like, Jared is as cerebral as it gets as a quarterback. I think he and Ben Johnson will figure out ways to attack defenses differently. I also thought it was interesting, Ben Johnson said today, for the first time, they're feeling the Jameson effect, and that's that defenses, and especially the Cardinals last week, refused to be beat over the top early in that game, playing a bunch of two deep safety looks and daring the Lions to run the ball. And the Lions accepted, and they ran the ball as well as they have all season, almost 200 yards on the ground. And if those are the games they have to play to win, they'll do that happily because they can run the ball as well as anyone in the NFL. And look, they've got a mobile quarterback now, and Jared Goff, he's good for a first down
That is
a game.
true.
So
3 straight games.
The more he keeps taking off, the more defenses are going to have to respect the threat of Jared's legs as well.
So Birchie, last question for you. Give us a prediction. I believe that's what you do on the Carson Anderson
Yes, this
show,
is
right?
prediction radio.
We do know that Seattle has had the Lions' numbers. Does it change on Monday night?
No, what you do on this show is you tease predictions. So if you tune in on Sunday morning to the Fox 2 pregame show, you can get my prediction there at about 10:57 on Fox 2. I'll take the bait here, Reegs.
No, thank you. It's very nice of you.
I think the Lions do get back on track offensively on Monday night. I think they cover that spread, and I think that they run the ball just like they did last week and wear that Seahawks defense out, which is probably missing Byron Murphy and maybe a couple other pieces up front. We'll see how that shakes out. But I think the Lions get the job done and cover on Monday night.
The Seahawks secondary is really, really good, though. So I like Witherspoon. I think, the Lions are probably going to pick him if he was available 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, he'd be here if Jahmyr Gibbs wasn't. But all the more reason just to pound the rock on Monday night. Don't tempt that secondary. Don't give them the chances to make plays, because if you do, they'll take them.
Birchie, are you bringing your goggles tonight?
Oh, of course, dude. I mean, whenever I go out, I always have my goggles. You never know when you might run into a playoff clinching celebration. But yeah, you can never be too prepared.
Have fun, Birchie. Thanks.
Thanks, Birchie. Always great to talk to you.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
He's
the great Will Birchfield.
He's amazing. He's the best.
He is. He writes for 971theticket.com. He does a podcast with you and Justin Rogers. What's it called again?
Detroit Football Network podcast.
He's on Fox 2 all the time with you and on the pregame show with Dan Miller and Wojo and
Jennifer Hammond,
TJ Lang.
Yes.
Everybody. Woody Woodruff. So there you go. Read Will Birchfield. He's awesome.
How many plugs can we give him?
And he deserves it.
He's got a great wife in Kent.
I met his daughter his son the other day, rather.
Willie the Third.
Yeah, I met him at Comerica. It's awesome.
And he's got a dog named Gator.
Wow, he must be a big fan of Scott the Gator Anderson.
Absolutely.
Who knew? All right, coming up next, Stoney, you want to just give it now? You want to give your trivia question now?
Sure.
Okay, so this is to win Tiger tickets on, or do you want to wait? Your call. Let's wait. Next segment, Stoney's Impossible Tigers Trivia to win tickets to Sunday's game. We'll do it next. 97 The Ticket. All right, 97 won the ticket. Good news. We still have 2 pair of Tigers tickets for Sunday's game. It could be a clinching game. Odds are they clinch tonight, though. Mm-hmm. So, Stoney, you've been very good so far. Stoney's Impossible Tigers trivia.
It hasn't been impossible because we had winners.
Well, as Kenny Cott just came over and told me, it's actually Stoney's Who Can Google It the Quickest Tigers trivia.
Yeah, well, that's the way any trivia contest is these days. You could probably ask Siri,
Yeah. You're probably AI could help you out.
Yeah.
I wish we could just totally shut down the internet from 10 to 2.
For us.
For us. Can we shut down the internet so nobody could Google? They have to break out the old baseball almanac. All right, here we go. Tickets for Sunday. Go to tigers.com. There's still tickets available for Sunday's game, but they're selling out quick. 2 tickets for Sunday's game, September 29th against the White Sox. What do you got, Stoney?
All right. The Tigers and Oakland Athletics. The reason I bring up the Oakland Athletics is because yesterday was the last game the Oakland Athletics will play in Oakland.
Yeah, they were stealing the seats. They were ripping them up.
Good.
Yeah.
That owner, what a scumbag.
Total scumbag. I enjoyed his letter to the fans.
Yes.
Couldn't even hold a press conference.
Did you see it made social media. Former ESPN anchor who now works in San Francisco, Larry Beal.
Okay.
Read the statement from the owner and just started trashing him. It was pretty funny. All right. So the Tigers and the A's have played in the playoffs 4 times.
All right.
Who were the 3 A's managers in those 4 playoffs? Obviously, one of them managed in 2 series.
All right. And we will check your web history. You need to give us your IP address. You cannot Google this.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking for 3 skippers.
Mm-hmm. 3 skippers.
3 skippers that have managed against the Tigers in the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I remember back-to-back years, Verlander and Sonny Gray went at it. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
It was amazing.
Verlander, that series was great. And then, they had another historic one, and there was a great incident in one as well. So, great series. They played them 4 times.
All right. Do you believe...
I hope I'm not missing one, but I think I got it correct.
I trust you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're very accurate. Do you believe there's a preferable day to clinch this weekend? Tonight's perfect.
Tonight
is
Friday
perfect.
Night.
And then the rest of the weekend.
Is Saturday a day game?
See, the problem is Saturday is a day game.
Yeah.
So there's a chance, and you don't want this to happen. These guys deserve to celebrate for what they've achieved. There's a chance if you lose today and the Twins win today, then it goes to tomorrow. And if you lose tomorrow, odds are that won't happen. And the Twins were to win or lose, you would have to wait till 8 o'clock at night for that game to even start.
Right.
Meaning the Tigers legitimately could not know after their game tomorrow, and then they would have to wait, and then they couldn't celebrate with the city and the fans and everybody else. So let's just do it today.
Yeah. Here's the other question I have for you. And if you're listening down at Tigers offices, premature congratulations. Thank you for listening. But I wonder.
You guys are the best.
I wonder.
Yeah.
If the Tigers would lose tonight.
Yeah.
And there is fireworks on Friday nights, correct?
Yeah.
Would they put, if the Twins game with the Orioles, right? That's what they're playing, the Orioles, I believe?
Correct.
Is, competitive, or the Twins are losing, would they put it up on the big scoreboard so everybody could hang out and watch?
I think they absolutely would.
Okay.
And they would delay the fireworks, which would be really memorable and really cool. Here's the problem, though.
And if they do that, you have the team out there watching on the grass, watching the game. That would be awesome.
Kind of like a little get-together, movie night at Comerica Park.
Yes.
Everybody's sitting there.
Yes. Because the worst, it wouldn't be worse.
It's going to be nice weather.
If the Tigers lose and then the Twins lose as well, and the players will be watching in the clubhouse.
Right.
But as far as the fans, where are they going to watch the game?
I actually, and I don't know for a fact, but I kind of feel they're going to do that. Now, that unfortunately means that the Tigers lost.
I know.
See, we kind of wanted the Twins to win yesterday simply because the Tigers could win. And to make a memory in your scenario, that'd be pretty sweet to sit, watch the last 3-4 innings of the Twins game, and then watch them lose
Right.
and watch the Tigers go crazy. Here's my question. Remember in 06 when they
Yes.
beat the Yankees? You
Yes.
had Zamaya and Kenny Rogers pouring the champagne on the fans
It was
and the
awesome.
cops.
It was awesome.
Do we get to see the Tigers celebrating with the fans on the field? Or is it like, hey, quick little embrace on the field, and then we go inside to get crazy?
No, I
hope they stay outside.
I think they're going to stay outside for a little bit because they know, and you heard them, I was with you yesterday in the locker room. They know how crazy it'll be, number one, and they know how electric it's been the last few home games, and I think they want to give the fans something for putting up with what they put up with the last 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, AJ said it yesterday. He said he knows how difficult it's been to be a Tiger fan.
Yeah.
And he knows how much and how long Tiger fans have been waiting for this. So I do believe it's going to be insane. Like you saw it on Wednesday night when they brought out Jackson Jobe and everybody's chanting, Jobe, Jobe, Jobe. And then, of course, they went into the Jared Goff chant.
By the way, here's my chance. I didn't tweet this out that I should have.
Yeah.
A lot of times we, in one part of the media, sometimes take shots at other media. And I know there are times where Bally Sports gets criticized, and
They've done a
sometimes
great
rightfully so. Okay. The way they handled the Jobe debut,
by staying with
it, no commercial, was terrific. Whoever made that decision, 1, 2, 800 people, I don't care. Bally Sports Detroit, the Tigers broadcast that night for that scene was top notch. Well done.
Okay, so I just got this ticket text. Is this true? Today is the 25th anniversary of the last game played at Tiger Stadium. Remember, Rob Fick hit the grand slam against the Royals. The Tigers could clinch the wild card with a win tonight. Pretty cool. I got to look that up. So it's, I think he's right. September 27th, it rings a bell. It was a Monday night.
The Monday, like 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
3 o'clock.
Yeah,
start.
Fick
I
hit the
remember
grand
I
slam in the
couldn't
eighth
go.
inning. Oh, really?
Wojo went. I was on the air.
Of course.
At the other
Of course.
station.
That sounds about right.
Mhm.
Yeah. One of these segments we should just do like, when did Wojo not show up? We should tell stories. There's a lot of them, an abundance.
I'm going to be, my favorite, I think, was we were doing a live remote at the TPC Seniors. And he got there so late because it was during the Larry Brown squabble with the Pistons
Oh,
or
yeah.
whatever. And Larry Brown called him back, and he was like in a parking lot or somewhere for like an hour and a half talking to Larry Brown on the phone.
While you're doing the radio show.
Mhm.
Now, did he come back and report what Larry said?
Some of it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good at least.
Yeah.
Kind of a source.
I know.
That's back when Wojo worked a lot.
That's true.
Or harder.
Yeah, he was younger, though.
I kid. All right. We will give you the answer to the trivia question. We'll keep talking Tiger baseball. They could clinch today. We'll get things up to Mike and Rico. 97 won the ticket. All right, Stoney, I think this one was better. I was told the first one did not get this trivia question. Go ahead. What was the trivia question? What was the answers? And we'll give the last pair away next segment. Next segment at 1:47, 17 minutes from now.
All right. For the person who won a pair of tickets to see the Tigers take on the White Sox tonight, tickets still available, according to here. Actually, it's for Sunday's game. My bad. Sunday, September 29th. Tickets available at tigers.com. The Oakland A's are no longer the Oakland A's. They played their last game in Oakland yesterday. The Tigers and Oakland A's met in the playoffs 4 times. Name the 3 Oakland managers in those 4 series. Bob Melvin, 2012 and 2013. Ken Maka was the manager of the 2006 Oakland Athletics. And in 1972, Dick Williams managed the Oakland A's as they went on to win 3 straight World Series, 72, 73, and 74. And the Tigers, that was the famous, you ever see the video or look it up, the Bert Campaneris, Laren LeGros incident where he throws the bat. So there you go.
All right, one more question, one more chance to win Tiger tickets coming your way in about 15 minutes. All right, Stoney, we've been talking about this. Tigers have a chance to clinch today. It's the 25th anniversary. It is of the last game played at Tiger Stadium. It would also mark the fact that the Chicago White Sox are the losingest team in the history of baseball. It would be their 121st loss. They're sitting at 120, tied with the 62 pathetic Mets. But I don't know if anybody really stayed up to watch Twins and Marlins yesterday except for you.
Yeah.
Game went 13 innings.
And I didn't watch, I don't have the Major League Baseball package, so I watched it on MLB Network. They showed a lot of it, and then they switched to the Dodgers-Padres at odd times, and the game was, it was a bad game. I mean, the Marlins made the dumbass plays you could ever imagine. They blew a 4-0 lead. 2 of the 4 runs that Minnesota scored to tie it were due to errors. Then they had a reliever come in. He walked 2 guys in a row on 8 straight pitches. And the announcers on, not the game announcers who you'll hear soon, but the MLB panel, Harold Reynolds and Plesac, and I forget who the other guy was.
They were probably begging for it to end.
Well, not only that, they were sitting there saying, move a runner. Just because it was in extra innings. Why do people hate bunting, especially if you're the home team? You punt it over, you hit a sac fly, the game's over.
Oh, especially if you're the Twins and you need to win and you just need 1 run.
Yes.
But I hear you. Okay, so there were 3 plays that stuck out. All right. One of them, actually both of them, 2 of the 3 were in extra innings. But the one play that kind of caught my eye was the fact that, and I saw this on Twitter this morning, listen to the Twins announcers when the Twins were totally brain dead and a double play was turned when it should not have been turned. Take a listen.
Yeah, he popped. That was an extra inning.
Oh, it was an extra inning.
He popped up a bunt with guys at first and second and 1 out, I believe. Or maybe no out. I don't know, whatever.
Well, they're the kings at stranding runners with less than 2 outs.
It was unbelievable.
All right, so
because not only was the guy doubled off, he was doubled off at second, not even at first, which was probably an easier one.
This one, a former Tiger helping out the current Tigers.
Yes.
And you hear the great Rod Allen on this call.
This is the Miami Marlins broadcast.
So this was former Tiger at the plate.
Yes,
Willie Castro. Former Tiger in the outfield, Derek Hill. And former Tigers announcer Rod Allen on the color. This is all forward. This is destiny.
Yes.
Take a listen.
Country Mile.
Country Strong.
Yeah.
I see you, big fella.
Yeah.
I love Rod. Rod is fantastic. All right, so that is, I like that. That's former Tigers announcer, former Tiger to former Tiger.
And if that would have dropped, it would go to the wall, they would have scored the winning run.
That would have been it. Yeah. And then today we're waiting on the Twins. Now you don't have to wait on the Twins. Okay, the one that really got me, though, this is the one that pretty much shows you everything about how the Twins have quit. So it's the bottom of the 13th inning, and it's an 8-6 game. Byron Buxton grounds out the third. Castro scores, makes it 8-6. So they still got a chance. Not a great chance. 2 outs, nobody on. Carlos Correa comes up to the plate. Last chance for the Twins. They don't win. The tragic number for Detroit in their eyes is 1. Take a listen to this. All right.
You know what even makes me laugh more? Did you notice their dugout the night before when they won the game? They were like living it up and all this kind of stuff.
As it should have been.
Yeah, but they were just like, oh, we're back. Yeah,
well,
no, you weren't.
The thing about, and those announcers didn't mention it, but Carlos Correa dogged it to first base. Like, he hit it right back to McLachlan, the pitcher.
Yeah.
And it was a god-awful throw. It pulled the first baseman off the bag. If Correa was even running at half speed, he's safe. And who knows, maybe you end up tying the game and winning the game, and maybe you still got a shot. He dogged it to first base. Like, literally could not care less. Dude makes how much? $300 million? Could not care less in the most important time of the year.
Glad we didn't sign him, huh?
I mean, obviously, Javi Baez couldn't hurt the Tigers. Oh, my goodness. Like, what a game. You know what I won't miss? I'm not going to miss, and I think all of Detroit has done this. I'm not here. I'm going to show you what I'm going to not miss. Just staring at my game tracker.
Oh, I know.
Over and over and over.
I would go from play-by-play to Gamecast on the ESPN app.
Yes.
Is that the one you use, or do you use?
Oh, yeah, I do the Gamecast.
Yeah.
And I watch the balls and strikes.
The worst, though, is sometimes that's in other sports more than so than baseball. It's ahead sometimes of what we're seeing.
Oh, you mean what you see on TV?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have YouTube TV, which I love, but it's a little further behind than the actual play. So, like, for instance, when I was watching the Lions-Arizona over the weekend, I would get notifications on my phone that the Lions kicked the field goal, and then I saw it on TV. That was freaking annoying.
I hate that. It's like I was FaceTiming my daughter, and she was watching something, and she was in New Jersey, and she was ahead of me, and it's just like, it sucks. And last night, before the baseball game, I was watching that thrilling Cowboys-Giants game. And my daughter's, it was on Amazon Prime, she was like 2 plays ahead of me. And well, everybody's streaming it. I guess her stream is better than mine. I don't. By the way, I know I'm going to sound like old man. I think Amazon does a good job. The problem I have with the whole streaming concept,
you can't use your back button.
Yes.
Yes. You can't surf. Unless they came up with a way to do it. Yeah, you have to log out, and then you have to log into whatever else you need to watch. Like, I have YouTube TV, but I also have Bally's. It's a separate app. So if I want to watch the Tigers, I just watch on my phone, and then I watch whatever I want on the TV, like a football game or something.
Right.
Yeah. Very quickly, somebody pointed this out. There's a picture for the Twins.
Oh, the guy who lost the game?
Who ended up giving, and I noticed this the other day. He was good the other day. His last name is Blewett.
Yeah. Wasn't there
Blewitt?
Wasn't there a kick? Wasn't there a kicker for Penn State named Blewett? There was a kicker somewhere.
I don't know, but it's a great last name.
Yes, Blewett.
He blew it.
He did.
He literally blew it.
Yeah.
He gave up 3 runs in the top of the 13th inning. He blew it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Blewett.
Actually, he only gave up 1, and then they brought in a reliever, Topa. So anyway, all right. You got one more question? We got one
Yeah.
more pair of Tiger tickets to give away.
Yeah.
We'll do that coming up next. We'll welcome in Mike and Rico. We'll start the weekend. Tigers should clinch tonight. What a time to be alive. 97 won the ticket. All right, Stoney. We got one more question for Tigers tickets.
Ooh, and this time I'm going to give it to you.
Oh, I get to choose it? Listen,
Yes.
yours were very difficult,
Thank you.
thought out, thought-provoking, easily Googleable. So I got one. I got one myself.
Okay.
For Tiger tickets on September 29th, it's Sunday. Tickets still available at tigers.com. Not many, though. I got 2 free ones for you. If you can tell me what Tiger had the highest OPS the last year the Tigers made the playoffs. What Tiger? Last year they made the playoffs, had the highest OPS. 248-539-9797. You get that right, you get 2 tickets, and you can be in attendance at Comerica on Sunday. All right.
I got a question.
Good luck to you. Yeah, good.
I got a question for you. This is something that Carson Anderson do every Friday, so I'm just going to ask you. I'm going to ask you 3 games.
Are we playing the Gator Rant?
No.
Oh.
No, we're not playing the Gator Rant.
Oh, we don't get to play the Gator Rant?
No.
Oh, damn it.
If I bet it. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Lions -3.5, over under 45.5.
Lions -3.5. That's easy to me. I'm going Lions.
I am too.
Yeah. I'm not sold on the it's Gator's show, so I'm not sold on the Sea Hags,
right,
as he likes to call them.
Michigan -10, over under 33.5.
All right,
so Michigan has to score 20 points to win the game.
Right. I mean, I keep
Or
going back
11
and forth.
What am I talking about? 20 if they shut them out.
Minnesota doesn't stop the run.
No.
So I would assume Michigan's going to run all over them. With that being said, Minnesota has – that's really tough. That's very difficult. Michigan has not covered as much since, Connor Stallions has been involved in the program.
Stop.
I'm going to go Michigan, but I'm definitely not very confident.
Right.
Go ahead. You.
I'm taking Wolverines as well.
All right.
Michigan State, plus 24.
This one's
at
easy
home
to me.
against Ohio State. I'm taking the Spartans.
I am too. I think it's going to be
Marsh
close.
is back.
Which is huge.
Yes.
I mean, I do believe they're going to be able to move the football
Glover's
against
back.
Ohio State. Do we even know what Ohio State is? They haven't played anybody. They played the likes of Marshall. I mean, they're good. They're talented. I don't think this is going to be like that vintage blowout like we've seen before. So we
I
agree.
see a backdoor cover, something like, I don't know.
Yeah.
42 to, 7, whatever, 42 to 20.
So I got a question for you. Yeah. And I know you've been through this. And I'm not happy about it, but it is what it is. I got a wedding I got to go to tomorrow. My daughter is a flower girl.
Oh.
Yeah, she's 8 years old. She's super pumped. Like, there's a calendar she has in her room. She's been crossing off the days to the wedding.
Who's wedding? A
family friend.
Okay.
She actually was her teacher in preschool. That's how we met. So she's going to be the flower girl. Today's the rehearsal dinner. Then I got to go downtown for the game. Anyway, tomorrow, Michigan State, Ohio State. Now, the service, the reception, they're Catholic. It's going to be at 2:00. Right in the smack dab middle of Michigan and Minnesota. My wife...
And possibly an important Tiger game.
Well, there you go, too. So my wife already gave me the ultimatum. She's like, you cannot break out your phone, even though I'm not standing up in the wedding. Like, I can peek. I probably can't... I can go to the bathroom, maybe. Like, if you throw a wedding in September, I'm going to come. And I'm going to wish you the best. But... I have to look, right? And then the reception, that's in the middle of Michigan State and Ohio State. By the way, Ryan Woolley is doing the DJing. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Small world.
It's also in the middle of the biggest game in college football this year.
That's true.
Georgia,
Alabama and Georgia.
Yes.
That's a great point.
Go Dogs.
So, I mean, you're allowed to look at your phone. I can do it incognito, maybe.
Yes,
maybe have an earpod in my ear.
I've looked at my phone in synagogue before.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it right, but I have.
I mean, I have to.
Right.
I have to. I could just say it's for my job, maybe.
Well, it is.
Sort of.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Now, is there a way you can somehow get AirPods where nobody would see? No, so you don't have hair anymore.
Yeah, no.
Where you could just listen and nobody knows the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I could wear, maybe I wear a wig and put the hair over my ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not going to happen.
All right,
Yeah.
I do have another question.
Yeah.
And maybe it's too late in the show, but what the hell? If you're a Michigan fan, you're rooting for the Spartans tomorrow, aren't you?
No, absolutely not. Now, I want Michigan State to win, but they don't.
Why?
Because
you want Ohio State to lose every freaking time they go in the field.
Yeah, you want to beat Ohio State. You want to be Ohio.
You still want to beat Ohio. That doesn't make a difference.
Unless you're saying, no, you don't want Michigan State to win that game.
Why not? Are you afraid that Michigan State might legitimize them and they might become
Michigan
really
State,
good again?
No, Michigan State's your real rival. They don't admit it. Michigan fans won't admit it.
Well, it depends where you live, but yes, there's some. No.
It would actually kill Michigan fans, I feel, if Michigan State pulled off the upset and maybe they're thinking Sparty's on the rebound. No. They're rooting for the Buckeyes. Wouldn't you think?
I don't think so. To me, just me, I hope Ohio State loses every game they ever play. I even rooted for Notre Dame against Ohio State. The only time I would root for Ohio State is if they had to win and it would help Michigan. That's the only way.
See, I don't hate Ohio State as much as you do.
Right, but I don't hate Michigan State at all, and you do.
Exactly. But I would think Michigan fans, of course, would never admit it. They want Ohio State to beat the living pulp out of Michigan State. Now, I'll tell you this. Every other team, yes, they're hoping Ohio State loses. But Sparty, absolutely not. They want Michigan State to get their ass kicked, I would think. I got a really good pulse of the Michigan fans. I know these things.
Well, yes, you do for some of them.
Yeah, somebody says I want OSU undefeated every time we play them. Stoney, I never root for Michigan State. I don't care who they're playing against. I want them to lose every game that they play. See, that's an honest Michigan fan right there.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a Michigan fan, I don't care who plays until we can prove we're worthy of making the playoffs. Okay.
Well, you don't care who you play, so what difference does it make? I don't know. And I also feel it depends where you live. If you are a Michigan alum and live outside of this state, you're rooting for Michigan State.
Well, ask Rico. Okay, Rico's about to sit down, right? He's a Michigan State fan.
Really?
I don't know if you do that.
Oh, wow.
I think
breaking news. Where's the sounder?
He's wearing the Tigers hat today, though.
He should.
He's repping the local team. But no, Stoney asked me the question. He said, if you're a Michigan fan, you want the Buckeyes to lose tomorrow to Michigan State.
I don't.
I said, hell no,
yes,
they don't.
I want the Buckeyes to lose. I hate Ohio State.
Right. But most Michigan fans want the Spartans to get the crap kicked out of them. I'm asking you to speak on behalf of what do you think Michigan fans want?
Oh, I asked David, and he was hoping it'd be like a Bane in The Dark Knight Rises. Am I up? Am I here? Hello? No? Nothing?
We got some issues. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good talk.
Anyway. There you go. Speaking of Stoney's mic.
I said, Davis said he hopes it's like Bane in Dark Knight Rises when he just destroyed Pittsburgh Stadium.
Right, so Michigan State gets destroyed.
No, well, both teams.
I got you.
I asked David. He was like,
Hines Ward in that scene?
Yeah, that's what David was hoping for. I honestly, I don't know where Michigan fans go in this game. Do you watch it? Do you just hate watch and hope for 0-0?
Well, they definitely hate watch. No, they don't want
everybody's injured.
No, but they don't want you guys, your people. They don't want your people to win that game because
I want Ohio State to lose every. But see, I'm a weird guy because I don't hate Michigan State.
Right, but that also would mean that you're actually acknowledging both teams as a rival. So I got to think that you want Ohio State to lose.
Yes, exactly.
No. But what they really want, Michigan fans.
Because I mean,
like
the others, because that means the other school's not really a threat or a rival to you. So why do you care? It's like basically Eastern Michigan.
No, but deep down they do care. Michigan fans
they don't.
do
That's
care.
not what they've told me.
Yes,
Rieger.
yes. Like for instance, if David had to choose,
that's not what they've told me.
You can't believe
They're
never going to give
Ohio State. It's Notre Dame. It's pretty much any other team. It's the Mays team in the spring game, and then it's Michigan State.
They'll never give you the satisfaction
right.
of telling
West
you
Bloomfield,
that we care about
then
you.
MSU.
Right. I don't know about West Bloomfield. They're green and white.
Right. I said West Bloomfield, then MSU.
Yes. West Bloomfield versus Lake Orion.
Right.
And both green and white. That's next week.
So what do you got coming up, Rico?
We'll talk some, the Tigers. Kind of, who is not necessarily who's that Tiger, but who's the person that you attribute most of this to?
Who do you give the most credit to? Or as I said, who do you blame the most for it?
Yes.
Yeah, because it can go the other way. We'll try to get some football talk in as well with the games with Michigan. And a funny stat about the Michigan passing game that I came up with.
All right.
They have one?
All right.
Maybe, maybe not.
About the all of 32 yards that Orgy threw for the other day?
The guy who you always keep saying, hey, what's the spread going to be? What's the spread? He literally tried to, after that game, he tried to go into his computer, his supercomputer, to come up with the possible spread, and his computer kept rejecting it because it said you need to input more passing yards.
Like Michigan's not a real team.
He was just like, dude, I had to override it and manually input because my computer kept rejecting it.
So what spread you got?
I think it was still at like 8.5, 7.5.
I'd probably take Michigan State.
See, I hope Michigan State just kills Ohio State. That way I can definitely keep most of my focus on Georgia, Alabama.
Fair.
Or it just goes the other way around, and then you can watch Georgia, Alabama.
I know, but
Rico and Mike next 97
Rieger,
won the ticket.
it's been a pleasure.
Stoney, it's been a pleasure. I'll shake your hand and
Thank
enjoy AJ Clinch today.
Boy, like that.
Yes.
No,
yes.
I don't like that.
The henchman.
The henchman, I like.
Enjoy the henchman. Go into work today.
I like that name. I don't like him.
Gonna head down to the district and watch it?
Yeah, I'm going down there.
All right.
In a bit.
Bring your cell phone.
Unbelievable. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The champagne bottles could come out tonight at Comerica Park. The Tigers are directly on the verge of the playoffs. The magic number is 1. The goal tonight in this series opener against the White Sox: get a win, clinch a wild card spot, and make the playoffs for the first time in 10 years. Manager A.J. Hinch was asked if this is an improbable run and if it's magic. The particulars tonight: bullpen day for Detroit. They have not announced an opener yet, but Garrett Crochet, the ace for the White Sox, will go for them. At 85 and 74, 11 games over, Tigers are tied with the Royals for the second and third wild card spots. A win tonight or a Twins loss against Baltimore clinches them a playoff spot. First pitch downtown at 6:40. Pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And thinking back, August 11th, the Tigers 55 and 63. Since then, they've won 30 of 41 games. And next up tonight, potentially a playoff berth. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, it's supposed to be a football Friday, but that ain't happening. So we've got a lot to get to. TJ Lang changed his schedule because more of the useless youth sports he attends. He'll be here at 2:30 instead of 3:30. We have our normal program where the football will be by way of the picks. It will be by way of the prop bet casino. It will be by way of a couple of one-segment deals. Lions playing Monday affords us that. The Tigers not losing in 2 months affords us that. But I do have to start with something. It's very important, Rico. Were you privy to David's performance before the show?
Yes, I was.
I have never in my life witnessed something like that. Apparently, the midday show was giving away Tiger tickets to the game tonight. And even after those tickets were given away, people wouldn't stop calling. And at one point, David slapped Kenny, which is an absolute HR violation. And he just goes, "Get the F out of my way. I'm going to handle this." David proceeds to, there's a full phone bank of calls. There's 11 people calling in. And he goes one by one. "Tickets are gone. Thanks for calling. 97.1, tickets are gone. Tough luck. 97.1, tickets are gone. Sucker. 97.1, tickets are gone." Bang, 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 bang. Phone bank empties. Yeah. It fills up again. David does it again. But he's changing his octave every time.
Changing the cadence, changing everything. Like, okay, well, nope, you lost. Sorry. You lost. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
Tickets
Please
are
go
gone.
away.
Have a blessed day.
Yeah.
Tickets are gone. F your mom. Tickets are gone. I'm like,
did you think, congratulations, you didn't win.
Right. It's like, what? But here's why that's relevant. Both that David is a psychopath, and we were laughing our asses off. But it shows you how badly people want to be at this game tonight, because I want to know if this is a fair way to open the show. It's not even a competition. It's a coronation.
Mm-hmm.
They're not losing. First of all, they're not missing the playoffs. Second of all, they're not losing. It's a coronation. Doesn't it feel like it's just a party that people want to be a part of?
Friday night, yeah, absolutely. And you just hang out downtown, go to a restaurant, do whatever you want to do. Tonight feels like the night, especially because it's supposed to rain tomorrow. So let's get it in tonight.
Much like you at the dentist. 248-539-9797. Listen, it's very important. I would like to know from the people, though. Have you reached coronation phase? I mean, the Twins, we've been saying this for weeks. The Twins cannot win baseball games. They don't want to play baseball for money. I mean, last night, they were driving a clown car soaked in kerosene. Mm-hmm. And there's a bit of delicious irony with Rod Allen on the call for the Marlins. And Derek Hill and some of the other people that played a role in that disaster. How do you bunt into a double play? Twinning. So look, the moment is upon us. I mean, I would imagine the celebration is going to be hilarious tonight, both in the stands, but obviously in a clubhouse full of young players who no one expected much of, or guys who really had no professional future. When you're rocking an ERA of 5.8, 6.5, 7.25 in the minors, you don't have a professional future.
Right.
But you do here.
You're right.
Because it happened. So I'd like to know from you guys. Is tonight, look, if you're planning on going to the game, what would it take for you to sell your ticket? But is tonight just a party? Like, I can't wait to see the district full.
Get there early. Get there early because it will fill up.
Right. But I is it a coronation, not competition? I don't have any fear of anything going sideways. I do believe they're getting it done tonight. And it's just this wild thing of like people lining up for a pair of Tiger tickets. How long has it been since that?
I mean, Mike, you couldn't have told me, a month ago people would have this type of an excitement. I mean, we were just saying, hey, congratulations, you stayed relevant enough this summer. But there's no way you can go on this type of run because that means you would have to be this good, and that means the Twins would have to be that bad. Cutscene, that actually happened. And now, you're right. It's almost to the point where the last time you've seen something like this was playoff tickets for the Lions last year, where near the end of the year, everybody had to get down to Ford Field. Everybody needed to be in the place because you waited so long for this team to do that. I think the same thing is going to happen here with the Tigers. Like this weekend, even if you can't make it to the game, you're just going to go downtown to say, I was downtown and I was in the atmosphere.
I'd like to hear from the people. 248-539-9797. David, I'm sorry the tickets are gone. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, the tickets are gone. But here's what I'll say to you, Rico. And
Kenny, he saved you answering 27 phone calls.
But no, it was how
it was
he
the
did
cadence that got me. It was the tickets are gone. Sorry,
No,
you suck. Goodbye.
Kenny, it was David coming around the corner saying, now it's my turn.
Right.
And he comes running from the back. Boop. Tickets are gone. Sorry. Tickets are gone. Sorry. Hey. Tickets are gone.
He looks at me. He's like, "Did you just give away tickets?" I said, "Yes." He was like, "Oh, rubbing his hands together."
Congratulations! You didn't win.
Right. David, answer one call. I'm highly favored. You're not. Have a nice day. Unbelievable. But go ahead. David, where do you stand on this besides the fact the tickets are gone?
here's what I think. I do think today is a coronation. It's going to be a celebration time. But there's one thing I disagree with you on, Rico, is that people are going to go downtown and just hang out even if they don't have tickets. This town is not like that.
Dude, the district is popping.
This town doesn't do the things they should do. It should be a day or a night and evening to celebrate and just hang out. They're not going to do it. It's only going to be people at the game that's going to celebrate. It's going to be no one. It's going to be an empty street.
David, I disagree. I think people will be down at the establishments. If they were able to brave the cold last year during the Lions playoff run, because it was brutal,
But
it
that's
was
the difference.
0.
Dude, football's religion.
Right, but it's a weekend. It's nice. Yeah, you're going to go to all the little local establishments if you don't have a ticket just to say I was there. And the second that it's over, you're going to run over to Comerica Park and high five with anybody that you can see. You're going to take your photos. David, I think the people will be downtown for that. Mike, I understand. It was brutally cold. I remember that game like, oh, how in the world are people going to suffer through this? But they did because they wanted to see something. And you haven't seen winning like this for baseball in a long time. Yeah, it's not raining. You'll be down there.
Kenneth Cott, this was a night designed for somebody like you. This was a night where you're supposed to have slick back hair, Kenny, Hawaiian shirt, meth head, Magnum PI. Tonight was a night designed for you. Will you be gracing the patrons, the 1901 Society, with your presence?
I thought about it, Mike, and I still am on the fence. I might be downtown, but yes, this is a night designed exactly for somebody like me. And I'll tell you,
what's the issue? What's holding you back?
Oh, nothing. I just I'm house sitting for a family member, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole different side issue. But downtown,
No, it's not. To hell with them.
Okay.
So listen, what would it take to get you at the game tonight? Because if anyone should be there, it's you.
A ticket indoors would help, but No, I think tonight's designed for a fan like me who's.
What are
just,
ticket prices tonight?
I don't know.
Sort it out. I'd love to know.
I'll look. I'll go check.
Because again, with the way people called the midday show and David, 97.1, the tickets are gone.
I'll tell you this. When we give away Lions tickets, we get massive phone calls. Massive amounts of phone calls. But today, this equaled a Lions, like a Lions Sunday giveaway, is Tiger tickets, which tells you how hot this ticket really is right now.
Find out what some of the cost of tickets are in seats you'd actually sit in, and we'll have a conversation. So we're going to get it started. We are going to talk some Tigers. We are going to do a little bit of football because I think David said one of the most heinous things I've ever heard, and especially from a pastor, but his view on Michigan State and Ohio State and what he's rooting for.
Yeah.
Here's a hint: hospital bills. Truly embarrassing from an alleged leader of the black community.
I was born in the darkness.
Citizens of Gotham. David essentially wanted everyone's neck broken. That's what he's rooting for.
You merely adopted it. I was born in the dark.
I was born in the dark. Okay, then, David. Thank you. So, look, we're going to weave football into the mix. We do have Tiger topics, not only this coronation angle, but who is most – we always do most to blame. Who deserves most of the credit? Who's your Tiger, in essence? That old bit.
Is it
Vote V-Mart?
Is it Avila or Avila?
Good call. 248-539-9797. Rico, let's get it started. I will tell you about David Femininio. It's just simple. If you've been injured in an accident, David Femininio and his team are who you need to call. $3.5 million, $5 million, $11.5 million. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right. We're going to get to the people in a second. We'll get some ticket texts as well. TJ will join us at 2:30. Get Derek Stevens later in the hour. We've got Prop Bet Casino, and we will try to do a little football. Obviously, Lions on a Monday night. It affords us all day Monday. But the Tigers are the story. And people, the reaction to Tiger tickets on the midday show just got me thinking about it. And it's like, all right, how expensive are tickets at tonight's game? And how many people are going down? And Rico's opinion, people will go down to just be around it or be near it. And it's a coronation. I don't think anyone believes they're losing tonight. It's destiny. And yes, we can get into who's most responsible and who's your Tiger and the whole bit and do it a little later. But let's kick it off. Go to John, see what's going on. Johnny, what's going on, buddy? John?
Yo, what's up, guys?
How you doing, Johnny? What's up?
Doing great, man. We got tickets for the game tonight. We got tickets through work, and they actually gave them to us near the end of June, back when the team was not what we're watching right now. So we really lucked out, and, man, can't wait for the party, man. Looking forward to it.
And you're going down? What time are you getting down there?
Unfortunately, we got to work till 5.
Uh-oh.
And I'm running out the door from Ipsy to Detroit, baby.
Okay. And you listen, buckle up. That traffic's going to be a treat.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I know.
Johnny, who do you give most credit for what has taken place?
Well, it's tough not to say that it's all Hinch and Feder. But to be perfectly honest, man, you watch these guys play, they're having fun. They believe in themselves. They believe in each other. I saw AJ Hinch smile for the first time ever the other week when we got a win on the road at Kansas City. So there is something really nice over there, but I don't know.
Okay.
It's wild.
Yeah, I mean, I know I joke about it, but who's my Tiger? The Minnesota Twins. You don't get in if a team doesn't go essentially 12-26 their last 38 games. Doesn't matter what you're doing. You needed the Twins to have an epic free fall, and they did just that. In fact, they did more than that. They were so bad that they made it plausible for you to not only tie them or be near them, you had a multi-game lead on them. You can close them out and not even need the last couple games of the season. Who's my Tiger? The Twin Cities. Both Minneapolis and St. Paul. That's who.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, we're talking about how fun it is and how much we can build on it, but it wouldn't mean anything in actual playoffs. Because if the Twins had been a couple games under 500, you're still nowhere close.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your Tiger?
Yeah.
The Twins. That's it.
Crossing your fingers, hoping to sweep the White Sox. I'm with you. I was going to say the Twins as well, but since you took them, I'm going to say Chris Feder, because what you've done to not just the bullpen, the entire staff. Skubal is the given. Skubal, he's going to be good. But you took guys who shouldn't be this good, and you're making them this good because you're putting them in spots. You have them believing in themselves. It's almost like their pitching velocity is increasing because of the belief that they have. So I'm going to go with him because in every game, the Tigers are in it. I can't recall the last time they've just been blown out.
Go to Dylan, 97.1. What's up, Dylan?
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, Dylan.
What's up?
So, unfortunately, I can't go to the Tigers game tonight, but I am going to go downtown. So I'm going to be going to the Red Wings preseason game instead, just so I can be in the atmosphere and kind of be around everything.
So you're going preseason Wings, and then you're going to mill around a little bit, check the score of the game, try to get around the stadium. Is that the move?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll have to make a couple donations to the church at MGM. You never know what's going to happen.
Gotcha. What are the prices, by the way? Dylan, did you try to buy tickets, or you're just committed to the preseason game?
I checked on secondary market a couple hours ago, and it was like, I think, $120 just to get into the building.
Jesus.
So
$120 to sit nosebleeds at a baseball game? Yeah, that's not for me. I mean, I get why people want to be there, but to me, you could have just as much fun at a bar. But I'm a different bird, I guess. All right. No, I mean, Kenny, nosebleeds, $120.
Yeah, I'll go down and hang out at the bars. I'm like you. That's not for me. For a baseball game, that's not for me.
No, it just doesn't feel the same as a Lions playoff game where it's a football stadium. Baseball, nosebleeds, $120?
Yeah, but it's just saying that you were there because this has been so long.
Why does
I
that
can
matter
see
to
that.
people? What are people? Children?
What do you mean?
Oh, I was there. By the time this game ends tonight, 5 million people are going to claim they were at Comerica.
Mike, it's just, yeah, it's people always want to be included in a part of the action. You were there. Like when Verlander would throw no hitters and you could, hey, I was at that game when he threw this no hitter. He did that.
But those are moments that just happen. Like tonight, you know they're going to go to the playoffs. I'd rather be interested in going to a playoff game. Oh, I was there when they clinched the playoffs.
Because this is guaranteed. There's no guarantee that they're going to go to the playoffs and win. But you do know tonight.
Oh, you just said tonight's guaranteed. Oh,
Bogo.
Tonight you're going down there. Nice night. Yes, you're there.
Roberts.
You're going to be there. So, yeah, I think that's why, because you know, okay, it's going to be just a great feeling in downtown Detroit. You want to be a part of that.
Go to Douglas, 97.1. Douglas, what's going on?
Hey, I'm going to be going down there. I don't have a ticket, but I'd much rather be spending my money about 100, 120 at the bar. Be with everyone. Detroit's back rocking.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. And
there's a level of community when you're watching it at a bar. The place will be packed. Everybody's pulling and rowing the same way. It's like that to me is more fun than sitting nosebleeds at a baseball game.
100%. And but the one thing I say is it could be very Tigers-esque that they lose to the White Sox. So
no.
Hey, the one thing we got is the worst team in baseball, so it's going to be a party. So I think bar over nosebleeds any day.
Yeah, I think Kenny's making the move there. Go ahead. What?
No, and I agree with that, because here's what could happen with people like Douglas and Kenny. If you're at the bar and you see what's about to happen, you can go and stand outside the gates of Comerica Park where, technically you can kind of see or at least hear the final out of the game, celebrate without paying the $1.20 or whatever it was to actually go inside the ballpark.
248-539-9797. Go to Elijah, 97.1. What's up, Elijah?
Hey, guys. How you doing? First time, long time.
Welcome. Hey. What's going on?
So I used to actually be a bat boy in 2011 to 2016. So I remember I got to sit on the field for, World Series games. And I bought, 4 tickets at $139 like a week ago for $50. They're going for like $400, $450 now. I'm going down there. I'm going to have a blast. Give me a good time. I'm going with one of my old bat boy buddies.
I love it. Again, everyone's got a price, but no one's going to offer you remotely what it'll take to sell. And that's okay. You want to be there. You have a personal connection to it. You worked at the park. I get it.
It's got to be enough to basically pay my fees for the DAC so I can see from there. I think that's kind of the money I need.
That's it. There you go. You need someone to bribe you. You need someone to make you a Godfather offer. Respectable. I have no problem with it.
Big time. Absolutely.
I have no issue with it. Look, just because somebody offers you above face, it's like when they do this airline crap. Hey, want to upend your day, knock it on your flight, and get home to your family for $150 Amazon ticket. You can blow it out your ass. I'm going home. But eventually that number goes up, and the next thing you know, somebody's saying my day on my deathbed, I'll vaporize it for $1,200, $1,500. I've seen it go as high as $2,000. That's the highest I've seen.
I've seen as high as $1,000. At that point, I remember it was a woman ran off the plane saying, "I'm headed to the Bahamas." It was because at that point, at $1,000, I was grabbing my bag like, okay, and she was just like, I'm going. Like, wow, okay, yeah. So I've seen 1,000 where,
so like, what would it take to sell? It's all dependent on the person. But I understand if people don't want to sell. Like, who cares about $50 if you got a shot to go to the game? No, it's got to be something that's a difference maker. Meaning, you pay me enough that I give up my seat to this coronation tonight. It has to fully pay for a seat of my choosing at a potential playoff game. Potential. Because, again, there's no guarantee you're seeing the team again.
It's true.
248-539-9797. David, ticket text. What do we got?
Bought my tickets over last weekend, $30 a piece, right field. I did contemplate now about selling them
What are Tickets and Right going for? Kenny, you got the Matrix up there? What do you got for me?
Someone else is saying, Mike and Rico, I'm taking my family on tonight, wife and 3 kids. Tickets were $170 on StubHub, including fees.
Oh, you got to love the fees.
Looking at secondary market right now, Mike.
Yeah, give me the Kenny drunk patio. What are those costing?
I don't know about the drunk patio, but the lowest in right is like $130. It's between 130 and like 290. It's crazy for right field.
People are jazzed.
Bleacher seats.
Kenny, I think your move is the bar.
I could spend half that at the bar and have just as good a time.
Yeah, bar, and then around the 8th inning, head over to the ballpark. And be there for the final out.
I mean, yeah, there's a couple of bars that are right there anyway. I think that might be the move.
Yeah.
I know a couple of my buddies are going downtown, so maybe I'll meet them down there. That sounds like the move, I think. Wait a minute. I got this siren for having buddies. You didn't give the siren to the guy who says he was the bat boy or the ball boy or whatever he was. I have buddies.
Siren. You didn't tell me you were going to the game with Campy. Unbelievable. Gregory, I'm so sorry.
Don't you dare call that man my buddy.
I sure love Jack Golke.
Aren't you hanging out with Mark Ryan this weekend?
Like hell. Not in this lifetime or the next. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead. And then TJ might stumble in here. We'll see.
My Tiger is whoever put Baez on the IR. I need some more Bane from Mike and Rico. Wow, John in East Lansing. And then someone says, high school homecoming season could affect some people getting down there tonight. No, it won't. No, it won't.
No. Oh, yeah, if you got to take pictures of your kid.
To hell with them. See you later. Let me know if you won.
It's not prom.
No, not the game, like the dance and no, but people treat it like prom now.
I didn't last week.
Okay.
Just take them. Send them. Bye.
Well, you're cut from a different cloth, David.
Hey, the tickets are gone. Thanks for coming.
Right. Trust me, I've seen people go all out for a kindergarten graduation.
2-4. That's the last grade Kenny graduated.
You just off the top rope with everybody today. Jesus. And reach your spot. I'm leaving.
Football season's here. Elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC. Lease the 24 GMC Sierra 1500. $229 a month. $999 down. That's for GM employees and immediate family members. Or you can lease the 24 in Vista. $249 a month. $1999 down. No employee discount needed. Go to Moran Buick GMC where you always get the best price, period. MoranExpress.com as well for the certified service. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or you can visit them, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, 97.1, TJ joining us at a special dispensation here because he's got a useless hockey tournament to go to. So, TJ, welcome in. Are you calmer now? The Tigers' coronation begins tonight?
Oh, yeah. My God, it's been a heck of a month.
How are you not going? That's what we all want to know.
Good question. Yeah, kids, man. You know.
They ruin everything.
Yeah, kids.
Rico, hi. Yes.
Going to do the prop bet casino?
Oh, yes. I wanted to welcome TJ in there. I mean,
before you
good to see you too, Rico.
Got a room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, sorry. Hey, Bleep Hole's here, and it's time for the prop bet casino. You're right. We don't welcome our guests in. We just start the segment. Who's that voice? Oh, it's TJ.
Hey,
should have came in at 2:45.
Hey, TJ, how are you? And
no interest in seeing me today.
All right, here you go.
All right,
hey,
here
here's
we go.
TJ. Let's do the picks.
Okay. Congratulations, Mike. You may have had the best week ever in prop bet casino. You missed 3.
I'll take it.
That was it. So
I'm off the schneid.
We were done counting as soon as I was like, yep, nobody's beating Mike. Mike's got the winner. So this week, let's start off in Ann Arbor. Alex Orgy completed passes. Over, under 7.5.
I have to believe it's over because they have to begin finding out even if he can be incrementally better. I will say over.
Kenny.
I will say, see, when you said the number out loud, I think I said 6 in my head, so I'll say under, but just by a little.
They say
TJ. Alex Orgy completed passes.
Oh, you're here. First I've ever participated.
Hey, you're not eye candy. Answer the question.
Under. Yeah, I think they're going to
Well,
run the ball
you got to do it the right way. You got to
again.
go, well, that's a good one.
Again, wow, 7. Oh, man. Oh.
You going under?
Gun to my head, I'm going to take the under.
David.
Completions, yeah, they will try. Mike's right, they will try, but he can't complete a pass, so under.
I'm going to go under as well. So Mike's on an island with that. Khalil Mullings touchdowns over under 1.5.
I'm going to go over. He's the best running back on the team. He's the better goal line back. He's a more physical back. Over.
What was the number again, Rico?
1.5.
Oh, that's such a good number.
Oh, come on.
What about Dono?
Dono. Roberts, give me the over.
Over.
I'm going to take the under because I feel like this is going to be a game where they try to get Donovan Edwards more involved. I think they have like an issue with people thinking Khalil Mullings is better. You know, against a bad team, Minnesota, I think they're going to force the ball to Donovan.
TJ, we're thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I'll take under.
Yeah, because then they would have to admit that even though he's on the cover of a video game, he's not the best back.
I have already explained to you.
I know.
Okay, keep it moving.
I know. Michigan total points scored in the game, over under 23.5.
I'm going to go over. I just don't. Look, Iowa ran it on Minnesota. I don't imagine Minnesota's going to have a good amount of time of possession. I'll go slightly over, but I'll say over.
I had a couple of field goals in this game, so I'm going to say under, but not by that much.
Please, God, let it be over. Over.
Yeah, I'm taking the over. Yeah.
It's very verbose, TJ. Thank you.
Do I have to give a reason? I just
over.
Over.
No, over. Darius Taylor, running back for Minnesota, local Detroit kid, over under 45.5 rushing yards.
Over. He's too good to be held under that. Jesus. Even if it takes 18 carries.
Well, Iowa kept him at under 40. So just so full disclosure.
I think Iowa's defense is better than Michigan's.
Okay.
Don't you? No?
Well, just up front, though.
All right. Okay. Sorry. Kenny, go ahead.
Yeah, they were pimping Michigan's defense at the beginning of the season, but I'll say over. Hello, Jennifer.
Oh, good. Now you're talking. Let's go with over. Detroit kid. Want him to have a good day.
For the sake of disagreeing, I'll go under. Like
TJ, I'm going to say under because I think they're going to be behind. They're going to have to throw the ball a lot.
That's what I was going to say.
Aiden Childs turnovers. Let's go to Michigan State. Aiden Childs turnovers over under 2.5.
Oh, that's a lot.
Under. Because if he gets to 2, I want him benched. Under.
You said turnovers, not just interceptions.
Correct.
I'll
Fumbles.
say over.
Yeah, whatever.
Give me the over.
Turnovers, which include interceptions, yeah, he'll have 4. So over.
Oh. I take the under. You got to figure out at some point, the emphasis of taking care of the football has got to get through at some point.
I'll take the under well. Wide receiver Jeremiah Smith, over under 79.5 receiving yards.
Over.
Yeah, over.
Under.
Is Nick Marsh playing?
He should.
Okay, I'll take the under then.
But he plays for Ohio State.
Oh, wait. Who are you talking
Jeremiah
about?
Smith.
Oh.
Hey, it wasn't me this time.
Jeremiah.
I'll stick with the under.
The freshman wide.
State.
No, the freshman wide receiver for Ohio State.
You didn't prepare me for this, all right?
You're good. You're good.
You just like to make fun of this segment. It ain't so funny
It's a hell of a
now.
line. I'm going to take the under. Slightly.
It's a hell of a line.
I'm going to go over. Longest play of scrimmage, over under 59.5 yards.
Under. I think it's going to rain. I think they'll kick our ass, but I think they'll do it like gentlemen. It'll just be 13 play drives versus 1.
Yeah, I was thinking under. I'll go under.
I'll go over.
Yeah, there you go.
And then Bain will come out.
I kind of want to take the over. I think Michigan State's going to need some I think Michigan State might have a chance. Some sort of sorcery, a trick play, a reverse pass.
I'm going to go over. Michigan State total points or the amount of runs the Tigers score on Saturday and Sunday.
Whoa, great number, Rico.
Wow.
Give me choice A.
Okay.
Tigers going to clinch tonight and fall asleep the next 2 days.
Mike's going victory for MSU. All right.
Yeah, Tigers' offense has been suspect all season long. I'll go MSU.
We score 10, Tigers score 9. 38-10 final.
Yeah, I'll go Michigan State here.
I'll take Tigers. I don't think Michigan State gets over 10. I think Tigers do.
I'm going to, for my own sanity, go with MSU. Monday night game. Monday night's game. More receiving yards, Jackson Smith-Njigba or Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Wow, great number. I'm going to go Amon-Ra. They'll get him his matchups. They'll get him in the middle of the field. They'll get him away from Witherspoon. You'll have the ability to. I'm going Amon-Ra.
Yeah, this, I think, for me is my Amon-Ra big breakout game. I'll go Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I'll go JSN here.
I'll go JSN too. I think this is more of a Sam Laporta and maybe a big receiving day for Jahmyr Gibbs coming out of the backfield as well.
Oh, someone's got intel.
Yeah. I'm going JSN as well. I think it's just going to be a matchup problem for the Lions. Over, under, JMO touchdowns, 0.5.
I mean, just on a probability level, you pick under. It's hard to score a touchdown every game as a receiver, especially a guy who doesn't have a huge target share. Under.
For no football reason other than I want it to happen. I'm going to say,
perfect.
That's right.
There we go. Over.
Under.
I think he scores. Yeah. Seattle plays a lot of one high.
You just got done saying it's a Gibbs-Laporta game, and now you're picking this.
Give me one catch for 40 yards? I can see that.
Under.
This man is a menace.
DK Metcalf, touchdown, over, under, 0.5.
Over. Dude's built like a transformer.
Under.
Yeah, I'll go under as well.
I'll take over because I think the Lions are going to win big, and Seattle's going to have to throw the ball a lot.
Oh.
Jared Goff, rushing yards, over, under, 7.5.
I'm going to go under. Mobile Goff season specializes 6 yards and under.
I genuinely behind the glass did that's a good number because I was thinking 6 or 7. I'll go over because it's mobile Goff season.
That's right.
I'll go over as well.
It goes Lamar, Anthony Richardson, mobile Goff.
Jalen Hurts.
I'll go under. I think he gets to 8 or 9 and then goes below that number with some kneel downs at the end of the game.
I'm going to go under as well. Jared Goff interceptions, over, under, 0.5.
Under. It has to stop.
Yes, for my sanity, under.
What's that number again?
0.5.
Yeah,
Will he
over.
throw one?
Over.
A yes or no question. I'm with Mike. I think it's got to be an emphasis this week. We got to take care of the football. I can't beat this team throwing interceptions. I'll take the under.
All right. And 18 top 25 games this week. Over under upsets in college football. Top 25. 3.5.
Is this spread or is this
he's talking
ranking?
just straight up.
Just
like
ranking.
Yeah.
Upsets.
Okay. Upset. This
'Cause,
team beat
Notre
that
Dame's
team. They're singing
higher,
the,
but they're
singing the fight. Who
favored.
sings the fight song?
Okay. Gotcha.
What do you got?
I'll take the over. Yeah, I think there's some
David.
good teams ranked
Under.
higher that are the favorite.
Kenny.
The most important ranked game of the weekend takes place
No one cares.
in Tuscaloosa. I'm taking the under.
Under.
I'm going to go over.
I bet
as
you are.
well. All right. That's it. That's your Prop Bet Casino 97.1.
All right, NFL's cruising along. Week 4 upon us. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. You get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place that first $5 wager. Maybe SGPs are your thing. Hopefully you had over field goals in last night's garbage can Giants game. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so we do this every week at this time. TJ joins us for this segment. We talk to our man in Vegas, Mr. Derek Stevens, and TJ has an airing of the grievances. Derek, TJ would like to speak
Derek,
to you.
That is absolutely false. Yeah, I do want to know what's going on with UNLV's quarterback, though. You're out there in Vegas. Give us a little lowdown on what happened out there.
Oh, God, that story kind of went crazy. So, yeah. So, anyway, obviously we all know this quarterback after 3 games decides to leverage it up. So we had a couple of our guys, Mike Palm out here. Like, why don't you call over to UNLV and say, we'll give you the $100,000 to keep the quarterback. So Mike calls over to UNLV, and UNLV, the administrators we talked to said, hey, we want nothing to do with this guy, but we appreciate the offer. How about we meet in the offseason and talk about NILs going forward, but not for this guy? Like, oh, okay.
But when it happened, I mean, Derek, look, from a sports book perspective, I mean, you see Sluka quit. Their backup is another 1AA All-American. You saw the line. I think it was Fresno getting 3. It was UNLV favored. It's bounced around. Like, how do you pick the value of player A is not playing and we don't have any Division I tape on player B? How do you go about listing a number?
So what happened was we were to 5, and a couple of pretty respected individuals came out and said, hey, we like the backup quarterback more. That when Sluka was out, their starting quarterback, the line went up to a 6. Well, now it's come back down. UNLV, we're hanging at 2.5. So it's been all on the dog since then. But you're right, Mike. I mean, you really can't make a good determination. You have to allow the market to take over. But initially, the thought was the backup quarterback was better. I mean, the starting quarterback, I mean, his stats weren't that great. He was a running quarterback. He was a run first, throw secondary type of guy. And then that's why it was so baffling that this guy decided he's going to make a lot more by holding out and having saving his one last senior season.
Hey, Derek, I look at the line, like Miami is playing tonight. You got Alabama hosting Georgia. Has this hurricane affected any games? And if so, what's been the biggest game that the weather has affected?
Yeah, I mean, it's affected everything relative to totals. It's just been pretty well across the board. It's been under money coming in all week, anywhere from Florida up to New York. It's just been under. Now it looks like the storm's moved to the north, and effectively as it's cleared out, then you're seeing some over money come back in to pull the number back up. But I can tell you from the house perspective, anything that falls close to the number this week, it's going to be a bad day for the house because there's going to be multiple games where the house gets middled this week.
Let's talk Lions, Monday Night Football. Look, Seattle's kind of had their number. The NFL, it's been wild this year with underdogs winning outright. What are you seeing on that one? Is Seattle getting some play here because of what they've done to the Lions and they've gotten out to a hot start, or are the Lions continuing to be just a freight train of a public team?
That freight train ended this week. I mean, we opened a 4.5. We immediately got hammered with Seattle money, went to a 4, stayed at a 4 and a solid number for a while. But now it's come down to a 3.5 now. So the Seattle money continues to come in both on the point spread as well as on the money line. And I think you nailed it. I mean, it just happens to be the historical matchup, and that's why you're seeing Seattle money.
Derek, Denver, New York Giants, the Carolina Panthers, and the LA Rams all won last week. What's that survivor pool looking like?
Holy smokes. We started off with over 13,200 entries. Last week was another week where the top 4 selections in Circus Survivor all went down.
Oh my God!
So the Circus Survivor is now down to 642 entries left. That's it out of the 13,000. We're only going into week 4. It's unprecedented. 95% of the entire Circus Survivor pool has been knocked out after week 3.
Derek, what's the earliest this thing's ever been down to one person?
Well, it's never happened. So this is the 5th year of Circus Survivor, and every single year it's gone the distance. You've had to go undefeated. Maybe this year it doesn't happen. It could be the way things have been people have been knocked out. But I would say the first 3 weeks have also been very unique in the NFL this year. We haven't had a double-digit favorite in the first 3 weeks. That hasn't happened in decades. This first 3 weeks of selecting teams has been very difficult. I think it's going to start getting easier. We got our first double-digit favorite of the year on the board with the 49ers, this weekend. So there's going to be a few more double-digit favorites coming up.
Derek, we appreciate it. We will talk to you next week as things roll along. We get some great Big Ten matchups coming up as well. We'll talk to you in a week, okay?
Hey, great to talk to you guys. Go Tigers. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. You got it. Derek Stevens of Circa. Yeah, the NFL makes no sense. That's really the headline. Nothing in the first 3 weeks makes any sense.
I was just laughing at the whole, hey, we'll pay this guy $100,000. Nah, we're good. Keep your money. Let's talk in the offseason.
What's really, really interesting about it, too, is Sluka put the team on his back. He's kind of like Drew Stanton. He runs like a drunken sailor. He just bounces off people. Like if you go watch the game, they beat Kansas as a 10-point dog. Sluka carried it 23 times. He can't pass for bleep. So the backup, there was a competition. They got 2 1AA kids. Sluka was from Holy Cross. Haj Malik Williams was from Campbell. And they battled it out. But Derek's not wrong in that, a lot of people thought Haj Malik Williams was going to win that gig. Yeah. Maybe they're going to be okay. But, I always wonder, how do you quantify, hey, TJ Lang's dead this week? Does that move the line a point? Well, Frank Ragnow's out. Does that move the line a point? I don't know.
Yeah, the fact that you have UNLV players openly saying, hey, you know what? The other guy was our quarterback anyway. We like him more. Kind of tells me they're ready to rally around him. Now, the Ragnow thing, I
was just making a point. It's very hard to quantify. We look at things differently. So, you'll see lines in the NFL when a quarterback is ruled out. Example, Malik Willis versus Jordan Love. A lot of people are saying there's not really a 2 or 3 point difference between the two. But on surface, TJ, me, and you look at it and go, dude, Jordan Love's awesome. Malik Willis is terrible. Mm-hmm. Books don't look at it that way. It's just a different thing.
Yeah.
And college, it's a whole different world because the lines are wacky.
Well, and it's position specific too, right?
Yeah,
quarterbacks tend to make a bigger impact.
I want to ask you about Frank Ragnow next. It'll be the one football thing we do today before you depart for awful youth sports.
Can't wait.
People, I just want to tell you, TJ not happy about having to go to this hockey event today. I can tell you factually. He's going to put a brave face on. He's going to play the role of American dad, but he is not happy. And I speak the truth. Now, listen, you've heard me talk about Northville Lumber.
No. Should have came in at 3.
Northville Lumber, get your deck built. You go enjoy yourself while Tiger playoff run sitting outside. Maybe you haven't signed a deal with the devil. You don't have to go to Ute Sports every day. You get to enjoy your backyard. Northville's got you covered. They move more Trex decking and lumber and railing than anyone else. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So call them today. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro, or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. The Tigers are just one win from the playoffs, and the champagne bottles could come out at Comerica Park tonight if they beat the White Sox or the Twins lose to the Orioles. That magic number's just one. Comerica Park is expected to be a sellout tonight, and what's on the line? Clinching a playoff spot for the first time in a decade. We asked Tigers play-by-play broadcaster Dan Dickerson if he thinks they'll get it done tonight. The details for tonight: Detroit will roll out a bullpen day. Opener has not been announced just yet. Garrett Crochet starts for the White Sox, their ace. Tigers are 85-74, 11 games over, tied with the Royals for the second and third wild card spots. A win tonight or a Twins loss against the Orioles with Pablo Lopez on the mound clinches them a wild card spot. First pitch downtown at 6:40, pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And a look back, August 11th, the Tigers were 55-63. Since then, they're winners of 30 of 41 games. Next up, potentially a playoff berth tonight. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Nice to have you with us. Tigers coronation tonight at 6:40. They get the Sox. They win. You're in. No, I don't want to worry about the Twins losing again, although they'll probably do that. I want to ask TJ one baseball question or one football before we get back to the Tigers. Because, again, Monday Night Football affords us the luxury. We can talk about the Lions Monday.
Yeah, that's
TJ,
a good point. I didn't realize that.
Frank Ragnow being gone.
Yeah.
You played the offensive line. You know what the center does. You know how important they are, and you know how damn good Frank is.
Yeah.
How am I wrong in thinking that's a massive loss for this team?
Man, I told you were wrong last week about Michigan running the the
I'm not busting your balls.
And then you were right. So, no, but I don't think it's massive, only because I think Graham Glasgow is a starting center in this league. I think he's an above-average starting guard, and I think he's an above-average starting center if he were to be a center. So, are you weaker at two positions? Probably, but I don't think by much. You're weaker at center, certainly. Frank's an all-pro guy, but I don't think it's a huge drop-off. And look, it sounds like Coyote Awosika is going to get the nod at left guard, and he started a lot of games. He started the NFC Championship game and played really, really good against San Francisco. So I think they have a capable starter there. Is it ideal? No. Is it your best five? No, it's not. But
yeah, he was good in the first half. The second half, they started to wear him down.
But a little bit. I mean, he got beat a couple times, but it wasn't a game where it's like, oh man, if Jonah Jackson were in there, we would have won that game. Like, he did his job. You know what I mean? And I think he was solid. And I think that Ben Johnson talked this week and said, they made a point back in the offseason to, I think he said, pound the table to get Graham Glasgow back. Not only because he's an above-average guard, but he can play multiple positions. And if anything happens to Frank, I'm not looking at my notes.
What do you have, a trapper keeper?
I was trying to find out the...
He's got graph paper. He's back in math class. Look at this. What is that?
Here's the thing. Seattle's defensive front, I don't think, is great by any means. They're not San Fran. They're not Dallas. They're not any of these, Baltimore, any of these other teams that you got to look at and say, oh, man, they got a D-tackle. We got a double team the entire time. So this week, I think they're going to be okay, which is why it gives me confidence. And I kind of teased at it, during the prop bet casino. I think the Lions are going to win big. But it's certainly a big loss. But I think Graham has enough experience at that position to where you shouldn't necessarily take a gigantic step back. And he's smart, too. Graham is a smart guy. He's able to make all the calls. He's able to do everything that Frank does when it comes to the mental side of the game. Physically, is he as good as Frank? No, but that's not a knock against Graham. There aren't many there might be one center in the league that might be better than Frank, right? But no, I think they'll be just fine.
So no fall off like you saw in Philly when Kelsey left?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be an entire different offense, and we got to change everything because we're missing our center. The challenge is going to be communicating. I think anytime you have shuffling parts where, okay, now I got a new center and a new guard, that affects the left tackle. That affects the right guard, right? How many reps has Kevin Zeitler got with Graham Glasgow at center on some double teams or some, pass protections or passing off stunts? Probably not many. So you might need to kind of expedite that chemistry when it comes to those guys. And Taylor Decker, how many times has he practiced this year, next to Awasika? Who knows, right? So you're going to kind of have to just go in there with the trust that, okay, this guy's played a lot of football, right? He played a lot of snaps last year. He's played, whether it's 5-6 years ago, he's got the reps there. He's proven that he can be effective at this position. We just got to go out there and trust each other. And I do think it definitely helps being at home, too. I think when you're playing with a backup center and backup lineman on the road, it's incredibly difficult because the communication is very limited. You're on silent count. You can't listen to the quarterback, right? But when you're at home, you have an advantage, right? You can talk more, you can communicate more, you can get on the same page. So that's why I don't think it's going to be a massive loss. I think they're certainly going to feel it a little bit because that's just the type of player that Frank is. You're missing an all-pro guy. Of course you're going to feel it. But I think they're going to be just fine.
I have a question. Now, this is loosely baseball. Now, I need you to put your trapper keeper away. We need to have a conversation with me, you, and Kenny.
It's a notebook.
It's like graph paper. I felt like you were in math class. Here's what I'd like to know. How much damage would you do on a personal level and a marital level if we could get you to bail on this youth sports you don't want to be in, and you and Kenny go to the game tonight?
Tonight?
Yeah, tonight.
I have to go with Kenny?
Yes, that is a part of the deal.
Oh, them's fighting words.
I would
because there was a reason.
I think Kenny, I would love to see Kenny in his element.
Well, that's
I've
why
never seen him outside this building.
But that's why I was asking.
I would love to see Kenny in his element.
I would love to see TJ in his element.
It would be worth a couple of pounds.
I think so.
And a couple dinner dates.
What type of damage could the two of you do if you were sitting there, 9-inning baseball game, no responsibilities, and you have a driver for the night?
Okay.
So neither of you are going to do something stupid. But Kenny versus TJ, how many beers in a 9-inning game? Tigers clinching a playoff spot tonight. You escape the hell that is youth sports that you have no interest in.
We're just going at it. We're letting loose.
And yes, it's fun, TJ, the guy who died. I want to know.
I told you I'm still fun from the hours of 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
The point is, Kenny and you.
Not my fault. All my friends work.
TJ is going to start getting into model trains.
All my friends are at work. All right, now listen.
What do you mean you can't golf on Wednesday at 7:40 in the morning?
I have jobs. I got bills to pay, man.
Hey, Bobby, what are you doing? I'm working.
All right, I think to answer your question, I'd never seen Kenny in his element. I'd say I'm a -6.5.
It's a contest. I thought we were just partying.
I would still say I'd give myself a -6.5.
You're laying 6.5 beers.
I don't know if I could keep up with TJ, but I could definitely cover this spread.
I'm
in the ballpark.
You could stay within a touchdown.
I'm retired.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I say that. You're fighting days behind you. I'm in my prime right now.
I got nothing to do most mornings.
I'm knocking dingers, man.
On a number basis. Now, picture it. You're at the ballpark tonight. It's going to be 75. It's not going to be beautiful, but it's good enough, right?
Gosh, man, you're making me jealous.
Dude, it's simple. Why don't you just put your foot down and go, I'm not going to this stupid hockey game. I'm going to watch the Tigers make the playoffs. So the point I'm making is, how many beers would it be? Is it one per inning for you?
Easily.
Okay, so is it 1.5 per inning? You're like Wade Boggs. If you've never, Rico, have you heard the Wade Boggs story?
Yeah.
All right.
On the plane? Yeah.
This is inflated Boggs right here.
I mean,
never seen anything like this cat.
I'm no Andre the Giant, but
but you're not 8 feet tall.
An inning lasts what? Probably 15, 20 minutes?
It's a Tigers game we're talking about, though, so they go quick.
On a day like today where you feel like it's going to be a big celebration by 9:30, call it, I'd probably go 2 per inning. Yeah.
Yeah. One at the top, one at the bottom.
So.
Yep. I'm with you. I'd probably be right there with you till maybe like the 6th or 7th, and I slow
And
down
that's
to
where
1.5.
that's where the 6.5 comes into play.
There you go.
I'd pull away in the 8th and the 9th inning.
I think I keep it close
Kenny
for
slows
long
down.
enough.
What would we have to do to make this happen tonight? Seriously, how much damage would it do if you skipped one youth game?
Oh, yeah, a lot. Yeah.
A lot?
Yeah.
How bad? How bad? I mean, let's be real.
Well, what do we got to do to make you leave work early, and we'll take you with us so you can be our judge keeper. You can be
Listen,
our judge.
my dream is quitting. What do you want to do?
If you come, Mike, if you're there with
doing
us,
you a favor?
We'll pound beers.
I think you two would be the perfect pairing for a Friday night baseball game.
It sounds like a fun buddy cop movie.
It is.
I'm into it.
You're Kevin Hart and he's The Rock. But it's still like, no, it would just you two because your love of beer, your love of alcohol.
And baseball.
And Detroit. And just, I could see this being reality TV tonight if we could park them both at the game.
You know what? There's no guarantee, but if there is a playoff game in Detroit, can we make it happen?
I would make that happen for you, yes. Okay. I'll provide the driver, whatever you need. Rico's got a helicopter.
You got the bill covered?
I can take care of that.
Okay.
In order to get content for the show?
I'm in.
Rico, do you know the content this would provide? Do you understand?
I
We'd
understand.
have these two have a wireless in the stadium.
Right, Mike, but probably after beer number 4, we can't use it. You can use it on the pod. We can't use the content anymore.
You might not be able to use it on the pod either. Roberts.
Right.
Jack, players.
TJ starts telling how he really feels about people. Kenny was like, I agree.
Oh,
I've been trying to say the same thing to David and Rico all of this time.
Gov has some good points.
Right.
I was right. Good Lord.
I'll tell you something, Kenny. David doesn't know how hard it is to be white.
It's hard out here in the streets.
You always had the best ideas.
You know what, Kenny? I love you, man.
That's how I see it playing out. And then the Tigers clinch the playoff berth. It would be unbelievable. Serious note.
We're going to get, okay.
How much trouble would you get in if you just said, I'm not going to the thing tonight? I got a thing to do.
A lot.
Define a lot, though.
I don't even want to imagine.
Oh, my.
You know what, Mike? I think what he's trying to say is
different locations.
The next thing that you would hear is tonight. Mike!
I got you, brother. No problem.
You got a spare bed?
Yeah, I got you covered.
For like a month?
I was about to say,
potentially.
Like TJ,
potentially.
That's a lot of luggage.
Yeah, because again,
it's
it's all content. It'd be incredible.
Now that would be the buddy cop movie.
Come on.
TJ moves in. Oh, yeah.
It'd be amazing.
Chronicles of TJ.
Can I bring the kids with me?
Absolutely not.
One of them.
Yes.
Depends on which one.
Negotiating now.
No.
I love it.
No, and I'm not going to
look
say
at that. Hey,
that's
David,
no, and I'm
TJ
not
has
going
a
to
good
say.
side, too.
No, I'm not going to say his
price.
kids' names on the air, but
No.
one of his kids is an absolute gentleman, and I absolutely think that's possible.
Okay.
We could do that.
No, not
But
him.
you make fun of
Because
me
you'd have
when
to
I
get
tell
punished still.
you make fun of me when I say David has one kid like that. That it's like, you know what? That
The
kid's gonna grow up
difference is
and
I
be
can't
something.
keep track of the amount of kids he has. We got the Cromartie of radio. I know he's
what,
got 3
Michael?
kids.
That's the price. You've got to take my kids to the next month of hockey events.
Absolutely
That's
not.
the price.
Your life, you've already told me your life's a living
So you
hell.
told me
I'm
it's
not going to assume
then
that.
it's not worth it. If it's not worth it for you, it's not
You
worth
got to
it
take
for
them
me.
from now until.
Thanksgiving. All right. We will get to the phone calls. We have to talk more Tigers. TJ, I'm so sorry. My God. Sounds like things are going great.
It's called being a parent, Michael.
I know, and it sounds awful.
What, David?
TJ.
Back there, what? Can you back me up once just one time, David?
David's absentee.
Sure.
He just, you know what excuse he uses? Oh, yeah, I got this thing at the church.
I got a meeting.
Hey.
God told me I didn't have to do this.
Read something.
Read your paper.
I know, because I know the second I start to read something, he's going to do something stupid. I know it is bad.
Read your paper. Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go and still watch all the great shows in sports. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up with the latest football action to start the season. And you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruptions. So we all know it's football season. With the Xfinity Internet, I get all of the out-of-market scores and stats, the latest injury updates, and latest scores for the baseball playoff chase. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
TJ Lang, he came in early. He's joining us for what, another segment or so? Are you not going to be here for the picks?
I gave him to David.
So picks by proxy.
Yeah, but I'll be listening too.
So we get to make fun
I
of
don't
him.
want him to go opposite. So, like I told you, Rico, man, we're killing it, dude. We got to start our own podcast.
You know what? You're right. You're
Doing a
right.
good job.
We should. Our own version of Cash the Real Ticket.
I like the studio better. We got rid of the Italian stallion. So this is,
all right. You want to take some phone calls?
do I?
Yeah.
Would love to.
All right. Let's
Only
go.
the positive ones.
All
Leave
right.
the mean people for Mike when I leave.
Frank, whoops. Hold on. Frank, you're on 97.1.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Nah, it's Rico and TJ.
Hey, what's up, Frankie?
We kicked Mike out the
Your
studio.
buddy's coming back.
Well,
Here he is.
You guys are having too much fun. I think you started already.
Oh, my guy Frank is
Yeah.
here. Ah, now it's special. TJ, you can get the hell out. Frank's here.
It's Mike's podcast, buddy.
This is my guy. I love Frank.
Done.
Frank, what are we doing here? What do we got? You going to the Tiger game tonight? What are you doing?
And no, I'm going to be watching them tonight. I called to see who do you think prefer to have the Tigers play, Baltimore or Houston?
Honestly, I think Houston. I think
You
Houston,
do?
yeah, I think they look old. I think they're kind of has-beens. I think Baltimore got healthy, Frank. They got 4 big bats back with Westberg and Kierstead and Urias and Mountcastle. They're young, they're athletic, they're energetic, just like you.
Yeah, right.
That's just me. But again, I think the Tigers could beat either of them. I'm not
I do
knocking the
too.
Tigers at all. It's just you're asking the question. Yeah, I'd rather take on the old age hum.
I thought that maybe Houston, with their pitching staff, would give them a tougher time.
Well, Frank, you might end up being right. But look, here's my question. We're not going to mess with seeding, right? We're just going to
Right.
play the games. And if they clinch tonight, you're going to roll everybody back out there Saturday and Sunday except Scooble.
Yeah.
You just play. And however it shakes out, it shakes out.
don't-
Agree?
I agree.
All
Mike,
right.
I was rooting for your Giants last night, but they don't have any offense.
The ruffle.
That's all
Oh,
right.
Frank.
All right,
please.
Frank.
Terrible.
Frank, I know.
Quit kissing ass, all right, Frank?
No, leave Frank alone. I love Frank.
Yeah,
He's a
he's
good
kissing
man.
your ass. Oh, I was rooting for your Giants, Mike.
You know what? Maybe because Frank's a nice person. My
You know what,
goodness.
Giants, boom.
Frank, I appreciate you, and I'm sorry about
Frank,
TJ's
nobody cheers
behavior.
for the Giants, okay?
Well, my father does.
Oh, but Frank lied to you.
No, Frank did not lie to me.
Frank's a liar.
Frank is a lovely man.
Nobody likes the Giants. Nobody. Except you and your dad.
That's probably right.
And I had a lot of pleasure last night watching the Giants play like ass, all right? Sorry, Frank. I didn't mean to take that on you. That was more with me and Mike.
Damn, TJ.
Giants.
Tell
Oh,
him how
root for
you
the
really
Giants. Get out of here. Nobody roots for the Giants.
Coming up at 3:30, TJ murders an old man. You can tell TJ's in a great place with his youth sports stuff.
Hey, Frank, quit kissing up.
Oh, sorry.
Wow. I love Frank.
I'm
Right,
sorry.
that's
I'm
why I
sorry,
let
Frank.
you two just talk because, yeah, it's like I could just see you on a porch with a swing and some lemonade. Just
I like Frank. He's a good guy. He loves his sports. I can't help TJ's angry at life. What do you want from me?
I'm not.
Oh,
Neither
really?
are You.
Oh, really?
You asked too many dumb questions. That was. Gosh, I'm in a bad mood, man. You got me talking about kids' sports. I'm sorry.
Listen,
I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry.
You're projecting.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. No, you don't have to be sorry.
You know what?
Sorry.
Here's the thing. I've changed my mind. We're going to go in. We're going to make this happen with him and Kenny. Because I can only imagine how TJ telling you how it really feels.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, Frank, why don't you just shut up, okay? I got places to be. Giants suck. You didn't watch them.
He steals the hat from an 8-year-old at the game like the Sticky Bandits or puts it on his head.
No, it's the foul ball, and TJ just pushes the kid out the way.
Yeah! He's Frank the Tank at the birthday party.
And then challenge the 7-year-old to a fight. You want to fight? Huh? Go get your father.
Yeah. Kick your dad's ass, kid. Don't look at me like that.
David, take your chances.
This is sad.
Oh my
I don't know
God.
what's going on right
Sorry,
now.
Frank.
We traumatized that poor
Sorry,
kid.
Frank.
I may or may not be your dad.
Nobody likes the Giants.
That I don't take back.
TJ's ready to rumble. I
That'll stand
hear. Shut it down. I'm crying. What he said to Frank.
I apologize to Frank 4 times. All right. I'm in a bad mood.
We're living in the past.
Someone says you can get out of it. Just buy her a diamond ring. You'll be okay, TJ. All right.
He doesn't want to cross the what's the movie where Idris Elba wears the Viking hat and there's like a bridge of ice? What is that?
Thor?
Yeah, but what's the thing? He doesn't want to go past the thing he's guarding. What the hell is that? Help me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, he's guarding the time travel machine. Right. What the hell is that thing called?
Biofrost.
Yeah,
the Biofrost.
Okay.
Yeah.
TJ doesn't want to cross the Biofrost. He doesn't want to cross his wife, or she'll end him. It's like Avengers Endgame. You don't want to go there.
TJ, open up the Bifrost now.
Open it up now.
She's coming.
Oh, you see, is that a comment? No, it's TJ like.
Whoo, my Lord.
TJ would not be worthy.
You act like I've never tried this before. That's why I'm telling you.
Open the portal now.
Where's Doctor Strange when you need him?
How many outcomes do I get out of this not divorced? 0.
Wong, can you help a brother out?
David, go ahead.
Yeah, someone says, I can't wait to see it. I need to see it tonight with Kenny and TJ.
It'd be incredible. I think they're actually like stepbrothers. That would work. It would absolutely work. And they would get along even more the more alcohol that was consumed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, TJ, it's all right, buddy. You okay?
Yeah.
Where you got to be? You got to go to MLA City for the tournament? Where is
It'll be okay, TJ. It'll be okay. We'll get through it together. We'll get through it.
He's a broken man. David, one more, please.
All right. I love this one. I was also rooting for the Giants, mostly because the Cowboys are penis cancer, Decker reported.
Yes.
I didn't factor that in.
All right.
That's
Listen,
a good point.
It was a tough go. But hey, you're super psyched to go see some youth hockey. God bless. Have a great time.
I am.
Yeah, real believable. Hey, being number one isn't easy. Takes years of
which part?
experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. TJ's going to buy one when he gets kicked out of his house for skipping a youth tournament.
I'll be living in your basement.
So get cozy this fall. Get a great night's rest on a Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you.
Sorry, babe, we got company.
Well, what you just witnessed was the complete mental breakdown of a angry parent who hates youth sports. TJ Lang, everyone. I'm going to get to the people. We'll get to the picks. Obviously, Tiger Talk is big today, and we're going to keep doing it. Why don't we knock a couple of phone calls right now? Does that work?
Let's do that, yeah.
All right. I feel for TJ. Let's go to Josh.
I feel for Frank.
97.1. I miss Frank. I love the man. Josh, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Hope you guys are back to sanity over there.
We're good. We're good.
Okay. Good to hear. Yeah, I'm coming up from Columbus, going to the game. We've got tickets to all 3 games. We bought them after the Royals series. I want to sell them for $5,000, $10,000. It is the opportunity to see this. It's been 10 years since this. I'm not selling these tickets for no matter what someone's offering me. But you guys were talking about the other day teams to compare this to, what we can compare it to. And I was thinking 2022 TCU is the last team that I remember that had this sort of blood magic going on. I mean, fire legendary coach Gary Patterson the year before. And even in the Michigan game, Donovan Edwards' first run down to the 1-yard line, bases loaded, Shelby Miller, ground out, double play, first pitch.
You know
3
what?
and out.
How about this, Josh? It's a good call because remember, I believe they had 6 second-half comebacks that season too.
Yes, Oklahoma State, Kansas State, the Baylor, the kick with they're scrambling everyone on.
Yep. No, all of it. You're right.
It was like the third-string quarterback who ended up. Yeah,
because they were Max Duggan didn't win the job and it wasn't supposed to be his. All of it. No, Josh, that's a really interesting comparison. I like that.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to share that one. Sorry to any Michigan fans that had to hear that.
Oh, to hell with them. Josh, please. To hell with them. Appreciate it. Have a good time at it, man. I think it's great. And I'm cool if people say they're not selling. I'm mad at it. It was a question about what would it take for you to sell your ticket for tonight. And people are, look, it's going to be a packed house. It's a coronation. I don't think anyone is freaked out. The way this team plays, they could be down 4-0. They'll still come back and win.
Yeah, I think maybe if it hits like 6 or 7 runs, you would think, okay, not our night tonight. But yeah, so long as it's within, I think 5 runs by the 5th inning, we can come back. We can get this.
I stand by it, though. Like, the most valuable person in all of this is still the Twins. Thank you for your service, Minnesota. 12-26, your last 38. What are you kidding me? I mean, the Tiger run is splendid, but remember, it takes 2 to tango. The only reason we're in the playoffs, it's Minnesota. Anything short of Minnesota falling off a cliff, you don't make it. So they're the real MVP.
No, you're right. I mean, epic collapse. I'll just leave it at
that. Correct. Let's go to Bryson, 97.1. Bryson, what's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Good,
Hear
Bryson.
me all right?
Yeah, what's up?
I wanted to get the over-under on 12 months. Can we get 12 months straight of this crazy Friday night energy? We got the Red Wings coming up. We got the Lions passing off to the next season, to the next season, to the next season. What are you guys thinking on that? Because by the sounds of it, by all the callers calling in, and by getting Kenny and TJ out there, it's already going to be a lit Friday night.
Yes. Bryson, my fear is going to be the Red Wings. That's my fear. I don't think they had a good offseason. I don't think it was what any of us wanted or hoped for. And look, if I had said to you, Bryson, your biggest acquisition would be simply retaining Patrick Kane, you're not discernibly better on the blue line. You're not discernibly better between the pipes. I don't know. I mean, yes, young players have a right to get better. Is this the year Lucas Raymond becomes an absolute superstar? Possibly. But yeah, I don't know.
Can him and Sider catch lightning in a bottle, basically?
Yeah, I think I would need to see an answer in net first. Like, yeah, maybe you're right. If Detroit is operating blood magic, maybe every goalie gets hurt and Kosa becomes your Tom Brady and he leads you like Jaguar led the Ducks back in the day. I don't know. Seriously, like you need something like that to take place for it to be this. And in hockey, like, look, pitching in baseball, bullpen in baseball is goaltending in hockey.
You're not wrong.
You gotta be able to
talking about.
Got to be able to goalie somebody. You got to do to teams what Washington did to teams.
Yeah, and my Tiger, if we're making this lightning in a bottle type of run, it's got to be Job. If he steps up, oh my goodness.
I know.
Because the bullpen's already carried. They've been the regular season fan favorite, Tiger favorite. Like, they've kept us through this. So having one more piece to add to the picture for the playoffs,
it would almost be like a cheat code.
Mm-hmm.
I know. All right. Well, first things first, win tonight. Get it done tonight. We got playoffs next week. That's it. That's all it takes. One win tonight against the lousy White Sox. Come on. Don't ruin people's Friday night. 248-539-9797. David, you're still laughing. What's the issue?
Looking at some text on things. That's all.
Oh, go ahead. Give me one good one. What do you got? Keep it
TJ
clean.
going at Frank is the hardest I've laughed since Doug read the recipe about dildo.
Wait.
I actually have the audio of that saved somewhere if you'd like it. No, it was during the pandemic, and he was asking people what hobbies they've picked up. And one guy said that he was learning how to make bread to set up Doug to say it on the air. And he's like, you have to have a good dill.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
We've lost Rico. We've lost Rico. It's over.
I was just trying to think, how did you? Okay.
Just leave it alone.
That was a great setup.
I'm sure FanDuel's thrilled with this segue. NFL Week 4. The Tigers are making the playoffs. People's pets' heads are falling off. All right, NFL, it's FanDuel. $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. You place your first $5 bet. SGP, whatever you like, they've got them. And again, I mean, the same game parlay stuff, you can catch Rico on Cash the Ticket, the SGP Delight Prop Bet Theater. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. It's FanDuel, official betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, no time to waste. Let's do the business. It's time for the picks. Rico's in the pole position since TJ cares more about youth sports than entertaining the city of Detroit. Let's do it. Number 15 versus number 16. Louisville pays Notre Dame a visit. The Irish laying 7. Rico.
Mike, game is going to be taking place at 3:30. Don't know if it's going to be raining in South Bend or not, but I think if that's the case, it's going to be a lot of running going on. Give me Louisville and the points.
Kenneth.
One of my good buddies picking against Georgia this week, and he's a big Notre Dame fan, so to hell with him. I'm picking Louisville.
David.
Yeah, you're right. A rainy game would benefit Louisville the best, but I'm going to go Notre Dame here. I think it doesn't rain as much, so Notre Dame.
To hell with Notre Dame. Riley Leonard can't throw the ball. He averages 146 yards passing. Inclement weather. Louisville's got better uniforms. Give me the 7 points.
We're going to add TJ's in or no?
No, to hell with him. Oklahoma State visiting Kansas State. K-State laying 5.5. We go to Rico Beard.
Mike, Oklahoma State basically just fell apart last week. They're going to head into Manhattan, the Little Apple, and nobody leaves the Little Apple happy. Give me K-State.
Kenny.
If this were closer to a field goal or underneath that key number, I would say Kansas State, but give me Oklahoma State.
David.
Yeah, Oklahoma State's not that good. They can't run the ball. Mike's talked about this a lot. It's a tough one, so I have to go Kansas State here reluctantly.
Your problem is K-State can't stop the pass, and what has Okie State been doing? Airing it out. Devil's number, give me the Pokes, 5.5. Game of the week, Georgia, Bama, Tuscaloosa, number 2, number 4. The spread is down to 1. Rico Beard.
Which basically tells me I look at Kenny. Kenny has not been confident all week, so roll tide.
All right, we go to Kenny Cott.
Better check the orbitals with no Nick Saban. Ramming speed. Go Dogs.
David.
I want to see Kenny sad on Monday, so I'm going to go Alabama.
He's going to be at the game, actually.
I think both teams are going to try to pound the rock. I have questions about Georgia's explosiveness. And with Bama, maybe Milrose that cheat code. They're at home. Give me the Tide. Ohio State, Michigan State. Why? Rico? No, it's 23.5 is the spread.
You know what, Mike? I have learned this from you.
What?
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pick the Buckeyes, OHIO. And if Michigan State somehow happens to win, I'll feel good. But if not, I'm going to get the point for this. Okay. I'm picking the Buckeyes. I've learned from you.
Emotional hedge.
Yes.
Kenny.
Come on, man. Sack up. Go MSU.
David?
I really could say something after you said sack up, but I'm going to go just Ohio State here.
What did you plan on saying?
Oh, well,
All
you know.
right. All right. Is it going to rain? It's going to rain, right?
Rain will be done by 7:30.
Damn it.
But the field will be wet.
Give me Ohio State. All right, Minnesota, Michigan. Great. Michigan laying 10.5. Rika?
I think it will be raining for this game. I think Michigan's just going to run the ball at will. Give me Michigan.
Kenneth?
Yeah, they're going to keep the ball on the ground. Bad weather. I'll take Minnesota and the points.
Yeah, Doug David is correct.
You just hate to see a program that PJ Fleck has there in Minnesota. Just sad. Michigan.
Over-under in this game's like 34. You think I'm laying 10 points in that? No way. Give me the points. Give me the barber. Give me Minnesota. All right, NFL people. Let's do this. Undefeated Vikings at the Pack. Now, this line is bumped out to 3. Makes you wonder if Jordan Love's playing. We don't know yet. Rico Beard.
Mike, much like the Detroit Tigers, I cannot explain the Minnesota Vikings. I'm just going to roll with the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, they're going to win this thing.
Over to Kenny.
Yeah, I'm copying off of Rico's notes here. I feel the exact same way. I don't know why Minnesota's winning, but I'll just stick with it.
David?
Yeah, I also wondered that with the number moving about Love, so I'm going to go Packers here.
I really think LaFleur, coach of the year type stuff the last couple of weeks. Defense, road game for the Vikes.
Sam Darnold.
Yeah, but you're not playing an injured Niner team or a crap Giants team. And guess what? 16 sacks the first 3 weeks. What do the Packers O-line do best? Pass protect. Give me the Pack. Saints, Atlanta. Now, this line was 1.5. You're playing some games over here listing 2.5. This is Atlanta 1.5 against the Saints. Rico.
I'm gonna look at the Saints to bounce back and to become that Saints team that started off the year. I can't trust the Falcons. I can't trust Cousins. Give me the Saints.
Kenny.
I can't trust the Saints unless you're giving me more than a field goal, so I'm going to take Atlanta.
David.
No, the Saints are going to recover. They'll be marching back in. I'm going with the Saints.
Atlanta. I don't trust the Saints. And, yeah, that's it. I can't stand them. Derek Carr, go to hell. Eagles, laying 2. They travel to the Bucs. The injury report, most Buccaneers have practiced, not named Kalijah Cansey, not named Antoine Winfield Jr. Everybody else who they've been missing, from Jamal Dean or Mike Evans or Godwin or Godeke or Tristan Wirfs, all participants Thursday in practice, just so you know. Go ahead.
Don't know if that's going to help them out or not because the Eagles have the cheat code. Christian McCaffrey's not playing. It is the Saquon Barkley show this year. Give me the Eagles.
Kenny.
This is another one of those games where I'd need more than a field goal to take the Bucs. So I'm going to take the Eagles here. Hello, Jennifer.
David.
Yeah, we talked about, or Rico, you talked about revenge for the Rams coming in. Well, the Eagles want revenge from losing to the Buccaneers in the playoffs. I'm going Eagles.
Devontae Smith did not practice. A.J. Brown did not practice. You don't have those two, that passing game doesn't work. Bucks getting healthy. Line looks fishy. Give me the Bucks. Bills, Ravens, Sunday night. This is an actual game I've been waiting all day for. Ravens laying
Waiting
2.5.
all day for Sunday night.
That song sucks. It's almost as bad as Collinsworth. Go ahead.
You know what? I think that we're looking at the MVP of the league and Josh Allen. He's yet to throw a pick. He won't throw one in this game. Bills.
Thank you, Donald. Kenny.
This is the regular season good bowl. I'm going to go with the home team, the Ravens.
All right. David.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing in Buffalo. They must have the voodoo there as well. So I'm going to go the white quarterback in the Buffalo Bills.
I think this is an upgrade for the Bills. They're going up in class for this game. You're on the road. Ravens got healthy, got right last week. I think Lamar's taking a trip to the dentist. He's about to get it in. Give me the Ravens. Seahawks at the Lions. Lions laying 3.5. Mr. Beard.
You know what? The interesting thing, Mike, is that I did the lounge with Cookies, and he's normally cocky Costa when it comes to the Lions. Scared. Doesn't want to see the Seahawks. I'm kind of feeling the same way. No rag now. Make it 3 years in a row. Give me Seattle.
Unbelievable. Kenny.
And indeed it was. Give me the Lions.
Hatchet Man.
I'm going to be negative in black here because the Seahawks just have their numbers. I'm going Seahawks.
This is very difficult because the Lions are wearing special uniforms and new helmets.
What color are the uniforms, Mike?
Black. So in essence, it would be. But I do think their white uniforms are better. I do. Okay. I lean Seattle just because of it's north of a field goal. I think the Ragnow thing matters a lot.
Geno Smith.
And homeless Geno Smith and them receivers. Give me Seattle with the points. I think the Lions win, but couldn't you see 24-21? Yeah. Just take the 3.5 points. Really upset you guys left one of my favorite games of the week off of here, but that's all right.
What was that?
It was going to be that Auburn-Oklahoma game. A ratty deluxe game.
I looked at that over and over again, yeah.
That one's gross. All right, those are the picks. See if Rico can keep. Rico's on fire right now. Really nice job.
I thought you were going to say the Niners and the Patriots game.
Oh, not Niners laying the 10.5? Yeah. You're betting on that. You should call the number. You can't even name the players, and the Patriots might be switching to Drake May at any point during the game.
Take the Patriots.
No, just don't touch that game. Go hang out with your family. Do not bet that game. Those are the picks. 97-1. All righty, let's take care of some business, shall we? Let me tell you about David Feminino. Real simple. You've heard me talk about him for a long time. Best in the game. He gets results for his clients. $3.5 million, $5 million, up to $11.5 million. And you need an attorney that's going to fight for you, that you can call and talk to anytime. 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The champagne bottles could come out at Comerica Park tonight. The Tigers just right on the verge of the playoffs. Magic number is 1. The goal tonight to win the series opener against the White Sox. They get a win, they clinch a wild card spot, they make the playoffs for the first time in a decade. Manager A.J. Hinch was asked if this improbable run has got a little magic in it. The particulars this evening, bullpen day for Detroit. Brennan Hanafy's the opener. Garrett Crochet, the ace for the White Sox, will go for them. At 85 and 74, Tigers are all tied up with the Royals for the second and third wild card spots. A victory tonight or Twins loss against Baltimore, and they clinch a wild card spot. First pitch downtown, 6:40. Pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1, and a sellout crowd is expected. Pistons owner Tom Gores has bought a 27% stake in the Los Angeles Chargers. The franchise valued at $5.8 billion. Injury reports out after the Lions practice in Allen Park today. Fatu Melifonwu, Frank Ragnow, both non-participants. Ennis Rakestraw was limited. And odds for both Michigan and Michigan State tomorrow. Wolverines 10.5-point favorites over Minnesota at the Big House. And then up in East Lansing, the Spartans 23.5-point underdogs against Ohio State. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, before we get back to business, we will get more Tiger talk. We started the first 2 hours of the show with it. We will do more of it, I promise, especially with people driving down to the ball game. But here's one space I did want to ask a college football question. Rico brought something up pre-show, and David's answer was stunning. It really was. Do you want to ask your Michigan State, Ohio State question here?
Yeah.
Because what David responded with, I'd be ashamed of as a normal person. But when you purport to yourself to be on a higher moral plane, that you are highly favored and you are a man of God, it was a stunning thing to say. Rico, ask the question.
And if people want to get in, 248-539-9797. It was simple. David, Michigan fan, you represent Michigan Nation. Who would you root for with the Michigan State, Ohio State game? Do you have a vested interest? Do you just not watch the game? Do you hope do you want Ohio State to win so they're undefeated? David said none of the above. Here was David's answer.
I'm rooting for the Hurricane to hit, truly. That's what I'm really rooting for. I need injuries, man. I need everyone to just not end that game well. Just, that's what I'm looking for there.
Now, let's be clear. You're not wishing for serious things.
No, not at all.
You're just wishing for oh, no, did you pull a groin? That's too bad.
Yeah, correct.
Because people are going to come after you going, how dare you?
I never root for the,
catastrophic
type injuries, head injury. I don't need that.
He's hoping for a Joe Theismann. That's what he's hoping for.
If Aiden comes up limping.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
It is what it is, man.
I mean, that wasn't the answer I was expecting. I'm thinking he's going to say, you know what? I don't care. And, I root for, like some Michigan fans say, I want Ohio State to be undefeated. Or some people hate Ohio State so much. Like Stoney was like, there's no way I could ever root for the Buckeyes. David just said, go full Bane, stadium implosion.
I'd be happy with the stadium implosion part because the stadium sucks.
You can finally get your new stadium.
We'll be playing games at East Lansing High.
May as well. You're not far off with that erector set. That school needs to get serious.
Mike, they're making changes.
Good. Knock down one side of the stadium and rebuild it. Let's go. Hey, man, that's how it's done. That's what Florida State's doing.
They cleared the gas tanks. That stuff's gone.
Right, take down an entire
I'm saying that stuff's gone. I don't know what's about to happen, but they cleared that entire area. So maybe you get your wish, Mike.
Well, why don't you talk to your man, Allen?
Then what would you...
Show me the renderings.
Then what
I
would
want
you
an
say?
LED roof on Spartan Stadium.
What would just make Mike happy?
If we were doing what Missouri's doing.
So if we just took their stadium and copied it, that would be enough for you.
Have you seen the renovations
Missouri's
going to do?
I did. I said if we took their stadium and copied it, you had no complaints.
None, because it would be like 62,000 seats, NFL style, comfort, high-end things to do.
So I can get you to sign a paper and say for 5 years, no complaints.
None.
Okay.
Now, if the team sucks, that's different. All right. So look, I wanted to ask, Kenny, let me ask you a question. You hate Bama, right? Who's the other team you hate like Alabama?
Florida.
So if Bama and Florida play,
I root for, in that situation, I probably end up rooting for, oh, that's gross. I'd root for Florida, and I wouldn't feel great about it.
But aren't they your biggest rival?
Yeah, but they stink. If it, to me, it depends on who's better, because Bama's better by a lot. If it was the other way around and Florida was great, yeah, I'd root for Bama and it'd feel gross.
But David, who do you hate more between MSU and OSU?
Oh, OSU.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But you just can't root for Michigan State.
No.
Not even for your son?
No.
Wow.
No, in fact, I want them to get destroyed every week so I can make fun of them. Laugh in his face.
That's nice parenting.
Father of the Year.
That's great.
Well, he does it to
you
me.
You know what, David?
If
You've
Michigan
earned
loses,
that coffee mug. Father of the Year.
When Texas lost, he was the first one to come up to me in the house and say, when Texas beat Michigan, first one to say Michigan lost.
David, he's 9.
He's 11, and he deserves everything he gets when Michigan State loses.
You like eating, son?
Modeling his behavior after an 11-year-old.
Isn't that nice?
Okay. You like eating, son? Yeah. One more word out of you.
This is the guy you get your sermon from on Sunday, okay? What a disgrace. We'll get to who said it momentarily. Let me get to the phones. But it was just a question when Rico asked it. I don't know what the answer would be. I think publicly you're a Michigan fan. You say Ohio State. It's the safe answer. But I think privately you hate our guts too because you live with us. I don't know.
Yeah, see, I'm thinking, your neighbors, your co-workers, your family members.
All I know is you never tried to arrest Ohio State's players.
Well, they fixed that tunnel situation. There has been no more incidents in the tunnel. Signed, Mr. Savitt.
So my point would be, does hatred alter the state of it? Because MSU's no good no more. I don't know. I don't want to get in their heads. I don't know.
I just was curious, but I was just shocked at David's answer.
That was David just being grotesque.
What did you think I was going to say? Oh, you know what? I'm rooting that every team plays hard.
I'm glad you didn't lie. I'm glad you were honest.
Right. It wasn't that, David. I just wasn't expecting. Basically, you went full Mr. T, Clever Lane. Pain.
Yes.
I need crutches for Aiden Childs. Jeremiah Smith off on a cart. Everybody's injured.
You know what?
It's like Oprah.
Look.
You get a hamstring pull.
And here's the bottom line. All right. For people who are going to get bent out of shape, make no mistake about it. I was there the day that Drew Stanton got injured and you animals cheered. So why don't we just call it what it is? All right? You're not sad. Yeah, of course you want the kid to get healthy, but the bottom line is you don't want him healthy in time to play your school. So at least David was being honest.
That's all it's about. Well, before the season, or as the season started, I was like, Michigan State, they may be able to beat me. Well, I don't want that to happen. For that to happen, I need some hamstring pulls, and I need some quad injuries. I need some things happen.
That was how your third kid was born.
Or, David, maybe... Did you ever think that maybe your team experiences a little bit of karma based off your statements?
Hey, man. Hey, what you talking about? We're great. We're a wonderful program.
Mm-hmm.
We do
really?
everything on the up and up.
Oh, sure.
Everybody gets injured but Orgy. He can stay healthy.
Wow. Wow. David, give me a few ticket texts. We'll get to the people in a moment. We'll also get to who said it.
As a Michigan fan, I would love to see Michigan State beat down Ohio State this weekend. Can't stand that program or its coach.
I don't remember the last time. I think the last time we were competitive with OSU would be 2016, the 17-16 game, where Tyler O'Connor tripped on his hand warmer on a stupid 2-point conversion.
Yeah, wasn't that the
it was the wind game?
No, I was about to say, wasn't that one when State had the scoop and score and they called it back?
No, that was 2014. That was Curtis Drummond, scoop and score on the sideline, and the idiot ref blew it dead. Should have been a touchdown, yeah. No, it's back when we were good. 16, we were ass, and inexplicably, we're like, wait, this is happening? And then Mark decided, he was going to go old wheelbarrow nuts and go for 2, which I didn't agree with. And then O'Connor tripped on like his hand warmer or some crap. Not bitter. Totally not bitter at all.
Fun.
Outside of injuries, I agree with David. We complain about rivalries being gone, but we need more of that mindset.
Yeah, I mean, you're still a gross human, but I'm saying at least you're honestly gross. It's different. At least you didn't lie to me.
Oh, no,
I hope
never.
both teams have fun.
No, you don't.
No, I don't.
No, you don't.
Doesn't David want Childs healthy? He will throw more touchdowns to Michigan than either of their quarterbacks will.
I wish I could argue. No, I mean, what do you want me to say?
It's not way off.
Kid's got too many turnovers. I'm not gonna pull a Jansen.
We may have just learned about him the very first play of this season. Interception.
No,
the
that
very first play.
No, I got to stop. I have to do this. The receiver dropped that ball. Now, you can make fun of him. The receiver dropped that pass.
Okay.
No. Here's what we were laughing at. Remember the magical year of Kenneth Walker? First play of the game was what?
Touchdown.
He takes it at 75 yards, and it was like a precursor. Like, oh, this is what the season became.
So maybe turnovers was just the precursor to what the year would be.
When David, I was just like, I can't fight it, David, because...
No, I'm not trying to fight it. I am just saying his example that was not on Aiden.
That was Foster, tipping it in the air 5 times. And it wasn't an interception. The refs blew the call, but...
Shocking.
His feet were down.
Signed Thursday
out of
Night
bounds.
Football. Does someone want to explain how a face masking call went against the Giants when Daniel Bellinger was the one who had his face mask grabbed by the Cowboy?
His face mask was not specs to the NFL.
Right. Got it. We'll get to the people next. Who said it? Bottom of the hour. Prop Bet Casino 445. Does that work for everybody?
works.
Great. Rico, read things.
Specs at LTU. You want a career in radio? You're listening to us. We're having fun. You're like, you know what? I want to go into radio as well. Specs at LTU can help you get that dream going. Or you want to go into television, or you're a graphic design artist, doesn't matter. Specs at LTU is here for you to help prepare you for your next career. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast, media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. That's important because we're not going to waste your time with a bunch of theory. No, you're going to learn hands-on what it takes to make it in the business. So it's very simple. With the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Once again, be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, located in the heart of Las Vegas. Stop on down. Book your spot today at Stadium Swim at circalasvegas.com. Rico's all upset. We're going to get him in a better mood. Just hang on a minute. Let's go over to Ed. He's been very patient. Eddie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. On the way to the game right now, my wife and I in the car. So we have a night package. So we sold 2 of our tickets on the aftermarket, and we're going right now.
You said you sold 2 of them on the aftermarket?
Correct. And then my wife and I are...
Did you get a decent price for them? You don't have to say the amount.
I did. I did. I was very pleased.
All right, so
we have the Friday night package. So we have 28 games during the season, and we thought that it would be a good idea to sell these 2.
So you're not going now, huh? That's it? You're out?
No, we're going. We're going because we have 4 seats.
Oh, I apologize. I misunderstood. I got you. Then, Ed, guess what? That's better than bringing a couple of your deadbeat friends who didn't want to pay you.
Yep.
You cash in for 2.
Totally,
I love it.
Right. I totally agree because we bring our kids, and then they end up costing us, it would cost us even more.
They're deadbeats.
Right.
Eddie, just, you know what, Ed?
Right.
You're in a safe space. They'll never hear this. They're deadbeats, and Daddy is tired of paying for them. So you cashed in, you and Mama, you get to go to the game. You know what the kids get? Nothing. I love it.
Right.
TJ, is that you?
Right.
I like Ed. You know what? Ed's old school. I dig that. Yeah. You don't see parents do that anymore. Oh, I got to bring little Bobby. No, you don't. You know what Ed's going to do when his kids go to college? He's going to send him an invoice for the first 18 years. Oh, you thought your college loans were the only thing? Take a look at this.
See, I just figured when the kids go to college, he just takes a sledgehammer and just knocks down the walls. I'm like, what happened to my room? Gone. I always wanted to put a pool table in here.
Man cave.
But what if I come back? You can't.
I was told that.
Yeah.
That was like early on for me. It's because no one in my family had ever gone to college. My parents were like, we don't care where you go, but here's the bottom line. You graduate high school, you don't live here no more.
Oh, yeah.
That was like 8th grade. So that was like early on. I got that message delivered.
Yeah, I was going to say 14 or 15 for me, like college, military, or job. You pick.
And instead, you ended up on the radio making penis jokes. Fantastic. Let's go to Robert. 97.1. Robert, what's going on, buddy?
Going great. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
So I think it's Chris Fetter. I mean, you definitely needed Minnesota to implode, but as far as actual Tigers, I mean, you've got players that are 28 years old who are borderline rookies and weren't great in the minors, and they're doing stuff. And it just everything seems to be coming up aces. I mean, you could go Hinch also. I mean, there's so much involved because there's just it's unexplainable. It's just it's a ride that you just never want to get off because it's been an amazing.
Well, and I think it means more because you got put through 10 years of hell. You just haven't had anything.
And like the hitting's even been improving. I mean, you've got Meadows who all of a sudden went from being borderline unplayable other than defense, and he's been hitting like crazy. I mean, yeah, Sweeney coming up. You have so much. My only fear is, and I know you guys have said this a lot, but we need to spend in the off season.
Look, Robert, you know what? I made one joke about it yesterday, and immediately we got 3 phone calls from people who are angry saying, no, you're wrong. We don't need to do. I'm not doing it. I'm not even going there. I'm not even going to bring it up because it's not the right time. And you know what? Let's just enjoy it. Because I made one joke and people got bent out of shape. And I'm telling you, that's a dangerous road to go down if you think you have all the answers in-house. I don't care what sport it is. I don't care what era it is. It's just not real life. No. And if you have the ability to go out and get an all-star third baseman this offseason, Bregman, then you probably should at least inquire.
Yeah, this run is not sustainable for an entire year. It's a great.
How dare you? You're a hater. They're winning 138 games next year.
It's a great roll of the dice right now, but if it's
138 and 24, okay. You shut your face.
All right. Nobody breaks Vegas.
No, I'm just saying, in the here and now, let's enjoy it because
exactly.
None of that talk matters. They can't add anyone. This is what they got. And right here, right now, they've got the roster the way they want it, which is AJ can mix and match, Moneyball style. Fine. When the winter meetings come around, we'll do those conversations. Because Lord knows, people were triggered. I made one joke yesterday. One. Go to Todd, 97.1. Todd, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'm just stoked. This starting at 6:40 p.m. tonight, it's going to be a 75-hour sporgy in southeastern Michigan. And I just wanted to weigh in on the Michigan State, Ohio State thing.
Yeah.
I'm a family man. I'm a Michigan man, so I got to be rooting for my little brother. No, I'm just poking a stick at you.
Oh, listen, but Todd, we stink. You can say whatever you like. No one rational is going to get upset at that. We got to beat you in order to stop that crap. We're terrible. It's okay.
Well, fair enough. But I root for Michigan and whoever's playing Ohio State, and this weekend it's you guys.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, listen. Todd, we haven't been competitive with OSU in so long. It's funny, Rico referenced the 2015 game or 16. You're approaching 10 years. Mm-hmm. You start totaling up the way these games have gone, if you've been a Spartan, the days of saying we're the only team who can stand up to them, those are long gone.
You know what? Because here's what happened. I actually appreciate what Michigan did because they just last year, we don't like you, and we're just going to run up the score. Then Ohio State kind of patting you on the head saying, nah, we get it. You're bad.
David, do me a favor. You want to have some fun, right? And Todd, I appreciate it. You pull up the halftime scores of these Michigan State, Ohio State games the last 7-8 years. You'll be stunned. Rico went to the game in 21. He left with 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. He was at Raising Cane's.
Started as a joke. As I'm sitting there looking at Chuck, we should probably leave if this keeps going. And 10 minutes later, yeah, we should just go probably leave. If this, I'll treat you to Raising Cane's. Let's just go now. So, yeah. Apparently, everybody else had that same mindset because we had to go to like 4 different Raising Cane's before we finally found one without a line out the door. Because it was over. It was like 42. I think it was 42-0 or 42-7. Like we heard states. Keon Coleman scored their only touchdown, and I was like, I pray to God he wasn't celebrating because it's 42-7 now. Don't celebrate that. Just hand the ball to the ref, son.
Yes. David, ticket text, and we got to get to who said it.
I typically root for an asteroid to strike the stadium when Ohio State and Michigan State are playing.
I like that. I do too. That way I'd get a new stadium instead of this antiquated dump.
I know OSU is good. No sense in rooting for them to lose. Sparty fans are scumbags. It's hilarious watching them lose. That is from Mike.
I respect that, Mike, because that's how I feel about you guys. You cheating scumbags. That's rivalry. I'm not mad about that. That's
correct.
Great. Like, I always love the people who are like, no, I don't. Like, Stoney always tries that crap. No, I root for both schools unless they're playing each other. Oh, to hell you do. Stop it.
He's weird, though.
You didn't go to either school. Stop it.
Anytime Michigan and Notre Dame play, I want the whole stadium to go up like an atomic bomb.
Hey, too bad. Rico ruined that rivalry. Nice sport.
No, they ruined that rivalry on their own. I had nothing to do with that.
It was a harbinger of the new era of college football that neither Michigan or Michigan State play Notre Dame anymore.
No, remember on Notre Dame handed Michigan a note. We're breaking up with you.
You're right. I blame you. And they signed that sweetheart ACC deal.
That wasn't me. No, that was the breakup at lunch. Here's a note from Susie. She's breaking up from you.
Paul in Waterford says, I'm with Hatchet. I'm a Michigan State fan. When Michigan and Ohio State play, I just want them to beat each other senseless. Injuries all over the place.
Yeah, that's the Bane game.
Wow.
You need Bane from the 50.
Cheering for Slobber Knocker, OSU, MSU. Yes, I want injuries. Okay, people, relax.
No. Listen, at least they're being honest. I'm not telling you it's classy. I'm not telling you it's... Look, I just don't get triggered by it because at least they're being honest. No one's saying you want people in wheelchairs. But if it's a couple of weeks before you're going to play your hated rival, yeah, I'm sorry, but a high ankle sprain, you're not going to cry for Argentina. You're going to say, you know what? Oops, hate to see it. Like if tomorrow night Kenny's got Ole Miss in a couple of weeks and Jackson Dart rolls his ankle and is going to miss a month, you think Kenny's all heartbroken? Right. So tired of everybody being so damn sensitive. Jesus. I'm not mad at you, David. I'm just disappointed. That's all. You're supposed to be better than that. You're supposed to be a leader of this community. You can't be saying things that way.
Still sports.
Truth. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex decking than Northville. In last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough product from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason they can move that product, because they stock it all. It's right in their warehouse. Some of as low as $1.59 a foot. And it's simple. Enjoy deck season. They'll intro you to a Dex certified pro. How about a Trex certified pro? All you need to do is call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, hit the button. It's who said it and things. All right, so David had a revenge tour last week. He was upset. We had fun and collaborated and guessed what our coworkers had said. So last week he turned into Satan and made it impossible. Let's see if we can find a middle ground, shall we?
Football. That's going to be the quote.
Exactly.
Not going to be the quote at all. Number 1. Would you rather be good or lucky? And I'm not.
Reading is fundamental.
Would you rather be good or lucky? And I'm not saying they're lucky, but are they good or lucky?
Well, clearly this is Tiger talk.
Any host?
Yes.
So anybody's eligible?
Yes, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna guess that's
down.
I'm gonna guess that's Doug couching it a little bit because he's not upset that they're winning, but he also wants to know, are they good or lucky?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
I'm sorry, I'll expand that to 8 p.m. I'm sorry.
Oh, see, I was gonna say I'm thinking more Wojo. Yeah, I'm gonna go Wojo with that.
To me, that screams Jeff Rieger. He's only, would you rather be good or lucky? Because he always comes in every day. Would you take this or would you take that?
Okay, fair.
He's been very trolly throughout this, and I don't know why. Like, I don't understand anyone who can't just have fun with it. And Rieger has constantly been trolling. Evan might be onto something.
It's
there.
his MO, though.
I don't know. But Kenny's got a point. Shaking both hands. That's a Doug specialty.
It's true. It's true.
Stoney was in today, too. He
I
likes to
didn't even think
he
about
likes
that.
to play the fence.
Hey, David, can we hear it one more time?
Would you rather be good or lucky? And I'm not saying they're lucky, but are they good or lucky?
I'm changing to Stoney. I'm changing to Stoney.
I'm staying with Rieger.
I'm staying with Rieger.
Wojo.
All right, who said it?
I always forget about him.
How?
Because I don't listen.
Dude, he collects.
Yeah.
You must not collect anything, Mike.
Because he'll talk about it. If you
I'm either here doing the damn pods or I'm busy. I'm sorry.
He's collecting jobs over here.
You just teed him up for that one.
He's collecting paydays.
All right,
going.
Number 2. The Tigers have a team that if and when they get in the playoffs will throw Tarek Skubal and likely throw him in game 1 of a playoff series. And you feel really good about your chances of winning game 1 of a shortened series with Tarek Skubal on the mound.
Now that's Doug. I'm convinced of it. I heard that in Doug voice. It's overly pragmatic. It's explaining the obvious. It's Doug Karsh.
We said that on this show.
And this is all from this week, right? Like,
Yes.
yeah, but you guys have talked more like save him for game 1, not. And you guys have been matter of fact that the Tigers are in the playoffs. That's why I don't think it's you.
It could be, though, because it makes sense. It's a sensible thing to say. It's not
but
outer
listen
space
to the
land.
start of how he said it. Can you repeat the first few words, David?
The Tigers have a team that if and when
If and when. That's the key right there.
You're right.
They
You're
have
right.
both
Who
on the
would couch it?
Recometer.
That's why I'm at Doug right now.
I'm going to say Gator.
Okay.
I'll go Doug. I'm hearing more Karshian tones
Yep.
than Gator tones there.
I'm going to go Costa, explaining things to you
Oh,
as if you don't know.
Yeah.
The Schmarmazon cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah. It could be.
all locked in.
Mm-hmm.
Who said it?
Wow!
And here's the thing. The second I said Costa, I saw his head drop. And I felt very good about it.
You saw that?
Yep. I saw your head. But I'm like, that's Costa explaining to Detroit, here's what needs to happen, Detroit.
David got to the last person out of all of us. Oh, man.
I know.
I was so close. So close. All right, number 3. This team had a 0.02% chance to make the postseason, and now they're going to make the playoffs. It's like nothing anybody's ever seen.
I feel like that's me.
That could be.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that was Mike.
Because who's talked more about the fan graphs and the analytics of how to get into the playoffs in this show?
Us, right. And we've made fun of it, but
Right.
like it's true. Yeah, I think that might be me.
That was the most idiotic thing. I don't know. It sure wasn't just. No, I'm kidding. No,
No. It might it could be idiotic. I think it's
Mike.
What a dumb opinion.
You're so stupid.
No, I think it was you, Mike.
So should I? If I thought it was me, did I need to invoke the
if
Evan
you
rule?
think, because you don't know it as fact.
That's
Right.
what I'm saying.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to guess Heather Park. I just want to be different.
Right, because, she wants to go to Tennessee. Their picks.
She's winning at the picks.
She's winning their picks because
She's
she makes
winning the
picks,
picks?
because she makes picks like that.
And she won on the Titans game by saying that she wanted to go to Tennessee one day. Or no, she won on the
Jets
Vols
is
game.
furious, by
That's
the
what
way.
it was.
Oh, really?
We all locked in?
Yeah, we're all locked
Mike? Okay. Who said it?
Oh, Rieger just stealing bits.
Did you get a check for that?
I know. He's listening. He's like, I'm going to
some
write
royalties
this
on
one
that?
down.
Did you get a check for that, Mike?
Oh, that's
He's
good.
going to start collecting bodies is what he's going to be collecting.
And then Kang will
Talk about
talk
it.
about it.
Full circle. See?
All the way back.
Number 4. This would be a problem unless you get a contract. So you don't have kids leaving year after year. Sign a 1, 2, and 3-year deal. Let's make this binding. Let's make this legal.
God, I know you guys both want that to happen, but you didn't say that.
No, we didn't say it this week.
Doesn't it seem like didn't? I think I want to guess Jansen. Because this is his baby that's going away. But he
One more
wouldn't
time,
sign a
David.
contract as a college kid.
This would be a problem unless you get a contract. So you don't have kids leaving year after year. Sign a 1, 2, or 3-year deal. Let's make this binding. Let's make this legal.
Oh, that screams Gov now that I think about it.
Let's make this binding. Let's make this legal.
Because I said that, but I'm trying to think, did we?
Oh, geez.
I don't think you guys really talked about the UNLV thing.
We touched on it briefly. We did talk about it.
We just made fun of the situation more than anything else.
Maybe I said it out there before in the pre-show meeting.
Well,
I don't know
we've
why,
been
Rico,
talking
but-
about contracts forever for these kids.
I'm hearing you, Rico, and I'm not. Do you remember saying anything like this?
I do. That's what I was like, did I say that?
I'm going to guess Rico.
Why Gov? Why did Gov's name come up here?
To me, because he make him sign contracts, like starting to get upset about it.
Angry Gov.
Yeah.
I think I may have said it.
I think it was you, Rico, because
Maybe
I
I was
definitely heard
angry.
you say something similar in the bullpen.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm really torn. I just don't feel like we got into the normal contract thing that we do.
I think we touched briefly on the UNLV thing. I think we did that yesterday.
It could be either one of us.
Evan, how strongly do you believe in Gov?
Do I believe in Gov? That is 0.
I'm
going to say it's 60%.
Let me rephrase. How much do you believe in your selection of Gov?
60%.
I'm going to go with Gov. I just don't think Rico said that. Who said it? God bless it.
Rico, I listen. Every word you say.
Thank you.
Well, I don't. Damn it.
Obviously, I don't either.
I just didn't think we did the contract stuff.
And I even led it by saying, this is all you guys
You know
have
what I
talked
think
about.
it was? Because I think it was one of those, this is your fault. You caused this. And
Yes.
I said, you know what? It wouldn't be a problem if.
Right.
See? Somebody was angry. And it was Rico.
It's true.
David.
Last one. You had bypassed all the bathrooms on the way to your seat, and then 15 minutes into it, all of a sudden, okay, I guess I just missed the Tigers at bat.
Huh?
So it'd have to have been somebody at a ball game. Definitely nobody in this room.
Hell no.
One more time, David.
You had bypassed all the bathrooms on the way to your seat, and then 15 minutes into it, all of a sudden, okay, I guess I'll just miss the Tigers at bat.
Maybe a road game?
This is so vague.
I'm going to go Gator. Midday. I think somebody had called saying that.
So you got to remove yourself. If you heard this.
No, I didn't hear it. I'm just saying, I think somebody had called and they just started talking. So I don't know who said it, but
I have no earthly idea.
it was part of, and Gator always has a list.
Evan.
But I don't see Gator. I think Gator is a man that goes by what he wants to do, and he would have just stopped and used the restroom if he had to go. Who follows along? It would be somebody like that. I'm going to say Costa. Like, he was just so excited to be at the game, didn't even have time to use the restroom. And then next thing you knew, he had
I
to
don't
go.
know. Give me Gov. I quit. I don't know.
Okay, all
I
right.
have no idea.
And we're up against it. So who said it? Okay, thank
So
you.
I thought you all would get this. The last few days, they've been making fun of Costa for missing the at-bat. He had to go to the bathroom when he went to the game a few days ago. I thought everyone knew they were making fun of him.
Oh, so I was close.
My fault.
No, I didn't listen. I don't know what you want from me. All right.
You're part of the show in the mornings.
I do what I'm asked to do to be a team player, but don't ask me to listen every day.
Multiple segment Mike over here.
Here's Mike and Heather with the news.
Severed baby's head was used as a bowling ball. Hi, it's Heather here. Here's Heather with the news. Priest launched out of cannon. All right, let's get to the business. Every time you order pizza from Hungry Howie's, you know you're getting delicious pizza. You know you're going to get a great deal. In October, an added bonus, you're chipping in to a great cause. October is, well, you know what it is. It's the NFL. It's Hungry Howie's. Everybody's involved in finding a cure. National Breast Cancer Foundation. Hungry Howie's donates a portion of all proceeds in the month of October. They've been a partner of the National Breast Cancer Foundation for over 15 years, and every dollar you spend, a portion will go to a great cause. And to raise more dough, they're offering free Howie bread on any online order of $25 or more during the month of October. So don't just order pizza, order a little love, hope, and pizza, and contribute to a great cause. It's Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Tigers are just one win from the playoffs, and the champagne bottles, they could come out tonight if they beat the White Sox or the Twins lose to the Orioles. That magic number's just one. Comerica Park's going to be sold out tonight. What's on the line? Clinching a playoff spot for the first time in a decade. We asked Tigers play-by-play broadcaster Dan Dickerson if he thinks they'll get it done tonight. The details for tonight: Detroit's going with a bullpen day. Brennan Hanafy will be the opener. Garrett Crochet, the White Sox ace, starts for them. Tigers 85-74, tied with the Royals for the second and third wild card spots. A win tonight or a Twins loss against Baltimore, that clinches them a playoff spot. First pitch downtown, 6:40. Pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Pistons owner Tom Gores has bought a 27% stake in the Los Angeles Chargers. That franchise valued at $5.8 billion. And the Lions injury reports out after practice in Allen Park today. Ifeatu Melifonwu, Frank Ragnow, they both did not practice, and X-Ray Straw was limited. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Hopefully you are on your way to either the ballpark, a bar near the ballpark, a friend's house to watch the game at the ballpark, something. Because tonight it's the coronation of one of the great rallies from the abyss in the history of baseball. A team that on August 11th had a 0.2% chance of making the playoffs. A team on September 9th that had a 7% chance of making the playoffs can now clinch with 2 games to spare and line up their playoff rotation. It's something none of us have been alive to see. Well, Rico has, but he, barely. 1973 Mets. The point is, we started the show with this. It was more coronation. This doesn't feel like a game. It feels like you're attending an award ceremony and you're going to get your leg lamp tonight. Like you're in. And the ballpark is sold out and people are turning down insane prices for tickets. We've had several people call up. A minimum ticket price on the secondary market at last check was $125 minimum to get in the ballpark tonight. But we wanted to add something to the mix, which was a play on an old bit that there used to be, is Who's Your Tiger? Who is most responsible for this? Clearly, it takes a village. They use the entire 28-man roster. They use every pitcher. They use every hitter. But who's most? And if we expand it to AJ, Federer, I said to you, tongue-in-cheek, but I kind of mean it, the most valuable aspect of this, the Twins. Because without them going 12-26 over a 38-game span, this doesn't have the meaning it has. This doesn't have the result. That's not an insult. It doesn't take away that you going 33-11 or whatever it is incredible. But you wouldn't be anywhere near it. You'd still be 3, 4, 5 games out. But the Twins weren't just bad. It was a collapse of biblical proportions. So it's like if I have to give an MVP out, as much as you would say Parker Meadows, or you would say the bullpen, or Federer, or AJ, it's really the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. Because without them soaking their own car in kerosene and then drawing a match, we're not here. Is that wrong of me?
No, it's good. I was going to say that, but since you took that, I am going to say Federer, because maybe we really need to look at what this man has done, Mike, because for the last couple of years, he's taken guys who pretty much were castaways and turned them into trade bait for the Tigers that they moved at the trade deadline. And then he took just a bunch of guys with 5 ERAs, and said, how about if we just started winning games? How about if I just put you out there in air quote bullpen games and you guys show me what you got. Yep. And let me instruct you. You're going to pitch the first 3 innings, and then you're going to pitch the 4th, and then you're going to pitch the left-handed batters only. You're going to pitch the right-handed batters and get us out of jams. It all works. Like, this man is an evil genius.
If you force me to select a Tiger, it's A.J. Hinch. I'm with you. And my thing is this. Give me one reason A.J. Hinch shouldn't be named Manager of the Year. How could any baseball writer view it any other way? Why should Aaron Boone, who's handed a payroll that's 10 times the size of your payroll, or why should Dave Roberts, or why should even Stephen Vogt? Look, the reality is this was a team that did nothing in the offseason, that rebuilt, that has had this unbelievable run where I would argue AJ does more day-to-day work with the mixing and matching and the money ball strategy and the bullpen days than any other manager has done in this sport. And for him to be the captain of this ship, and frankly, Rico, add to it, not all the young players have been very good. Dylan Dingler hasn't been very good. Jace Young hasn't been very good. It's been very uneven. Mm-hmm. I think A.J. Hinch deserves Manager of the Year credit.
No, you're right. I mean, because if you gave Aaron Boone this team, I don't think anybody would have the success that they're having. He deserves it. And his right-hand man, Fetter, it's almost like an offensive and defensive coordinator where I look as AJ as the guy, you know what, I'm going to manage the everyday lineup. You manage the pitchers. We'll get this thing worked out. We'll squeeze every ounce of good baseball play out of all of these young guys. And the young guys they're young and dumb enough. They're listening to everything. Okay, coach, I'll do that. I'll run through that wall for you. It's for the team. It's for our good. Okay, which wall do you want me to go hit? And they go and do it. So the Twins, yeah, because it's a monumental collapse. You couldn't have been. It's like if the Tigers were to win an award, they would need to thank the Minnesota Twins first.
100%. They'd thank them before God. Right. Without the Twins, you wouldn't be here. I mean, yes, your own work puts you here, but remember, the reason your odds are 0.2%, you're counting on teams, plural, but namely the team. Everybody fell apart, but the Twins, they led the way. Hey, want to see me fall down the stairs? Watch this. Kenny, go ahead.
You were talking about Hinch and saying if you were forced to pick a Tiger. Here's exactly why. Is how many teams the Tigers released their lineup 2 hours ago. They're trotting out Brennan Hanafy as their starting pitcher. How many other managers could make that work? How many other managers could make lemonade out of that?
And think about on a day that you could be clinching a playoff spot, and that's who you're going to roll with. You know what? Let's just go out here and we'll keep things as is.
Now, granted, it's just an opener. He's not going to see a ton of innings, but he knows exactly which buttons to push even after doing that to put him there.
248-539-9797. Dave, you got a couple ticket texts?
Sure. Someone says, let's not just give the credit to the Twins, but let's talk about the Royals as well. Tigers could be the second wild card because they also folded.
Well, I'm pretty sure I said everyone collapsed. It's just without the Twins doing it, you don't close the gap. By the way, Hanafy with a 5.55 ERA at Toledo.
Yeah,
that guy.
Yeah, AJ, I just
means he's going to give you 5 strong innings today.
If he's not a finalist for this Manager of the Year award,
get rid of the award.
Then I don't thank you. There's no need for it anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense. But a lot of times, the baseball writers don't see what we see.
Well, then they don't need to be baseball
it's like
writers
the Academy
anymore.
Award. It's like the movies that win. Like nobody watches them.
Hanafy as a Tiger, a 1.98 ERA, almost 30 innings pitched, a whip of under 1, 23 strikeouts. You know how many walks Brennan Hanafy's got? 6. Okay? That's the conversion from unpitchable, average farmhand to elite. Mm-hmm. And it's across the board. It's Gunther. It was Salmon. It's Bo Brisky. It's Herder. It's all these guys. Yes, to me, it's A.J. Hinch. If you want to say Chris Fetter, I'm fine with that, but it's tough to argue that AJ's running the ball club. Look at the pinch hit data. I mean, every move they're making works. Who do you credit? You got to credit the manager, to me.
But see, the reason why I said Federer is because the pitching staff has kept them in every game throughout this run where they have enough. They're not down by so much that they can't come back. They're not getting beat 10-0, and it's just like, all right, guys, we're just going to throw in the towel this game. All right, it's 2-0. We can cover that. 3-0. We got this. So that's why I said you're right, because, like I said, I look at it almost like a football thing where I think AJ is kind of running the offense, Federer's running the defense, and he has these guys out here. He literally just takes any pitcher, and it seems like he can turn them into a Cy Young Award winner.
David, go ahead.
Said it since 2021. If Hinch was managing the Yankees, they would have won a World Series by now. Meanwhile, if Boone managed the Tigers, they would be no more than 70-win team. Nolan from Howell.
I mean, now, Nolan, you're just trying to piss me off. I mean, Nolan's right. I hate Aaron Boone.
I said this 3 weeks ago, but nobody has done more with less than AJ. There are teams with better records, but Hinch has been a wizard this year. Someone else says, yes, it is the collapse of both of those teams, but the Tigers somehow have done it, so I give credit to Voodoo.
Well, it takes both. The point I was trying to make is nobody ever wants to bring up the help that you needed, and you got it at every step of the way. It takes both. Imagine how you'd feel if this team put this heater together and the Twins had just played 500 ball.
You're still 5 games back or something.
That's what I mean. So you have to account for that too. And that's what makes it magical.
Yeah, we'd be doing Angry Javi radio.
No. I'll leave it alone. Although his replacement in short order, as Javi was a -2 WAR player, Trey Sweeney's a 1.1, which extrapolates to almost a 5 WAR player over the course of a season, which is a guy you would pay $24 million to.
Or if you just use straight numbers, he's 3 games better. -2 +1.
I quit. Read.
You want a career in radio, you hear what we're doing on Fridays, and you're like, I want to have fun like those guys. Well, you can. Or you want to go into television, or you're a graphics design artist, want to get your own business started. Specs at LTU can get you started on your pathway to achieving your goal. You just need to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. It means you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it. And with a hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
You've heard me talk about David Feminino for a long time. Hell, you've heard me 10 times today. Just listen to some of the results David delivers. It's simple. You're injured, $3.5 million, $5 million. How about $11 million? You need an attorney that will fight for you and is actually available. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, straight to the people. Whether you're on the way to the game, on the way to watch it at home, whatever the hell it is, what would it take for you to sell your ticket tonight? The prices are insane. People are into it. It is historical. What this team is pulling off is a movie. The only difference is you don't have Danny Glover managing your team. The question, who's your Tiger? Who's most responsible? We say it tongue-in-cheek, the Twins. We'd like to shout them out. David would like to shout out his savior as well. The point is, without the Twins' participation in this, there is no magic. But if we're talking Tiger, it's A.J. Hinch for me. I think you agree. It's just the idea of the amount of managing he has to do. The lineup looks different every day. Look at tonight. We're putting out Hannafy to start a game. There'll be 7 pitchers tonight, and they just pull the levers, and it just works.
It always works.
Voodoo. Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike and Rico. Thanks for all you guys do. You're great radio.
Thanks, buddy. Man. What's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, I want to shout out. I totally agree with Feder, Hinch. I agree with both of you. I also think a shout out to player development, Garco and his crew. They're, Erie on back-to-back championships. They're moving guys through. They're drafting the right guys, giving them the training they need. And I think you got to give a tip to player development as well.
Yeah, I think long-term, Dave, that's one thing. That was Scott Harris's biggest task. My question about the major league level acquisitions and free agency is one thing. One thing we don't really acknowledge, and we should, it's he was tasked with revamping a failed state, meaning Tiger player development was bad for a long time. A lot of Scott Harris's work is behind the scenes in getting the same thing taught from rookie ball to high A to double A to triple A to the major league level, synchronizing the efforts of developing your players and what the hell being a Tiger means. That part, yes, agree. Something feels different here. And no, I'm not ready to say that Torque is fixed or that Jace Young is good, because he's not. But at least you're seeing players have a fighting chance. Parker Meadows is the shining example. Atrocious to start the year. And you're like, all right, we can play him. We're going to have to hit him 9th. He's a Gold Glove center fielder who can't hit. Well, now, the way this kid's hitting and, of course, fielding, now he looks like a part of the core. Yes, player development, it definitely feels different.
Think about all the years under Dombrowski where it was nothing. And I think they've done a great job. Scott hiring Garco from the Angels and getting the technology updated, statisticians updated. I know I hate the Moneyball stuff. I hate the spreadsheet stuff. But some of that is what we needed to update. And I commend Harris for doing it and Chris Ilitch for having the balls to pay for those guys as well.
Yeah, now, and again, Dave, you know where I fall on this. I'm just not a believer that low payroll teams are going to stay consistently championship caliber. I think you can stay good. I think you can be Tampa Bay-ish. But the bottom line, Dave, what is it? 9 of the last 11 World Series champs had a top 10 payroll.
And I was going to say, you can be a playoff team, but I don't think you can be a champion.
Yeah,
Unless you get
or
really,
maybe
really lucky.
Or maybe you get a bite at the apple one time and that's all that ever happens. Bottom line, I got to see a dedication monetarily that's commiserate to what they're producing here. Show me in the offseason. For right now, you're going with the crew you got, and they're the hottest crew in the league. And I'm not sitting here saying you can't win that opening round. I think you're super dangerous in a 3-game series. Super dangerous. 7 games is where you'll have a problem. Well, guess what? You're in the ALCS at that point. We'll worry about it when it happens, if it happens. Go to Sean McComb, 97.1. Sean, will you take it easy on my Spartan Saturday, please?
Kabara Goya, Michael. Actually, quickly, I had a question for you and Unc. I'm going to the games for the first time I've ever gone to East Lansing.
Okay.
Any tips as far as maybe some good eats or good parking or something, man? I know it gets a little crazy after
All
the
right,
game.
for the parking, you're going to talk to Rico. Nobody knows that campus better, and Rico knows the chief of MSU PD. Can you get Sean a parking spot?
No, Mike, I can't because he's gone. Remember, he hit the portal. He's now at Colorado.
All right, where's he parking?
You know what, Sean? I would say park at one of the churches along Harrison and just walk. It's it's a couple churches.
I'm willing to walk. I'm willing to walk, sir.
Yeah.
I'm willing to walk. Yes,
All
sir.
right, now, good eats. Give him a spot to go. I want to see if your answer is what mine is.
I would say I would probably hit up Harrison Roadhouse.
What about Jersey Giant?
It's not
Jersey
close
Giant,
to the,
Harrison Roadhouse.
Yeah, it's not close to the
Harrison
stadium.
Roadhouse is all right. I
Harrison
don't know.
Roadhouse, he can go there and still walk to the stadium. Jersey Giant, you got to go there first and then park.
All right. Well, listen, it's going to be a victory meal. It doesn't really matter because we're terrible. So what's on your mind?
Hey, I'm actually calling about the Tigers today because this is about the Tigers.
Yeah.
And I agree about AJ, man. He's really been playing musical chairs with the bullpen. Money ball with the lineup, and this team sold at the deadline. They weren't buyers. So that's another thing that I think needs to really be taken into account here is that, yes, the Twins, they collapsed like the Metrodome did, but I mean, in the same sense, the way that they've been playing every single day, like you said, with the pinch hitting, he's been doing a lot of what I like to call manalytics. It has, there's some analytics in it, but there's also some feel, and you can tell Hinch has a good feel to the game. If I was, Harris, they need to pen him up to a long-term deal because this team and this franchise and this organization has always kind of taken, the identity of the manager when it was Sparky, when it was Leland, and I think Hinch is a great fit here. So,
listen, he's a great fit in a lot of places. It's been one of the best managerial jobs I've seen in a month and a half span. And look,
Absolutely.
Sean, we saw some of the foreshadowing end of last year where he optimized this roster and did the same thing, but it got him to 78 wins. The difference here is it's like they disappointed all of us. They wasted great pitching. They never got it together. They trade Flaherty and Olsen dies, and then they stretch out Skubal to where they're not going to start him on regular rest. And all that's happened is they've played 750 baseball and stormed their way into the playoffs with a collection of guys that, frankly, wouldn't play for playoff teams. That's where we're at. It's a movie, and it's totally okay. It's just you can't make a lot of sense of it. And when you can't, and you have the puppet master pulling the right strings, that's why I make it about AJ. It's remarkable.
It is.
It must be nice when Aaron Boone can just roll out the lineup card every day, and it's guys like Soto and Judge, etc. You don't have that.
No, it's right. It's almost like, he said mom and pop. Like every day he's got to go to work and say, okay, forget what I did yesterday. How can I make today work? Where are the advantages where we can win this game? Who do I save? Who do I keep on the bench and bring in for a pinch hit spot?
Yeah, what day will Bo Brisky have another 6-out save and throw 107 miles an hour? It's unreal. Bo Brisky? What the hell's a Hanafi? It doesn't matter. None of this matters.
Sean Gunther.
Right. Who? Pete Herter. Salmon? Like, who are these people? It doesn't matter. They're all killing people. Let's go to Tony, 97.1. Tone, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Good. What's up?
No, just wanted to comment on who it was. I think there's a lot of people that you could bring up, but I think the guy that has kind of been the most consistent all year, I mean, it's got to be Skubal, right? I mean, for a guy to be the future Triple Crown winner here, to just go out every 5 days and give the guys a chance to win, it's been huge and give them the opportunity to be where they're at today.
You know what's incredible about it, Tony? He's a guy who pitched 85 innings last year, and he's about to pitch 200 this season. That's a massive leap in usage, and he's never slowed down. That's incredible on his part.
To have that mentality to go out there, through the roller coaster ride that the season's been, and just to be able to, put the guys on his back and and go out there every 5 days. It's been huge, and it's been fun to watch for sure.
It has. And again, we've been in a town, we're owed something like this. After what the Red Wings did to us in the spring, after a 10-year period where we had the lowest winning percentage of any four-sport city in America at 375, we're kind of owed some fun.
And a basketball team that everybody just basically plays get right with.
Oh, did you see that, by the way?
I did.
Yeah. Well, nice to see that Good Times Tommy G will be real laser-focused on the Pistons, as he just bought a stake in the L.A. Chargers. Could he just let go of this team and stay in L.A., please? It's where you want to be.
Just buy them and leave us.
Just leave us alone. Sorry. I know it's not the topic. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, what's going on?
Not much, guys. I just want to say that, the Twins collapse is definitely real, but the Tigers are doing this without really any help from them. They're on par with, wild card records from years past, and they're getting it done. They got a clear windshield, and Minnesota's just they're not a part of it. It's all Tigers, baby. I'm just so happy to see it.
All right. I
don't
understand.
we caught the Royals too, so we're doing it. It's us. It's not the Twins. It's us.
All right. So the Twins going
I just
12 and 26.
don't want to give their collapse too much credit here.
Okay, then don't. Deny reality and have a nice night. I can't deal with you right now. Plus, you sound like you're 12. Kenny, you may need to check ages of callers. 248-539-9797.
I think he's just pre-gaming. I think he's on his way.
That's fine. That's fine. I can't do it at 5:30. All right, been here since 8:30. I don't need it. You're right. It had nothing to do with the Twins. It had nothing to do with every team you needed to get to collapsing as well. You're right. It's all about you. I just don't live in that world. Plus, the guy sounds like he's 12 and or drunk. I don't know. That's a bad combo.
I think he's pre-gaming.
248-539-9797. If you're 65 or older, which that caller clearly wasn't, time to review your Medicare and health insurance plans. Annual enrollment period for Medicare subscribers, October 15th to December 7th. New changes in Medicare, you got to call Mike Papura National Benefit Plans. Over 30 years of experience in the health insurance industry, Mike will shop the entire marketplace, and he will get you a supplement solution that is not only affordable, but fits your needs. Call Mike now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. David, ticket text. We'll get to the calls momentarily. Why ticket text? Because they're sober. That's critical.
Ooh, you're right about that one. Talking a few during the break. Wow. I can't watch tonight, Mike. I haven't watched all season. I started following along when they got close, but I won't jinx it by turning it on. The playoffs start a new season. I'll watch on Tuesday.
I'm not mad at it. Well, I mean, honestly, take it as a free roll. In Hannafee, we trust.
I bought tickets for this game last week, $18, lower bowl, third base side. I checked today in my section. The lowest price is $180. Trying to decide if I'm going to sell them or not.
Nah, not for 180. But what, 180 bucks?
No.
No. I mean, honestly, like what the hell's the 50, 60, 70 bucks going to do for your life?
Correct.
I mean, what do you want to do? Give up a lifetime memory for a tank of gas? Now, if somebody rolls up to you and is like, here's $1,000 I want into the game, well, no, that's different. You can buy some tangible things.
Red Wings play at LCA tonight. Cheap tickets. Can't get into the Tigers. Then go to the Wings and hang out.
Can the NHL just go the F away? No one wants to talk to you right now, NHL.
You or your creepy Stanley Cup handler guy. We'll talk to you in December.
I save every pair of gloves every season.
I hate that guy.
Very weird dude. Very weird dude.
Your guy. Let's go to Tim, 97.1. Tim, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Good. Hey, not too much. Got home from work. We got the champagne and the beer on ice. Have
there
not
it is.
cracked into it yet, but that's for later.
All right.
Hopefully. No, Mike, just calling in about the Who's Your Tiger topic.
Yeah.
Completely agree with you on Hinch. Completely agree on sort of the collective voodoo, if you will, perfect storm of things that had to happen. But if you're asking who's my Tiger player, you mentioned him not long ago. I got to go Parker Meadows, right? Yep. This guy has been a completely different player since he comes back. And remember, look at the timeline, right? You mentioned gets off to a terrible start, send him down. We actually brought him back up in early July, and then he immediately gets hurt, goes on the DL, and then when does he come back? Early August, right? Right when this whole thing starts getting going, and he's in there every day. If you notice, Hinch only starts 3 lefties in the lineup against lefties consistently. He starts Riley, he starts Sweeney because he has to. He has no other shortstop.
Correct.
And he starts Parker. He moves him down, but nevertheless, I mean, this guy. You talked about a catalyst, and he's an unassuming kid, right? Kind of quiet, just goes about his business. But the plays he makes, I think some people take it for granted. He makes the play in center field every single night. I mean,
they don't because they don't understand it because they don't realize he's covering 27 feet per second. Like he's Tyreek Hill in the outfield.
Absolutely. That catch he made, I think it was a week and a half ago against Kansas City, late in that game, if you remember. They had runners on, 2 outs. I'm going to say it was the 8th inning. He tracked that ball down all the way to the wall and pretty much saved that game. He
had a catch just the other day against Tampa, Tim, where the batting average expectancy of the ball that was hit was like 770. And he tracked it down in center and caught it. And he made it look pretty easy, even though it's certainly not. He made it look easy. Here's the other thing. He's got a couple of your biggest moments. Game-saving catch, check. Grand slam, 2 outs, down 3-0 in San Diego, check. And he plays with a flair. He's exciting. It's really, Tim, if he can hit, if he's 75% of what he's done with his bat, and this is who he is defensively, he's a 5-WAR guy.
Absolutely. Yeah, this was the version we were hoping to get, as part of the core in the beginning of the season. So it's been awesome to see. He's my Tiger player for sure. And, hopefully we can keep it rolling.
Get it done tonight. Let's have a celebration. Let's save Scooble. Let's talk playoffs on Monday plus Monday Night Football. What a day in this town it would be, Tim. Mm-hmm. Keep the champagne on ice, though. Don't get kooky and do it early. Don't tempt fate.
2 hours from it.
Okay. Yep. All right. We don't need anything screwing this up.
You'll be fine.
All right. David, a few ticket texts, please.
Bought 2 standing room tickets last night for $40. Just sold 2 of them for $650. On my way to pick up a new grill tonight.
Good for you. Now, see, that's different. 80 in, $650 out, grill. sell them. Do your thing.
And the grill will last you a long time.
Me and about 7 of my buddies going to be at the bars downtown watching the game. No tickets, just hanging out downtown.
That's the better move.
Yeah.
And it's something that we've lost in society, is that it used to be for big games, people would get together at bars and stuff, and it's all different now. But that's a fun thing when your team's in the playoffs and a bar is packed and everybody's rowing the boat in the same direction. That's a fun time.
Yeah, and the way that Comerica Park is set up, that around the 8th, 9th inning, if you know the team is going to win, go stand out in the outfield.
Yeah, go party at a church. It's great. What? Well, I mean, it's the only ballpark I've ever seen that's surrounded by churches.
Oh.
That's all right. The district's going to be lit.
Well, so someone says the district is going to be popping tonight.
It's popping, all right. Going to be tumbleweeds bouncing all over the place. I wonder if the tumbleweeds have one of those foam fingers that says we're number one on as it's bounding by. It's a shame because it could be amazing down there.
Yeah.
I still don't get the churches thing. I remember when I first started doing radio down here, like 20 years ago. And I mean, I did the topic innocently enough as a 23-year-old. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, people got so upset and they're like, those buildings are historical. I go, I don't care. The churches, move them. Just file a grievance.
They are historical.
Move them.
You don't
move them.
Move historic churches.
Yes, you do. You pick them up with a crane and you move them.
They're historical, Mike. A lot of them had to do with the Underground Railroad.
Exactly.
Great. We'll put a plaque there. Move them. We need a 4-story sports bar.
The same man who said move the handicap section, turn into the booty lounge.
All I said is that's
Move them.
That's where the outdoor beer garden at Spartan Stadium's renovation should go. You just move locales. That's all. I just think our fans deserve better than churches everywhere. They want a party.
Have you seen Detroit? There are churches everywhere.
Then you know what we could do? How about this? No better way to raise money. Cocktail hour.
But thanks to those churches, I'm able to do a show with you. We'll leave it at that.
All righty. So, companies out there advertising BOCO, AC and furnaces. Nothing's free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical to beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, save up to $2,000. Fast installation, great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com.